Sure this is on.
How's everybody doing today? Good. Recognize some familiar faces. We'll give it a couple more minutes. I am been down here. I went back, but we were down here last week recruiting hard. Started to lose my voice. It happened last year. It happened the year before. So usually that's a good sign, right? We've had a lot of conversations, and I apologize, but my voice is actually, I didn't talk to anyone for about 24 hours, so you guys are the first people I've talked to. Been preparing, resting. My name is Nick Borden. Let's go around the room. Name, major, where you from? You're up.
Okay, I'll start. I'm Courtney. I'm in industrial engineering, and I'm from Atlanta.
Welcome.
I'm Matt. I'm in Emmy, and I'm from Middletown.
Where?
Middletown, Ohio.
Okay.
My name is Aiden. I'm doing first year engineering, and I'm from Illinois.
What, where in Illinois?
Mohammed.
Welcome.
I'm David. I'm in mechanical engineering. I'm from Warsaw, Indiana.
Warsaw, what's the capital of the world?
Leo. I'm an industrial engineer. I'm from Vietnam.
Vietnam? Welcome. Big tool to die country.
Hi, I'm Pandu. I'm in mechanical engineering. I'm from Indonesia.
Welcome.
Sean, mechanical engineering from
Pakistan. Kilo.
I'm Nilo. I'm studying an MBA program. I'm from Ecuador.
Welcome, Milo.
Logan, Senior Industrial Engineering from Southern Illinois.
Caleb. I'm also in industrial engineering out in Denver.
Denver, you still live there. What part of Denver?
Centennial.
In Centennial?
Yeah.
Great. Live in Cherry Creek.
I'm David. I'm from West Lafayette, and I'm in supply chain management and finance.
I'm Luke. I'm from Zionsville, and I'm in finance.
I'm Matt. I'm from Industrial Illinois, and I'm in marketing and finance.
I'm Judah, the first year engineering. I'm from Tennessee.
From where?
Tennessee.
Tennessee, welcome.
Hi, I'm Alexander Clark. I'm from Washington, D.C. area, and I'm in industrial engineering.
Welcome.
Isaac Miller, Elkhart, Indiana, mechanical engineering technology.
Elkhart. That's where we are somewhat located. All right, you're the last one.
My name is Danny. Where we're from?
Yeah.
California. I'm from Elkhart as well, actually.
Okay, welcome. So I told the first group I've been recruiting down here for a week. I'm starting to lose my voice. So my apologies. I'll do the best I can to keep it loud and proud. Okay, so my name is Nick Borden. Last one. Name, location, major.
Ashley Bruckheimer, location Rochester, Indiana, and industrial engineering.
Ashley, good to see you.
Good to see you.
My name is Nick Borden. I am a graduate of Purdue University. I am a second-generation graduate. My nephew is a freshman. He's in Owen Hall right now, so he's a third-generation graduate. I graduated in 2001. I lived in the dorms with Drew Brees and Ryan Newman. You guys are familiar with NASCAR. Both of those guys have had amazing careers. 9/11, 2001. I watched Twin Towers fall as I walked across the campus. I was walking to Ag Econ 431 and watched it all unfold in the Stewart Center, and then went to Dr. David Downey's class, Ag Econ 431, and sat there and cried as it all went down. So September of 2021 is quite a remembrance. Time has flown since then, but great memories here, and I appreciate you guys coming out to our seminar. Again, I apologize, I'm starting to lose my voice. There's something unique happening at Modineer, okay? So we've been down here for now 3 years. My partner and I, our chairman and owner, Scott Marinas. Scott was down here last week. We've had probably 15 in-person interviews. I'm going to tell you a story, okay? So how this whole thing got to be where it is. So Scott Marinas He's from Dayton, Ohio. Went to Miami, Ohio. When he was at Miami, he became good friends with a guy named Jason Lippert. Those two guys were buddies. When they graduated, Scott actually took a job in consulting, because that's what you're supposed to do, right? Get a job in consulting. Went to Chicago, hated it. Like, I was on a plane. I was one of like 350 other he was one of 350 other new hires, and it was tough to separate yourself when you've got 350 other people that are just like you. So he spent 9 months in consulting, said, I'm out. Went to work for Jason's granddaddy's company. Jason Lippert and Scott Marina started at Lippert Components in 1996. When they were there, they started out as Operational Leadership Development Program. They started out on the shop floor welding chassis for RVs. When they started, Lippert was 400 employees, 150 million in sales. 24 years later, Scott and Jason are still there. They had grown it from 400 employees to 12,000. 150 top line, 3 billion top line. Taking it public. 65 manufacturing locations. 15 of them in Europe. The last 10 years, Scott served as president, Jason served as CEO. If you look at the bill of material of an RV, 90% of the world's RVs come out of Elkhart, Indiana, which here you guys are from. If you look at the bill of material of an RV, they say that 40% of that could come from LCI. We do not do anything in RV, but we are a fabricator. We are a contract manufacturer. Lippert is huge, right? We're the biggest employer in the county, or the biggest employer in that area of the state. So it's late 2018. Scott's been president for 10 years. He had done 65 mergers and acquisitions transactions. 65. So the sport of M&A is something he knows extremely well. He had 3 daughters at the time, like 10, 12, and 14. He was the largest shareholder in the world in late 2018 at Lippert stock, owned 1%. He'd been there for 24 years, only owned 1% of the company. Now, 1% of a publicly traded company with 65 locations is still pretty good size. But he wanted something else. So he wanted to buy a collection of companies, stay local, and so he heard about Modineer. Instead of driving 15 miles east to Elkhart, to LCI, you can look him up. He now drives 10 miles north. He wanted to buy a company that was local, so he wouldn't have to move. He didn't want to move his daughters, so on and so forth. That's the story. Side story. Modineer's been around since 1940. Started out as modern tool and die. Started out as tool and die manufacturer. In-house. Welcome. Come on in. So Modineer had been around since 1940. Had turned into, from modern tool and die, had turned into modern industrial engineering. That's what Modineer stands for. And had turned into a stamper. Had turned into a fabricator. I'll raise the board. I talk about stamping, and I talk about fabrication. We look at that as separate things. Stamping, you stamp, right? You build tool and die, you stamp out parts, high volume. When we talk about fabrication, we talk about lasers, brake presses, welding, painting, so on and so forth. Modineer ended up doing both. Modineer former owners never invested too much money. Like, no one knew about it. Scott said, I lived in this market for 25 years, had never heard of Modineer. So, late 2018, Marinas resigns as president of Lippert Components, partners up with 2 family offices. What's a family office? One family's private equity. Hooks up with Hall Capital out of Oklahoma City. The CEO of Hall Capital is John Kobza, K-O-B-Z-A. Google Kobza. He's a rock star. He's He's actually the only employee. Hall Capital's out of Oklahoma City. John lives in North Shore, Chicago. John is an engineering graduate from 1993, Purdue. So hooks up with Hall Capital, which is Fred Jones's money, and hooks up with Argonaut Capital out of Tulsa. It's George Kaiser's money. If you don't know who George Kaiser is, look him up. He's like the 20th richest guy in the country. Modineer, Hall, Argonaut, and Marinas bought Modineer in late 2018. I was Scott's first hire. So I moved in from out of state, and we're trying to triple the size of this business as fast as possible. We do nothing in the recreational vehicle market. We have nothing to do with RV. Plus or minus 2 or 3 inches on tolerance, right? We can hold a 1/1000th of an inch. So we're doing much different, much higher precision type of work. So Scott and I show up in late 2018, and we're like, okay, so let's get to work. We are a steel fabricator. We are a contract manufacturer. What's that mean? We build a spec. We do not have design authority over anything. Customer provides the CAD, customer provides the prints, customer provides the EAU, we build the print. Right now we have POs in hand for about $235 million in sales in 2021. We have 1,200 employees across 14 manufacturing locations. We are IATF certified, which is a fancy quality certification for Tier 1 automotive. Our largest customer is Ford, Tier 1. We do about $75 million with Ford. We are Ford's 10th largest supplier and largest privately held supplier. There's a big difference between being Ford's 10th largest and being Ford's 2nd largest. I mean, the top 1, 2, 3 largest suppliers of Ford are doing, who the hell knows, $1 billion with those guys. Fourth largest, 2nd largest, AM General. Who knows who AM General is? AM General's out of South Bend. Back up. Ford doesn't make anything. Again, Ford doesn't make anything. They source it all, they assemble it, they advertise it. Okay? You're familiar with that. AM General doesn't make anything. They source it, they assemble it, they advertise it. We are the largest content provider on the Humvee for the military. We build 85% of the Humvee for the military. So we're bringing in combat armor, martensitic steels, we're cutting them, we're laser brake pressing it, we're welding it, we actually carb paint it. CART, chemical agent resistant coating. We turn parts into AM General, bolt-on ready, Army green. Number 3 largest customer, General Motors, Tier 1. We build all the GMC Canyon and Chevrolet Colorado truck beds in the country. Those are all down in our St. Louis plant. Let me back up. Ford. So contract manufacturer. What's that mean? We build thousands of units, right? Of the same spec to the same tolerance, repeatable manufacturable parts. The volumes that Modineer like are lower volumes. We're not on the F-150. Because if you're on the F-150, you're making 1 million units a year. That's not our game. Our game is lower volume. So we're on the Raptor. We're on the F-150 Raptor. You know what a skid plate is? We make every skid plate in the country for the F-150 Raptor. We are on 4 programs at Ford. Basically, the F-650, their chassis that gets upfit to Doritos trucks or Little Debbie trucks, that chassis, we pretty much build the whole thing. So our volumes, what we like, 10,000 to 50,000. Again, we're not on the F-150, we're not on the Explorer, because you're making 1 million of something. We're in that, let's even bring it down even. If someone needs 500 of something, we'll go to 500 of something. 500 to 100,000. It's kind of our sweet spot. Lower to medium volume. AM General's number 2. GM is number 3. Number 4. We bought a company 2 years ago. We have made 2 acquisitions in the last 2 years. For those that are new to the room, our former chairman made 65 acquisitions at his former company. We bought a company out of Chicago for one reason. One customer. Who's familiar with Can-Am side-by-side? It's on the back of every Sports Illustrated in the country. You watch sports. You're seeing these guys drive these things through the woods. We build out. We have 450 active SKUs on Bombardier's Can-Am. All small tonnage, like 400 tons and below. We build that whole chassis. So BRP's number 4. Side story. Here's our assets. 65 stamping presses up to 1,500 tons. Our largest bed size is 240 inches by 84. We could damn near stamp out an entire bus. Short bus. But a 240 by 84 inch bed size is massive. It's one of the biggest beds in the country. 13 fiber optic sheet lasers, up to 12 kilowatt. 25 press brakes, up to 600 tons. 7 roll forming mills. Who's familiar with roll forming? Roll forming is an art. So we have 7 mills up to a 4-inch spindle. We're actually roll forming we got contacted a year ago by Nucor. Familiar with Nucor, right? Steel Dynamics, Cleveland Cliffs, Nucor. What's the 4th? There's 4 big steel providers in the country. Anyhow, Nucor came to us and said, hey, can you roll form material? It's 175 KSI. It's got a 215 tensile strength. That is space age hardness when it comes to material. You say, well, we don't know if we can roll form that. You can't stamp it, you can't laser cut it, it's too brittle. So we build a roll forming line where we're actually taking sheet and rolling a Super C that gets cut off, driven into the ground to mount solar panels. Actually, to mount racking systems for the solar age. Dual phase material, martensite, 175 KSI material. We roll form that stuff. Very good at high strength material. 100 weld cells, MIG, TIG, robotic. 1.5 million square feet of manufacturing space because we bought a 610,000 square foot building 2 years ago. 14 manufacturing plants. Okay, I'm kind of giving you an overview of what we do and how we do it. And then I'm going to provide some specifics to what's going on. So long and short of it is, we have massive growth expectations. Scott and I have been down here for 3 years. We've onboarded 20 out of Purdue in the last 2 years. We're coming out to 15 this year. So within 2 to 3 years, we will have onboarded 35 employees full-time from Purdue University. We've been super busy down here. I'm launching my 10th and 11th senior design project right now. I got an IE 431 project. It's actually not a senior design, but I'm doing something with ASME this year. So that's 11 senior design projects in 2 years. 20 full-time hires. We've had a lot of interns. I'm not hiring interns for next year. Not yet. The reason being is we're small. We've got 1,200 employees. We have 1,200 employees. We have 1,100 direct labor, which means we have about 100 salaried employees. Think about that. We have 100 salaried employees, and we've added, we will have 35 by the end of this fall semester that we've added to 100 employees that are currently in the organization that are salaried. Why are we doing that? Because we're running to where the ball is going to be thrown in 3 years. We're preparing for growth. I'm going to go through these slides a little bit, just to give you a bit of context. We also paint. So we have 140,000 square feet of painting capability. E-coat, powder coat, and caulk. That's all done internally. All these parts that we make, all of them get e-coated, which is an anti-corrosive agent. Most of them get powder coated. We do all that in-house. We are vertically integrated in that way. Okay. We also do tube fabrication. We bought a company in Elkhart, Indiana. Perfect. So in acquisitions, you have horizontal, where you're buying market share. And you got vertical, which is like, hey, I got another tool in my tool. Excuse me. Vertical, buying market share, something you already do. Horizontal acquisitions, got a new tool in my toolbox. The Elkhart acquisition was a horizontal acquisition. Now we do tube fabrication. 3/8 inch up to 6-inch OD. We don't buy tubes. We don't make tubes. We buy tubes. Exhaust extensions. Engine upfit pipes. Because we're BRP's largest provider, their largest supplier. I went to Polaris. So let me back up. So I was Scott's first hire. I do all the corporate recruiting. I do all the corporate development, and I also run the diversified sales team. Automotive and defense is core, and I run everything else. So being BRP's largest supplier, I went to Honda Power Sports, and I went to Polaris and said, hey, I do $25 million with your top competitor. Let's talk. We're in the door at Polaris. Actually, in the door at both. We're quoting all the grid, or all the grill for the front of Polaris's side-by-sides. That type of tube back work, okay? We spent $25 million in the past 2 years on new equipment. Part of that was just bringing the company up. It's called technical debt. The owners knew when they bought the company that there was a certain amount of cash that needed to be infused just to get the company to where it should be. So we spent a ton of money, and we're preparing for growth. Here's the skid plate for the Raptor. That's actually just a green, it's called Nitto. And we stamp this. We stamp this out of 5052 aluminum. And that Nitto is on there. The Nitto is like a saran wrap. And if you don't have Nitto on that, it would gall. It would damage the form tools and the stamping presses. So that Nitto, that's what that Nitto is. But that gives you an example. This is our 1,000-ton press. This is actually the 240-inch long bed. This is a 1,200-ton press. This is the roll forming line that Nucor had us built. It cost $2.5 million in tooling. Just to get set up, Nucor stroked us a check for $2.5 million. This is a 24-pass roll forming line that we roll the martensitic material. These are the truck beds. So we don't do the exterior, we do the substructure for the Canyon and the Chevrolet Colorado. This is actually the part that we make here. And it goes under this topical part. When I talk about fabrication, laser brake press weld. It's a part we do for CAT. It's kind of hard to see, but that's a 1/4-inch steel. That's 17 bends. Very complicated part. We do it for Oshkosh Defense. But this would give you some of the examples of the type of fabrication parts that we do. Oh, I know something I can show you. I have this print. I'm not logged into my computer because I put that on a flash drive. But I'm going to pass this print around. This is one of our highest running parts. This is the battery bracket for Ford. We make 50,000 of these a year. Pass that around. It's a 100-pound part. But it just gives you an example of the capabilities that we have. Machining, tool and die, modern tool and die. That's who we started out as. So the concept of tool building, we're pretty good at. We build our stamping dies in-house. We do outsource. Grand Rapids and Chicago have massive tool and die markets. So if we can't build it in-house, we don't have an overhead crane that's big enough or bad enough, we will outsource some tool and die, but the vast majority of it we build internally. Again, we're ISO 9001 and we're in IATF. We are Q1 certified with Ford, which is their highest level of certification. Okay, wipe the board clean. We do have design authority on one part, tanks. We own Hoosier Tank. If you go to HoosierTank.com, you can see about us. But this is a $25 million top line business unit. This is right next to the South Bend Airport. This has been the biggest focus the last 12 months across the organization. We're going to do 1 million tanks this year at Hoosier. These are air pressure reservoirs. You know that sound you hear at the stoplight? That is an air brake tank. All trailers have them. All semi-trailers, so that's Wabash, Great Dane, Hyundai, Stoughton, Utility, they're all 53 feet. They're all built exactly the same. We have a 90% market share in the trailer industry. We dominate. The same tanks are sold to the truck guys. Who are the 4 truck guys? Who makes semis?
Mac is one.
Which one?
Is it
Mac is a brand. It's like the Corvette under GM. So you got PACCAR out of Seattle.
Peterbilt?
That's a brand. You got Daimler. You got Volvo. You got Navistar. PACCAR's in Seattle. Daimler is technically, I think, in Charlotte. Navistar's in Lisle. That's Naperville. And what's the Volvo? They're out of Greensboro, North Carolina. So anyhow, they make all the semis in the world, basically. The same trucks get the same air brake tanks. You know what our market share is in the truck industry? 0. We don't sell any tanks to the truck guys. But the last 2 years, we now know them, and they know us. So, in terms of total attainable market, you'll hear that term used, TAM. The TAM for tanks is massive. If we got all the truck business tanks, you're talking $50 to $100 million in business, just at one plant. 12 months ago, so Modineer bought Hoosier in 2015. The founder's son was still there last year. He's my age. Good guy, not extremely aggressive, not aggressive at all. He retired last year. His dad, founder of Hoosier, passed away very quickly. He's in his 60s. And he retired. So a year ago, Scott and I went to Hoosier pretty much every day. We've been at Hoosier for 8 months. I hired 20 out of Purdue, and I took about 6 of them with me to Hoosier. Scott's the quarterback. There's no doubt about it. But we now promoted a general manager. We call him Bull, business unit leader. So the Bull, who is the plant manager now at Hoosier, and her number 2 are both women that graduated last year from Purdue. Kiara Del Tado and Regina Rojas. Kiara's from Brazil. Regina's from Monterrey, Mexico. They were IEs. They graduated last year. And now they're in charge of a $25 million P&L and 125 employees. They're 23 years old. They'll be, Regina was here last week. Kiara's going to be here tomorrow. Because I'm losing my voice, I have got Kiara coming down tonight. So she'll be at IR with me tomorrow. She was actually married in college. So her husband, Lucas, also works for us. Lucas is the number 2 at the tube fabrication division. So he's the assistant plant manager. The tube fab division is about $25 million as well. So the reason I bring that up is because when Scott and I sit down and we talk about responsibility, we talk about the ability to run directly into the fire. There's 2 types of people in the world, right? People that would run into the fire, people that would run out of the fire. We only hire people that would run into the fire. We give a ton of responsibility, okay? If you're not uncomfortable at Modineer, in a good way, we're not doing our job. I can guarantee you, all 20 people that are working for us right now find themselves very stimulated on a day-to-day basis. And again, two 23-year-old women that are now running a $25 million building. Of the 20 that we have hired, 15 are from outside the United States. Why? Scott and I didn't care. We got people from all over the world. 5 of the 20 are women. We embrace diversity in our group. We embrace diversity in our hiring practices, and we do sponsor H-1B. May the best candidate win is the way we look at it. Some of these international students that now work for us full-time speak 4 languages. Our 4th largest customer is French-Canadian, but manufactures in Mexico. I got 2 MEs that speak 4 languages, French and Spanish. Extremely helpful. Now we look at what we have been trying to do in having MEs and IEs and METs and good graduates on our team that can speak 4 languages or more is to us is an asset. Let me back up. The bar at which we have now set for hiring is a bar that neither Scott nor I would hit when we were in college. We are hiring people that are so much more talented than we were at that age, and we recognize that. So we are very aggressive in our recruiting. I am paying between $75,000 and $100,000 this year, starting salary. Everybody that has now worked for me for at least 2 years, pretty much everyone's going to be at or near $100,000 within 24 months. Some of them have started out at $100,000. So we pay big, but we ask a lot out of it. We do not hammer the hours. It's not like we're working 18 hours a day. We hammer it from 8 to 5. Okay? I mean, we bust our tail from 8 to 5. There may be times when you're working a little bit later, you come in a little early. We all do, right? We're not working 18-hour days. We have a lot of fun, but for that type of money, right, we pay well, but we ask a lot in return. Who's your tag? All right, wipe the board clean. The other big project that we've done in the last 6 months, probably the #1 biggest project, former owners, God love them, I actually never met them, but they didn't integrate anything. So we are running 6, as of 12 months ago, we were running 6 different ERP systems. 6. ERP, that's S8, it's Enterprise Resource Planning. It is the software in which we run our company. SAP and Oracle, 2 great examples. Right, we're running, so anyhow, we had 6 different ones that were all caveman. We had caveman ERP systems. When the class started last year, for 6 months, we shoved them all at NetSuite. Why? Because we hire Swiss Army knives. When you're a growth company and you're working for entrepreneurs, you got to be ready to work on multiple projects. So last year, hell, they all started in ERP. They spent 6 months in NetSuite. Did they have an experience in NetSuite? No. 0. Did we? No. But we figured it out. And now they know the software in which we run our company, right? We're not even done with that project. We've got like 3 or 4 plants on NetSuite. And we actually might go to NetSuite. You're talking $1 million investment, right? NetSuite oversold. I wouldn't say this to them. Actually, I probably would. They oversold their capabilities in the manufacturing sector. So a lot of what we need as a manufacturer, a lot of what we try to do in the ERP, out of the box, NetSuite can't do. You can get there by bolting on custom applications, but it's like, there's another 100 grand, there's another 100 grand, there's another 100 grand. We don't love that. So we're actually looking at Plex too. If you don't know who Plex is, don't worry. It's out of Detroit. It's an ERP system built for automotive companies. So look up Plex.com, P-L-E-X. So what we may end up doing is running the entire organization on both NetSuite and Plex. That project's being run by our CFO, who's 32 years old, and who we hired about 18 months ago. I guess my point in bringing that up is when you work at Modineer, you gotta be ready to shift on the fly, right? Hoosier now is running NetSuite, and it's moving in the right direction. But we're looking at some cool stuff here. Tanks have been made since the beginning of time the exact same way. You bring in coils, you unroll coils, you shear off the body, you move the body over here. You stamp out end caps, you roll the body in a roller bender, you seam weld the body, you shove in the end caps, you girth weld the end caps, you install the fittings with resistance or arc welding, you plug them, you pressure test it, you paint it. Everybody does it the same way. In America, there's 4 companies that do this. 4. So in your business classes, you talk about a sticky product. This is sticky. All we got to do is beat 3 other guys, and we own the whole damn market. All the trucks, those got the same manufacturers are making the truck tanks. Our biggest competitor in tanks is a stodgy company out of Ohio called Johnson Welding Products. They're about twice our size. Nobody likes them. They have poor customer service, and they're stuck in the Stone Ages. So you would say, hey, why don't you guys just go buy JWP? Why pay for something you can get for free? We're taking business with Johnson Welding Products every single week. So the reason I bring that up, Daimler came to us. Daimler Portland, their engineering group, and they said, hey, you guys stamp and you make tanks. Nobody in America does it. We're the only company in the country that's got, 1 million square feet of manufacturing space and application, but we also make air tanks. They said, could you actually stamp out a tank, deep draw a tank? Who knows what deep draw stamping is? You take a block, and you stamp it. And you hit it again, and you stamp it a little bit deeper. Your pan that you make pasta with, last night, that's a deep draw. That's how that stuff is made. So they said, could you stamp out 1/2 of a tank? Can I draw? Could you stamp out 1/2? Do a right and left? Laser weld? All the way around it and create a pressure reservoir? We're like, I don't know, that sounds like a hell of an idea. So we're in conversations right now, and we deep draw stamp. Go to motor housing cannas. In a car, you got like 35 different motors. Like your windshield wipers, right? It's run off a motor. That motor is inside a motor housing can. It's about that big. We make 10 million of them. We are the biggest motor housing can manufacturer in the world. So we know deep draw. Now, if you're trying to deep draw a tank, 70% of our tanks are 9.5-inch diameter and 12-inch diameter. About this big, right? So we're in conversations with Daimler. Actually, all these 20 that I'm talking to, I've got like 2 or 3 guys that are from ME that are having conversations with Daimler about stamping out tanks. If we figure out how to stamp tanks, why would Daimler want to do that? We have a 50% material cost as an organization. So at 235 million, let's just say we're 200 million. So we're buying $100 million in steel and aluminum, right? We have a 10% labor rate as an organization. If we could figure out a way to stamp tanks where, yeah, it might cost $2 million to build the dies, but then you're just pounding out tanks for years. It'll throw the whole industry on its head. So that's a cool concept that we're currently in the middle of. Wipe the board clean. Of the 20, 10 of them are MEs. Okay? ME is we're very interested in mechanical engineers because of your CAD background. Right? Everybody, all the MEs put on their resume that they know CAD. Some actually do. Okay? We are implementing a PDM software, project data management software from SolidWorks. Everything we do has gone to SolidWorks. So we need CAD engineers that can help us manage the incoming drawing packages, make sure that stuff is up to date in the CAD software. Future state, we want to actually quote right out of SolidWorks, which you actually can do. Put in the substrate, put in the gross weight, John Doe prospect, hell, they get the price right away. Modineer is going from caveman to Star Wars with no stops in between. So we're looking at a lot of projects that have ME written all over them. This is one of them. I wouldn't have been able to do this out of college. I'm not even sure I can do it now. But the MEs that are on the team are working on stuff like this. This is our highest, most profitable plant. We're making about 35% at Hoosier, which is fat volume. It is our most profitable plant. As an organization, we're about 13% EBITDA, which is pretty good. If you were to say, hey, who's your competitor? There's a company called Naval Engineering Company. They're publicly traded. They go by MEC. MEC's out of Mayville, Wisconsin. They're about double our size. We can do everything MEC can do. So when we look to baseline our financials, we baseline them off of MEC's, essentially. MEC does not build tanks. We do. Of the, let's say we do $1 million this year in tanks, which we will. Only about 5% of that will be aluminum. Why? Because all the trailer builders, Wabash, Stoughton, Great Dane, Utility, they all get steel tanks. There's a couple guys that have aluminum trailers, right? Because you're increasing your carrying capacity by reducing the weight in the aluminum trailer. They have shiny aluminum tanks. All the truck guys, they do aluminum. The truck guys still do some steel, but aluminum is our big growth piece within Hoosier. We have spent $2.5 million at Hoosier Tank since December 1st of last year. And that's on a $25 million top line number. That's a serious amount of CapEx at one facility. This is Marson. So this is our tube fab division. This is out of Elkhart, Indiana. We just signed a letter of intent to buy. There's a company called Manchester Tank. Manchester Tank makes ASME tanks. Well, what's that? It's like a propane tank. They are the propane tanks manufacturer in the country. They shut down their Elkhart facility, moved it all to Nashville. Great. We just bought their building. So we're taking all three, that is confidential, by the way. We are taking all three of these facilities and putting them into one. Okay? This is the guy, so there's a guy named Jason that started Marson when he was 28 years old with another guy who was 48 at the time. 20 years later, Jason is now 48, his partner is 68, wants to retire. So Scott bought out the partner. Modineer does not own Marson. Scott Marinas and Jason Newburn own Marson, but we share resources. We run them as basically one company. I run all the sales. Our CFO runs the finances. So we run them as one. When we go to the customer, we say, we do tanks, we do tubes, we do fab, we do stamp, but it is a separate entity. But anyhow, it was a great acquisition. Jason is awesome. He's wild and crazy, and he's been a good addition to the team. So we do CNC tube bending, right? We buy tube stocks, we bend tubes. We do a lot of, I'll show you a slide here in a minute that kind of shows you. We have in-house batch powder coating. So it's a 20-foot system. This is the type of work that, these are some of the equipment that we bought this year. This is a tube laser. So from here to here is 28 feet. And that's a three-dimensional. We have a three-dimensional and a two-dimensional. Three-dimensional means you put the tube in the chuck spins, the head of the laser stays static, but you can do XYZ axes. What's axis plural? Axes. So chamfered edges, so on and so forth, right? Three-dimensional, two-dimensional. This is some of the stuff that we do: engine air intake, radiator pipes. These are big customers that we have. These are all current customers. Autocar is our biggest customer at Marson. Doosan would be our second largest customer. And so this is a mobile power, right? You see them on the side of the road or anywhere there you need mobile generation. We're one of their largest suppliers. This is probably, no, it's not probably, this is the biggest area of growth within tube is marine. In the marketplace right now, there's a lot of money. People are making a lot of money. It's not the 100,000 RV, right? Recreational vehicles, 2019, I think they did 500,000 units. It was a record year, banner year, more RVs than ever before. This year, they're going to do 600,000. RVs blowing up. I mean, blowing up, right? COVID, people are going to the woods. Great. It's not the $100,000 RV, it's the $25,000 RV that's flying off the shelf. Bombardier, we're their largest supplier. The $25,000 Can-Am, flying off the shelf. 90% of the world's pontoons are made in Elkhart, Indiana. If you guys do not know Elkhart, it has the highest concentration of millionaires per capita of any city in the country. Why? Because there are a boatload of suppliers tied to the marine and RV industry that are printing money in Elkhart. It's an amazing little town. So anyhow, marine's blowing up. All the pontoons are being made in Elkhart. Pontoons are flying off the shelf. Same reason the RV is. Not the $100,000 pontoon, the $25,000 pontoon. So we make ski tow bars. Can I log on to the internet?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Can you log me on the internet real quick? So we make ski tow bars, right? Out of 300 grade stainless steel. We make them out of aluminum, double wall aluminum, paint them cool colors. Marine is a huge piece of what we do. The biggest growth piece within Marson. So these are grab handles, right, for your pontoon boats. You don't fly over the board. We went to Volvo trucks, and we said, hey, we can do all this cool stuff. 2 years ago, we bid on $20 million. We struck out. We didn't get a single part. I know that sucks. We kind of licked our chops, came back a year later, and we said, hey, let me bid on a $500,000 job. We won it. So we started making one part, or a couple parts for $500K, which is like a baby-sized deal. And we did really well. Next thing you know, it turned into a $12 million customer. So we've gone from $500,000 to $12 million with Volvo in 12 months. One of the reasons we did is because we actually won this job for their grab this is you. For their grab handles. So we are going to start doing, I'll pass this print around too. Did everybody see this battery bracket? Anybody have any questions on that? This grab handle looks simple. It's not. We're going to put this grab handle on every Volvo truck in North America. 2.5 mil, 300 grade stainless steel on the outside tube, 1.5 mil on the inside. You smash it, flatten it out so you can bolt it on. How many layers of material are you going through, essentially? You got a 2.5 mil, you got 1.5 mil, you got 8 layers of material. It's called a slug. When you stamp through that first 300 grade, that slug has got to push through the 1.5, which has proven to be a problem. So we're working on building ties for it. But that grab handle alone is like $4 million in business. And at $4 million, you're like, that's not too big. When you're a $235 million company, $4 million is a good sized part. So that's all going to be done at Marsa. So what's going to happen? Scott and I are common sense guys. Like, we are not overly complicated. We're not very bright, but we are common sense guys. So as soon as we figure out how to make $4 million in grab handles for Volvo, we're going to go to Diamond, we're going to go to Navistar, we're going to go to PACCAR, and we say, we are grab handle experts. And then we'll start selling grab handles to those guys. Common sense manufacturing. If I want to go back to my PDF, I'm here. This is what our footprint looks like today. I'm going to talk about Mexico in a minute. We bought this company in Chicago. This is outdated by a few months. We shut down Chicago because there was nothing going on there. They had a plant in Kentucky. We're shutting it down right now. We're moving all that work to St. Louis and to Michigan. We have about 8 facilities right here, but these are out. They're gone. Here's where a huge project is. So BRP, they make 3,000 Can-Ams. They have 3,000 employees at one assembly plant in Juarez. All right? All the stuff we do for BRP is in Juarez. They are putting in another 3,000 employee plant. So as their largest supplier, we're running out of time, we're going to fly through this. They said, what are you guys going to do? So we have built a 145,000 square foot brand new building in Juarez. Everything that we do in Niles and in South Bend, we're going to be moving to, we're not going to move it, we're going to reduplicate it. Everybody's in Mexico. Material is the same. If I buy material in Mexico, which is at an all-time high, you guys all know steel is at $2,000 a ton. Labor is at all-time high in the U.S. Material is the same in Mexico. Labor is the biggest piece. Fully burdened, I'm at like 23 bucks an hour in the U.S., $6.70 in Mexico. Okay? So everybody's in Mexico. John Deere, Cat, Navistar, Polaris, you name it. All the big OEMs are in Juarez or Monterrey. So we do about $25 million here. We truly think we can get to $200 million in Juarez within a matter of probably 5 years. That's massive growth. So I've got 3 jobs that are posted. They're all on my CCO. I've got an ME transformation team. That's manufacturing engineering, right? That is for MEs. That is CAD heavy. That is PLC and ladder logic. That is buying equipment, cutting POs. I mean, I got MEs that graduated last year that are cutting 7-figure POs. They're doing all the research on the manufacturers, like lasers, brake presses, presenting that stuff to us. We're telling them to do it. They cut the PO, they get it installed, they do the CAD layout for the building, and then they program it. My ME team is our Swiss Army knives that can rappel out of the ceiling, fix problems, and rappel back. That's 1. 2 CAD engineers. I need 5 CAD engineers at least, maybe even 10 this fall. People that truly want to sit in front of SolidWorks all day long. You might do other stuff, But if you're a CAD heavy and you're just like, oh, I just love SolidWorks, you have a great job for that. All right? Kind of rolling CAD engineering into cost engineering. If cost engineer and CAD engineer had a baby, it would be the position that we're actually hiring for. If you understand cost, you understand the heart and soul of the company. That job's posted on CCO. And then the third one would be an operations development role. The two women that are running Hoosier Tank, ops, right? You're working on the shop floor, you're getting to know people, you're understanding how the business is run, you're doing a little bit of everything, but you go into plant management. Again, those two women graduated a year ago, and now they manage a $25 million P&L. That's the ops. Those are the three jobs. We've given out 7 offers this fall. All 7 have been accepted. I've got probably 7 to 10 more to give out. We will be done in 30 days. We will not do internships next summer because if I have 15 new hires that we start next summer, we're going to have a ton of available labor. I'm not going to need interns. Right? Because we're going to have so many new people. So that's why we're not doing internships.
Okay, if we can wrap this up and move it to the networking lounge, if you want to
Are we done?
keep going, I got to move in another company and clean this room.
Yep.
But you are welcome to head across the hall to the networking lounge if you want to keep talking or if you want to collect resumes.
That sounds good. Who's got my print for my grab handle? Anybody?
It's over here.
You got it? All right, no problem. I want to make sure I leave with that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Don't forget to scan the QR code if you didn't have one.
You guys are awesome. It's tough to keep this whole thing moving. So.
Oh yeah, no worries. And you're welcome to keep it going. And then there's food across the hall as well. Courtney can show you where that is.
Yeah.
So. And honestly, just keep the live stream going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Do you want me to bring you to the lounge over here?
Just cross the street.
Yeah. I can. Well, it's just. So long ago. Yeah. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, for sure. I'll catch up. Okay, yeah, for sure. This is great.
figured you'd have your laptop, but I wanted to be sure.
Yeah, no, I was like, that'd be the worst thing to show, be like, no way to show anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you guys just want to set your laptop up here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's just
She'll help you guys get the slideshow situated.
Okay, so just put the slideshow in here and then we'll pull it up on the computer.
So I think you'll do the majority of the beginning, and I've got a couple in the middle, so then you're after me.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Oh my god. These are a little bit loose. They're like fine, I
That's
guess.
kind of nice, yeah. It's already recording and everything, so yeah, it's a transition. Yep. There's a little thing that shows that it's in there, but I don't see it. Just save it over to that.
What do you mean?
John's got used that little flippy stick thing forever.
Flash drive?
Yeah, flash drive.
That's fair, they are kind of,
It's like,
they're not exactly the way of the
I
future
wasn't
anymore.
really
You
sure.
don't see it?
No, I don't see it. Is it the live drive?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
live.
so if you go to
Okay,
live drive and then,
Just company, yep.
Oh, alright, I'll just put in Wabash National.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was like, looking at it, I was like, not sure what this is. Yeah, I don't think I've used one of those since
I
college.
know, it's been a while.
Okay, so I think I should be good now just to take it out.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I just know how my computer works. Yeah. It's not myself. It's all about IT.
This probably
Yeah,
should
there's
watch
one time today.
Okay.
Did you?
Okay. And then you brought it from here?
Yep.
Perfect, all right.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And then we just do the. Alright, thank you.
I probably will end up having to close out of this real quick so we can transition into the live stream because we do offer that service for people that might be watching from home.
Alright.
We'll wait another couple minutes and then we'll get started. Yeah.
So are you still downstairs when you first come in, on the right? Or
At 3900 McCarty?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you go in, I'm on the right, like I'm in the far back end of that one. Sal also sits down there.
Okay.
Yeah, we moved down there like maybe a month and a half ago. Before that, I was upstairs on the left side, on the left, like the northwest side was where I was at before,
Okay.
on the second floor. Are you moving over to 3900?
I'm supposed to move over to the rail yard, but I don't know when
Yeah.
I'm actually going to be able to do that.
Or you're getting moved to the rail yard, huh? Is that closer to where you live or farther?
It's really about the same for me.
Because I know like people obviously who live like on the south side or something.
Yeah, that'd be rough.
Yeah.
But for me, it's really about the same drive either way. So.
Yeah.
Alright. So we will start in a couple minutes, but I'm gonna just go ahead and start the live stream
Okay.
just so we're all ready to go.
Is this our mic?
Uh,
You need to stay close to that?
I think you should be good as long as you kind of stay in this general area. Yeah. And you guys are based out of West Lafayette? I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. And you guys pretty graduates?
Yeah. I think all of us are pretty grads.
Great. Okay. Nice.
Thanks.
Hello everybody, welcome to virtual seminars, or in-person seminars I should say. Before we start, if you all could fill out the attendance link that's on the ends of your tables, that would be great. And if you don't have a phone that can scan QR codes, there is a link that you can just type in and follow. So today we have Wabash National. They're very excited to talk to you all, so I'm just going to hand it over to them.
Hi, how's everyone doing today? Good. Can everybody hear me? Sorry, not used to talking with a mask on. So yes, we're Wabash National, and just to kind of go overview, we're just going to introduce ourselves, go over Wabash National, the finance and accounting department, then also the engineering and maintenance groups, and then our full-time and internship opportunities, and open up for any questions at the end that you guys might have. So about ourselves, I'm Steven Sinclair. I graduated from Purdue in 2015 with degrees in accounting management and a certificate of advanced accountancy and a history minor. I've been with Wabash National since 2015 in different roles within finance, going from working on materials and sales to also now working on labor and overhead and FP&A work. And then I enjoy spending time with my family and friends, and I look forward to in the fall and currently being able to attend concerts and sporting events that obviously last year we couldn't attend.
Hi everyone, I'm Sal. So I've been with Wabash for just 5 months. I got my full-time job last April. So I'm from Malaysia and I enjoy traveling. I do solo traveling a lot to different countries as well. And I work as a financial analyst at Wabash. I graduated from Purdue last year, December 2020, in finance.
Hello, my name is Brian Nolan. I am the Advanced Manufacturing Manager for Wabash. I've spent the last 3 years at Wabash responsible for maintenance and engineering for the assembly lines, which are the big dry vans. I graduated from Purdue in 2007, engineering degree, and if I'm not working, I try to fish as much as I can.
We also have Steve Walker with us today.
I'm Steve Walker. I started at Wabash in 1990. Before that, I worked at Chopper Manufacturing. Graduated from Purdue in May of 1989, a BS in MET, and I'm currently the engineering manager on the product design for the custom order processing. I got a meeting about 7 people.
So just a little bit of information about Wabash National. It was founded in 1985, has been publicly traded since 1991, so Steve was even with the company before it was publicly traded company. Revenue in 2019 was about $1.5 billion. We had about 36,400 trailer shipments in 2019. We have about 5,500 employees worldwide. We're headquartered here in Lafayette, Indiana, and we have 16 manufacturing locations in 2 countries. This is our leadership team with 3 Purdue alumni. So we have Dustin Smith, who's a senior VP. He's the chief strategy officer. So he's mostly working on planning out what our executions will be over the next 3 to 5 years with new products or acquisitions and mergers and so forth. Mike Pettit, also a Purdue alumnus, is the CFO. He's the head of the finance and the IT groups. You have Kristen Glazner, who's the chief HR officer and the general counsel. Brent Yagi, the CEO, is also a Purdue alumnus. And then you have Kevin Page, who's the senior VP for customer value creation. So he mostly runs the sales team and all the different sales operations group. Who is Wabash National? Our purpose is to change how the world reaches you. Most of the way that the Wabash National has grown over the last 15 years through acquisitions of other companies that had entrepreneurial values, just like Wabash National when it opened in 1985. And now at this point, as you saw earlier, we have 16 plants, and we build stuff that goes from the first mile to the final mile. So including dry vans, reefers, truck bodies, tank trailers, and other items that also support logistics companies. So our leadership principles define us, and they are to embrace diversity and inclusion, seek to listen, to always learn, be authentic, and win together. And these are the things that we believe make a good employee at Wabash, as long as you have those 5 attributes. So we touch everything before it goes to your home. So pretty much anything that probably gets from sometime from the ports of LA or anywhere else to your home has to usually touch at least some sort of Wabash National product, either a trailer or a truck body or a tank trailer or so forth. Again, just kind of showing you some of the products that we have. We have these silos and processor items that actually milk stored in, and then from the milk storage areas, which also like beer and so forth are also contained in those sometimes. They'll go to our tank trailers and be sent to a processor location. We also have MSC product, which is molded structural composite product, which enables our reefer units to be lighter and have better thermal efficiencies than the normal reefer units that you'd see out there. We have upfitting in our truck body locations that allows you then to just take a normal truck body and add shelves or other items. We have Cellcore, which is a proprietary product that we use in our dry vans to, again, lighten the weight, because as you can see, it's kind of like a Swiss cheese, that most of the time those panels are just fully thick, but this is kind of like a Swiss cheese where you put holes into it and it lightens the trailer by 300 to 400 pounds. This is an example. And then you also just have the truck bodies at the end that also use Cellcore, just like the dry vans. These are some of our customers, which some of them you might know, such as FedEx or JB Hunt or Knight or some of those that you might see on the road. These Penske and so forth. These are just some of our larger customers that we currently work with across the commercial, transport, food, dairy, beverage, chemical, pharma, biotech, and energy industries. Our transformation strategy is to strategically position Wabash National to be the solutions provider of choice for all logistics businesses. And as you can see, our goal is to be from first mile to final mile, with the first mile being like our long haul routes of goods, which is the traditional Wabash National of the products that are built in Lafayette, which is the dry vans and reefers. The middle mile and the final mile are more truck body sort of businesses, which was a part of the acquisition of Supreme in 2017, which added 5 production locations and broadened our product that we could provide to customers. These are our locations currently. There's 16 of them. And as you can see, we also have the one in Mexico, that's in San Jose. And we have the locations here in Lafayette. We have one in Goshen. We have Cadiz, Kentucky, which builds platforms. And we have several truck body locations through the southeast and also the west. And then we have our tank trailer locations in Wisconsin. And then our finance team is made up of 5 different areas. You have treasury and tax, which also includes accounts payable and accounts receivables, which complete tax requirements, tracking company cash positions, our hedge positions, and they also help with hedging with partners for contracts and leases. We have internal audit, which complete regulatory and compliance tasks for the finance group. You have controllership, which completes just the monthly processes of closing the books to meet SEC reporting rules. You have business finance, which partners with commercial and ops to work toward company goals and targets. And FP&A, providing financial reporting. Working in finance means that you're collaborating with members of teams across the organization on different projects. You're analyzing pricing across all of our customers across different products. Partner with procurement to calculate impacts on new contracts with suppliers, because for most of our products, most of our cost is in our materials, because our material margin is anywhere between like 33 to 45%, with a gross margin in the 10 to 15% range. So that can just kind of show you that most of our cost isn't with labor and overhead, but instead with materials. Completing company-wide forecasts, working with the executive team on documents, and completing internal audits to meet compliance rules. So now I'm going to pass over to Brian to talk about engineering.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully we have some engineering students in here. If not, this will still be interesting to you, I hope. So in Wabash, Lafayette, we're broken into different departments. There's a components group that builds all of the pieces that go into the trailers, and then there's Duraplate, which makes the panels themselves, and there's the dry vans, which is the group I was responsible for up until I'm transitioning out currently, so I'm still in the role. But that role is a MIM, we call it, so that's a maintenance and engineering manager. So we're responsible for the line as a whole. We have to make sure that everything runs. It runs as efficiently as possible. And if it doesn't, we poke in maintenance guys or engineers, depending on the need. So that's my current role. And some of the reports that come into the MIM are ECEs. So that's your controls guys. They're the ones that are doing anything from troubleshooting why the machine won't run in the electrical panel to programming, ladder logic, anything related to that, for existing equipment troubleshooting and also for bringing in new equipment. They could be building new panels for add-on lines or upgrades. Then we've got our maintenance supervisors. They're responsible for anywhere from 5 to 15 guys per shift. We run 3 shifts at Wabash, so we have somebody here all the time. So they're responsible for their teams. The maintenance techs, those are the guys that actually go out and do the jobs. They're getting their hands dirty, replacing anything from cylinders to motors to fabricating something on the spot if something's broken. And then last but not least are the MEs. They support the production line for basically anything else that we need. We're looking at process improvements, keeping the line running, how can we make it faster, try to break bottlenecks, and we'll go into more detail now on the next slide about the MEs. So, what do the engineers at Wabash typically do on a day-to-day basis? Number one, support production. Production is king. If we're not making trailers, we're not making money. So, you constantly out there checking the lines, checking in with people. Is everything running? If it's not, what's going on? Maybe I need to go out there and look at it and see what they can do to help. There's also a fair amount of CAD print work. We use SolidWorks, but there's also some AutoCAD in there. That can be anything from fabricating a little bracket that we need to mount a camera or a vision system, all the way up to designing a machine in some cases. So we've got a lot of flexibility there, but that's definitely a requirement of the job. We've also got firefighting, your general day-to-day, hey, this broke down. It's all hands on deck. It's not just maintenance. The engineers get out there and they say, okay, what actually broke down? And I'm going to go back there and try to come up with something to eliminate that problem from happening again. Also, just leading or participating in Kaizens, value stream mapping, and preventive maintenance. Next would be managing just active projects. So you're going to have a hit list every day, and you're going to try to work on as many of those as you can in between the daily grind. The next thing they do is they schedule weekend work. So if you have something that needs to be improved on the line, replaced, you can't do it when the line's running. You can't stop production. So that's why we have maintenance guys working the weekends, and the engineers work directly with them and say, here's what we need to have done, here's some prints, here's what needs to change, give it to them, make sure they get it done over the weekend, check it off, go on to the next project. Also cross-functional meetings. That's everything with SQDCME, safety, quality, delivery, cost, morale, environment. So you can meet with any group. You could be working on a safety project one week and a cost reduction the next. It's whatever is priority at the time. And last but not least are capital projects. This is where we get to spend the big bucks. New pieces of equipment, for example, a press, a whole new assembly line even. And the engineers are responsible for identifying where we need those, justifying it with the finance team, saying, hey, this is what we're going to get our money back. This is why we should do this. And if the money makes sense, you'd spend the money. You get to improve the line. So in a nutshell, that's what the engineering group does. If you have any more questions, we can follow up at the end. And at this point, I'm going to pass it off to Sal.
Hi guys, may I know, are you guys all in engineering field? Okay, yeah. So I can speak in a new hire standpoint and also internship experience. that you can get from Wabash. So at Wabash, I think it's a very interesting company for me working here 5 months. As an intern, you guys can have acquire real knowledge about the Wabash company itself and also the trucking industries. So it's very interesting things that I find myself to learn about it. And also you can learn and work alongside other experienced employee, engineers, or even finance people. And there's a lot of opportunities to work across cross-functional, because you guys can change from this area to different area next month, and it's a good way to learn about different things, like about the whole company. And also, interning at Wabash, you will have the ability to utilize the technical knowledge. So we've been using SAP, CAD, SolidWorks, Power BI, Excel. So I know there's some things that you guys have basic knowledge or been using it, but at Wabash you will use it like thoroughly and wholly in the company. And while interning at Wabash, usually the interns will be given real-world projects, and usually that project has an impact on Wabash. So if you guys love to make an impact to a company or any organization, interning at Wabash will provide you that chance where you will be working on with the manager directly, and somehow your project could be used at Wabash itself. And there's a lot of career development opportunities at Wabash. You guys will get to do networking with people at Wabash, meet new people, and develop the career professionals, skills, and everything. And I think the most interesting about interning at Wabash is the mentorship program. So when you come to Wabash, you will be assigned a manager, and you will work directly with the manager. So I think it's really one-to-one chances that you guys have to work with these people from Wabash. And usually the interns will have weekly meetings with their manager. So you have a meeting 1 hour and talk about anything that you guys want to with your manager. So it's a really good opportunity. And especially if last one, it'll be easier transition to full-time role, because at Wabash you have that close relationship with the business and the people. So I think that's a skill that you guys can use it anywhere in different companies as well. Okay, so Wabash, we have this ELDP, Emerging Leader Development Program. So this program is for the for the fresh graduates. So I am in the ELDP program. We consist of 8 people right now. So we have 5 finance, 1 engineering, 1 IT, and 1 HR. And I think the position will have the new available more in next year or something. So this program, 8 of us, we work closely with each other to develop, to do all the activities together. So basically ELDP is a rotational development program where we will do the rotation within our own functional area. So in finance, we have 5 different people, and we will rotate to different positions such as commercial operations, corporate finance, and different stuff. And so for engineering side of it, my friend in the product development, so I think he will change to somewhere else within the engineering field as well. So it's a good opportunity because through this program, we will be able to learn about the different function of the company and also meet new people. So I think it's a very useful one. And so also the first rotation will take about 12 to 18 months, so it's a nice time for you to be able to understand that one position that you guys in. And it usually varies. So people will work, we will work with our manager and talk about the different rotational position. And yeah. So we are looking for a new ELDP for upcoming intake. And for this specific program, it's definitely for new graduates who's ever graduating this next year or something. 3.0 GPA or higher. Geographic mobility, so because we have plants across the country, so you might be positioned in Lafayette or Wisconsin and different places. So we're looking for technical people with leadership potential, and professional opportunities must exist within area of interest. So definitely we will able to talk about it. May I know if you guys are looking for internship or who's looking for internship? Okay, good. Because we are looking for 20 interns next summer, so please apply. And there's a lot of position available, so Wabash management system. So this is like a lean program that we have. Uplift parts and service, we call it UPS. Production supervision, HR, manufacturing engineering. So I think because all of you guys from engineering field, the manufacturing engineering, quality engineering, engineering services, material management, if anything interests you guys, please apply. Supply chain, also environmental, health and safety, IT, finance and tax operation, project management, as well as training. So please go to the website that we have and you guys can read more about the description of the position. And we also have full-time opportunities. Basically, this is a website that you guys can go and see it and read the more description about it. But anyway, if you guys have more questions about internship program and also the new hire stamp, I will be able to talk about it. We can talk after this. So I think that will be all for our presentation today. So yeah, any questions? Okay. Yeah.
All right, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you all for coming. If you arrived late, there is QR codes on the table, so you can scan and your attendance, or you can just copy those into your web browser.
We're pretty much going to take a project that honestly needs someone to do, that probably one that's more regular than the others, and say, okay, we're actually going to do this. And you get the reins, you go, and you kind of check in with them, make sure everything's okay, and you got everything you should do with it. But you would be working on some type of improvement project for the line.
All right, is that what I'm going to be more like hands-on? I don't want to, I guess, be the actual engineering side and stuff. Even, like I said, the more hands-on part of it, I can accept. So, do you guys like take residents here, or how do I do it? Because I was gonna come tomorrow to the roundtable.
Sal would actually be able to answer that part of it.
Okay.
Hey Sal, you have a minute? I want to make sure you get the right information.
Okay.
He's asking about how you can submit a resume for the internship program.
I was gonna go to the Industrial Roundtable tomorrow, but all the time slots filled up, so I want to come here, kind of talk to you guys about it.
Yeah.
All right, can I hand you a screen? Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Is there any specific you're looking for?
More like the manufacturing engineer, or any kind of type of internship that really is like engineering or
Okay.
That will be any position would be in different locations.
Okay. Yeah, please apply on the website as well. I'll send it over to you.
Here, is it just like on like the career, like on the Wabash website, like under careers? or
Yeah,
something? Okay.
yeah. It will be like it says intern in the bracket. So.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming. We'll see you at our spot over there.
I can pull up your slides.
Perfect. I got a couple of liters.
Yeah.
Feeling kind of weird all of a sudden.
Oh, are you okay?
Short of breath.
Okay. Do you need water or some food?
Well, everything there is all sugar. I can't eat it.
Okay. I can go grab you something to eat.
Okay. Anything protein's good.
Okay.
Hey, Chad.
Hey,
You doing good?
not sure yet.
Okay. Let me know. Because I can call paramedics if need be, man.
Yeah, I hope not.
Okay.
I don't know. It's fine. About a half hour ago.
Okay.
Started to feel a little, like almost woozy.
Okay. You mind if I call 911 just to make sure? Or you all right?
I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I've never experienced something like that before. So.
Okay. Because for us it's free. Like I am all for calling if needing help if need be. So just let me know. We got some water. We got some
Here's
stuff for you.
Velveeta, and then this has some protein in it, and then I grabbed you water.
Thank you.
as well.
Thanks. I'm diabetic too. So.
No, I saw when you were doing that. So
Yeah, this is not good. Sorry.
no, do not apologize. Do not
Don't
apologize.
worry.
You guys you're on in 10 minutes anyway, so it's not a big deal. And we can tell the students to wait and we can accommodate you a different hour if need be. Don't you worry.
Sooner the better.
Okay. Anything else? You need water? Anything like that? You all right for now? You're still feeling a little bit woozy. I can call, man. I want to make sure your health's the first priority.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I've never experienced this before.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, call.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do.
I'm getting shaky now.
Yeah.
If you need anything else, I can go grab that. Just let me know.
Okay.
Do you want to take a seat, maybe? You can sit down if you need that help.
I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's totally okay.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, you're speaking with Aditya Angar. Yes, it is A as in apple, B as in dog, I as in Eichleay, D as in Tom, H as in Henry, Y as in Yankee, A as in apple. It's Angar, I as in Eichleay, Y as in Yankee, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, A as in George, A as in apple, R as in Tom. Yes, that's correct. Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. You don't want to stay with them for a little bit. I will check with the carrier, and then I will get.
Can you tell them what doors come through?
Huh?
Do they know what doors come through?
Yes, they do. I let them know what room we're in. So we'll be right. I'll also let the students know, just like give us like a little bit of time, and then we can get started.
Okay.
You have a trash? Yeah, it's trash. Call the music, we're mobile.
Yeah. Need it just in case.
Hey, what are you doing? think I'm having a medical emergency. I'm at the Stewart Center, getting ready for my presentation. I'm just short of breath. Cold sweats to get shaky. I get paramedics are coming. So I don't know yet. It's the Stewart Center right now, but paramedics are supposed to be coming. Oh yeah, I got my insurance card. The Stewart Center? Stewart. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Okay, bye.
Is there anything I can get you while we're waiting?
I have no idea.
Do you need a code or a Gatorade or anything?
I'm diabetic. I really can't have Gatorade.
Okay. You can't have Gatorade. I think they're fucking Gatorade, so I think they're
This is embarrassing.
No, it's totally okay. I have my boyfriend's father is diabetic, so I completely understand.
I'm only 48 for God's sakes.
It's okay. Sorry. I completely understand.
Call Trista.
Do you have to contact anyone for you, or?
I've called my wife.
Okay, okay.
I'm having a medical emergency at Purdue, period. Paramedics are on the way, period. I don't know what to do yet.
Heather! So you think you're low?
It's just real shaky.
All right. Have you been able to check it yet?
129.
129? You mind if we check? Oh, never mind.
Sorry, guys.
No, you're fine. 129. What started first today?
I just feel like I get sick.
Okay.
I've been vaccinated. but I felt like I was gonna get sick. And then cold sweats.
You been sick or anything recently?
No. Well, yeah, I just got checked a few days ago.
For what?
COVID, just to make sure, because I'm in traffic.
Where have you traveled to?
Just Indianapolis. I mean,
Okay.
just
Nothing out of the country?
Yeah.
Not recently?
no, boring. I don't do that.
Any heart history at all?
Not yet.
Well, I'm buttoning a couple of buttons here, okay? Just want to stick some stickers on you, see what's going on, anything funky looking with your heart.
No fever at all?
I don't think so.
History of high blood pressure?
Can I see your other leg down here real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
A1C is usually around about 8.
And no heart history that you know of, correct?
High
Cholesterol?
Yeah, just all of a sudden, I felt fine this morning.
Are you having any pain anywhere?
No.
Are you short of breath?
Yeah.
Was that a sudden onset?
Yeah.
You a smoker?
On and off, not regular.
So you haven't been sick or anything recently?
Not right now. Kind of felt like garbage. A week ago, it was like a 24-hour thing.
Dispatch 1305.
Okay.
When I got tested, I was fine.
So what were you doing when this started? Just sitting here?
Well, I'm staying at the Hampton Inn.
Okay.
Just getting ready.
Okay.
And just something wasn't hitting right.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
I felt like I was gonna get sick.
Okay.
So.
Did you break out into a sweat then?
Once I got in the car,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's the heat,
Okay.
but just driving over here, I was like, start progressing. And then walking over here, I started getting shortness of breath.
All right. Well, how about we take you to the hospital to get checked out? I mean, it's totally your call. But I mean, obviously, you just don't all of a sudden get short of breath for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Any lung problems at all? Any asthma, COPD?
No.
Nothing. Okay.
I know I have a naturally high heart rate.
Okay.
Usually runs 104, so I can't get blood.
And at any time, did you have any pain anywhere? Okay. Any family heart history? Mom, dad, brother, sister?
My dad, my mom too.
Okay.
My dad died at 49 from heart attack.
From a heart attack? Okay.
Well, pull your shirt up here, okay? We're just gonna put some more stickers on you, take a little closer look at your heart.
Where are you from?
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. What hospital do you normally go to?
Okay.
Do you have a physician? What are they?
Yeah.
Are they IU based, Franciscan based, or independent?
They're through Anthem. Or Community South, I guess. Yeah,
Okay.
Community South. It's a hospital.
I'm sorry, sir. How old are you?
48.
Real still, okay.
Just real shaky. This is fun, right? What's my heart rate?
93. Is anything jumping out, really? I mean, our recommendation is you let's take you to the hospital and get checked out, okay? But, I mean, obviously you're,
I assume we're going local, right?
yes.
I didn't want to drive all the way to Minneapolis right now.
How do we get to that?
Okay. Alright, so he's gonna go get our cot and then we'll get you going, okay? What meds do you take?
They're all at the hotel.
Okay.
A whole array.
Okay. How are you doing right now at this moment?
Same, just short of breath.
Short of breath? Has that ever
Shaky.
happened to you before? Nothing like that?
I think I had an anxiety attack like 15 years ago. But
Did it mimic this at all?
yeah, but I'm cool. I got no issues.
Nothing? Okay.
Yeah, I need that here anyway.
Yeah. So as soon as he gets back up here, we'll get going. So your blood pressure is, minimally elevated.
I'm on 3 different cholesterol pills. I know
Okay.
that. Probably on blood pressure. Metformin. The usual suspect. There's like 6, I think.
Okay.
Jardians.
Any changes in your diabetes medication lately?
Not recent.
Okay.
Like I say, I'm taking a new cholesterol pill. I've been taking it for a couple of weeks.
What other questions, girls? Can you think of? What other things do you want to look for from what he's presenting with?
You guys want to do my presentation?
Did you eat anything this morning?
No, because I do a lot of intermittent fasting.
Okay.
But because I was getting kind of weird, I brought basically Slim Jims.
Snacks with you.
Yeah, they're all at the hotel. Just the influx of protein.
So did the nausea come on first, or did the shortness of breath?
Nausea.
Okay. Does it feel like it's hard for you to catch your breath?
My stomach's upset. It's like I'm dying for a cheeseburger. Honest to God.
Did you get dizzy, weak, or lightheaded?
Just real fatigued.
Real fatigued. Okay. And you only went to get COVID tested just because?
Because of travel. Yeah.
Okay.
It's negative. I've had the Johnson & Johnson.
Okay.
So, cards in my wallet.
Any family history of blood clots?
Well, my dad.
In their lungs at all?
Oh, not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, nothing hurts.
Okay. No calf pain?
No, but both my feet are hurt.
And I'm sorry, how did you say you were 46?
48.
48. Is there anything you need with you here to take? Or you just your bag?
Bag. This array of things. I should have that parking permit.
What else do you want in there?
This one you keep on me.
Are you still nauseated? Yeah. Okay. So what we'll do on the way over, I'll put an IV and we'll start some fluids, give you some Zofran for the nausea, okay?
Oh, my ride's here.
We're gonna leave this stuff on you. Just as soon as he gets over here, we'll step up. How do you feel standing up?
Funky.
Feels unsteady on your feet?
Yeah.
Are these your glasses?
Oh, yeah.
Is this yours too?
Yeah. Just one, two, Hi.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm Ryan Cement, so he's one of our speakers. You guys need anything from me? Obviously, I told the students that obviously ALTEC is not presenting. Do you guys need anything from me?
No.
I want to call 911. That's fine.
No.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
He's such a cool dude. I feel so bad for him.
Did he just have it pulled up? He had it on line drive.
Okay. Okay. Well, good. Thank you very much.
it?
Eichleay.
Eichleay, okay.
So I have a presentation on my laptop, but I couldn't find the link to upload.
Yeah, we can just plug your laptop into the HDMI, and then I can set the screen to laptop. So we are also live streaming this year for anyone who can't come in person or doesn't want to because of COVID. But all you'll do is plug into the HDMI.
Okay.
Or do you have a port for that? We might have
yes.
another. Yeah, so we'll plug into the HDMI, and then when you're ready to switch over, just press the laptop button.
Okay.
And then when we're ready to start, we'll press transition, and it'll go from the holding screen directly to your slideshow, so that anybody watching on our YouTube channel can also see the presentation.
Okay.
And we've got plenty of time to test that.
Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe my battery died. Is that turning off?
And then as far as everything else goes, all the students will be signing in for QR codes. I can shout that out, or you guys can. That'll give them to like a survey. That'll collect their first and last name, and they can upload their resume if they want. And then all that information will get sent to you for attendance tracking, and then also for contact tracing, just in case.
Can they sign up for tomorrow, like a time slot for tomorrow? Here?
They should be doing that through the app or the website.
Because it
I thought you guys
said-
were all booked.
Oh, okay. Well,
I
that's
thought.
good. This morning when I checked, I was gonna send something out, and I thought it said that it was gonna end at like 8 Eastern, like you couldn't sign up anymore.
Yeah, so tomorrow at 8 a.m. people are
Oh,
allowed
it's
to sign
tomorrow.
up for day.
Okay.
Yeah, for day
Okay,
of.
so today. Okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
let
I read
me,
it wrong.
Let me briefly check and see if you guys are fully booked or not.
Because we had to shift some people around because of COVID and.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it looks like you guys have 8 spots left.
Oh.
So you had 4 windows open. You guys have 4 people.
We have 3.
3 people?
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to delete the 4th.
Okay, after this, we can get you with our...
But I blocked out so nobody could get time slots.
Oh, okay.
So.
But yeah, you have 8 spots left on one of your windows. So you can shout that out, and people can...
Yeah, because we just added you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so people can sign up like right now, and then tonight.
Very you want me?
You'll be the finale.
Oh, I see the one now that you completely blocked off. Cool.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to delete it, so.
Yeah, the website's so finicky sometimes.
It's very odd.
Yeah, it's funny. We get recruiters who come in and they're like, "Oh, well, we like Simplicity better, or we like eRecruit, or there's so many different platforms nowadays."
Okay, so I do need to probably turn off like everything else that's going to alert on my computer. But okay, see, it's plugged in.
Hit laptop.
And then transition.
Yeah, I don't think those are touchscreen.
Oh.
And see, turn our. Go back to PC. Okay. Oh, we didn't plug in the HDMI.
Oh. I plugged in power, sorry.
No worries.
I had to get up at 3 this morning, so
Oh, gosh.
I may be a little off.
Is there coffee in that room over there?
There should be coffee in the room.
Do you have green tea matcha?
Wow, that beats me.
Yeah, I know.
So
But
try
I'm not.
hitting-
That's true. And I'm not one.
Try hitting transition.
It's on there.
Twice. We're see if we can get on the
Oh.
live stream. Yeah, just one more time. Okay. Do you mind if I?
Yeah,
try
go
for
ahead.
A minute.
So are students bringing
submitting resumes tomorrow, or are they being discouraged?
We haven't had a lot of clear message. We have discouraged people because they're supposed to be uploading them to Career Fair Plus, but we're not so much as policing them that we're going to like confiscate any we see. So are you able to access them all in Career Fair Plus?
Yeah, so we had our own form that we would use on our phones.
Okay.
But because of Career Fair Plus, it doesn't make sense to use both.
Okay.
So we're going to use Career Fair Plus, which it has the resume on there so we can look it up.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, like, we like our form because you just hit little boxes versus having to sit there and type. So you type really fast. I'm not there.
Okay. Yeah, some kids are gonna bring theirs, some aren't.
Okay. That's fine. Like, I did notice, like, some people that booked time did, and then others didn't. Seems like really hot. Let's get off. I need that, like, probably like one of those.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Is there a Wi-Fi we can get into here?
Oh.
Yeah, all the information will be in there. It should be pasted on.
So we are at 3:30. Oh, so we just have to do it. Okay, yeah, so that's really. Looks like some people dropped out.
Yeah, that happens every year.
Oh, that's good. See, when we did this before, we had like all the big oil companies,
Oh,
and we were
no.
like, nobody's gonna show up. At least there's a chance. People will show up today.
I think you guys are one of our big sponsors this year. So
Yeah.
when students log in on our side, every time you log in, one of the different sponsor companies are automatically pinned to the top of your screen. So I think I don't know how many we have for each day, but I know you guys work for the university day. There's
So
not all
do people
different
have to
seating.
book for this?
No, this is just show up. This if you can make it.
Okay, all right. All right, so,
So you're good to go on the
Good?
screen. Then.
okay, he's gonna fix that.
Yeah.
So what I thought I'd do is, I can do the introduction.
Yeah, our live stream screen is the live stream home screen.
And then whichever one of you wants to go.
Okay, so what you do, now it's the
and then
desktop.
Your story is good because we
And
need
so
to talk
then-
about
who is
the
this,
intern
sorry?
with us, Brad, and
Eichleay.
he brings a project leader today.
Oopsie.
Is-
Where did the flash? There's the flash drive. Live drive. There we are. Company slides. Who is it again?
Eichleay.
They have. Okay, then they just need to add their slides here.
Is this?
That's ours.
That's ours.
Yeah, you can plug this in and then pull the slides over and have them email you the slides.
Yeah.
But if you look like right now, our screen is live.
Okay.
So then I'm gonna click transition. Now our screen's not live.
So I go, I transition and then in display I go and I select their slides and that's all I need to do.
Yep.
And it'll link.
Once you transition, like
It'll
we're
be
live right now.
Okay,
You
cool.
know what I'm saying? But like no one's there right now. But yep. Cool.
We'll grab some water if you guys want. Anything?
I'll head over there with you, actually.
Yeah, New Orleans is bad, so I'm not sure. If we just watched the Saints game, it was in Jacksonville.
Oh, yeah.
The dome doesn't have electricity.
Really?
online.
Kristen, are you available? I just need 5 minutes.
And I can be as involved or as uninvolved if you want. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, I can just sit in the back corner and enjoy the show.
Okay, that's fine. You just tell us when it's go time.
Yeah, we try and start on schedule. Some companies will wait until like 3:35 to see if students are trickling in from class a bit late. It's pretty much fair game as long as you're out of the room by like 4:25ish at the latest.
Okay. Got it.
Cool.
Maybe I'll set a timer.
And I have it written down here. We have a room for overflow if you guys want to keep talking to students, or if like they bring resumes and you want to collect. Room 278, which is on this floor, it's just down the hall that way. And I can walk you to it if you lose the room for timing. But you're welcome to stay in that room and chat as long as you want with students. So.
I'm pretty sure it said you had to keep it on. I'll ask.
Elon, inside, yes. Fair mark.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what public speaking is about. It's like, I'm probably super people that hear you.
Well, even today getting the wrong car, the guy couldn't hear me. And I'm like getting closer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, this kind of defeats the whole purpose. Like, if I have to lean in to you.
Yeah, we have that problem, like, when we go through a refinery, like, we have ear protection and it's loud, like, the mess.
Yeah, can't hear.
Because you're just, like, leaning in each other's ears, like.
I mean, the fuck that door open. So I'm like leaning like he's like behind that black seat because he's like, he just couldn't hear.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, maybe. I just turned my phone off. But I have people that wasn't working on this. Yeah, for sure.
Do we have my coffee?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you where.
Oh, no, well, we went over there, and the coffee thing was gone.
Oh, it was just.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even there, I think they took it, so. It's okay.
Okay. That room will have dinner at 5:30, like Abby mentioned, or Ben mentioned before we get in, so we when you guys finish up, you're welcome to stick around and get a free one for the school. So.
Sweet. Like national security. Can I go sit in there? And she writes down, oh, I know her, and she gives this little book. And so like the doctor knew them outside of me, and so we're creeping out. Yeah. It's like 1-800. And then calls CIA. Something that's really odd too. What do you think? Really? Yeah, so I did look to figure out. Probably when you sign up for them, they already know about you. She said she was figured it out. She was figured out 14. Yeah, my friend too, they said they get, for some reason, know about them early, right? Like if they know multiple languages or like, yeah, they know. Yeah, because we're not starting, right? We just But are you? Oh, you need to think about it. Sorry. Cool. Open table out. It does. Oh, it's all good. Hey, I swing both ways. Yeah, well, that's what we're here for.
All right, everybody. I think we will go ahead and get started, and then as people enter, we can stick around too or meet with you after. Before we get started, just some quick introductions. So my name is Kristen Earhart. I'm the Managing Director of People. My role in the organization is over human resources, health and safety and compliance. And I have two team members with me today. I'll let them introduce themselves before we get started.
Hello, my name is Elon Ezra. I'm a process engineer, and I've been with Eichleay for just over a year now. I graduated from Purdue in 2020 last year. So.
All right, hi, I'm Jennifer Green. I'm a project manager with Eichleay, and I've been there for going on 9 years.
Thank you. And Elon actually did an internship with Eichleay and then came on board as an engineer. So he will be somebody, you'll have plenty of time to interact with us. This is meant to be very interactive. We are a mid-sized, privately held company. So you not only will you get to interact with us today, but if you choose to join Eichleay, you also get to interact with senior leadership, including the CEO. So to get us started, so that, I guess, how many, by show of hands, how many people were familiar with Eichleay before coming to today's presentation? Okay, all right, good. All right, that's great. So we are privately held, as I mentioned. The company has headquarters in California, but we are growing. Part of our strategy is to diversify the company, not just geographically in the West. So we're looking at states like Utah, Arizona, Colorado, but we've also expanded into Montana and Washington State. So the company focuses on what I would like to say is small to mid-sized type projects. These are typically complex process industries. So it could be everything from oil and gas to, we have done salmon farms in the desert. It is quite a variety of different projects that we've been involved with. I think right now we're talking with a company that does chocolate. So Gallo is one of our clients. Genentech, if you're familiar with them, they are also one of our clients. So a very diversified portfolio of work. And then as I mentioned, we're also looking to diversify geographically. So we're about close to 300 employees currently. We are made up of several different disciplines of engineering, which I'll cover. You see them on the screen. Oops. It's not, sorry, I'm going the wrong one. So everything from architecture through instrumentation. We have opportunities on the chemical side. Typically, our chemical engineers will go into process engineering, and then they can decide to go either on a technical path or they can go into project management. So in the world of biopharmaceuticals, for example, those are typically, a lot of the PMs come from a process background, so having chemical engineering degrees. Some of our clients, so this is just a representation, but we are also now expanding into renewables. We were just awarded a project with renewable, I guess they're gas stations. So there'll be hybrid gas stations that we're going to be starting here pretty soon. And then, as I mentioned, our office location. So it's interesting, since the pandemic, we've kind of shifted gears. So we used to have a very large presence in our office. But with the pandemic, things have shifted. We're more of a hybrid model. So some of our geographical locations actually have a preference of working in the office. So for example, in Billings, Montana, they love going into the office. Whereas in Concord and in Westminster in California, you have really bad traffic. And so there's more of a preference to have a bit of a hybrid model where you could work in the office or work remote. And then Washington, I would say, is probably our most blended. So we do have people that work out in the field that want to be on a facility, and then we have people working from the office. So going forward as a company, our plans are not to have one size fits all. It's going to be a hybrid model, and obviously with the pandemic, there's still a lot of things going on. So before we get into more of the discussion for the individuals I brought to talk to you today, I just want to share a few more things with you about the company. So I joined the company over 5 years ago. At the time, we were just in California. So the company is in a bit of a growth mode. We have what's called an engineering professionals group, emerging professionals group, which is kind of like a graduate program at our company. When I first joined, it was a very small group. It started to grow. We have had setbacks with the pandemic. So we're trying to learn now how to work virtually and get back to those in-person events. So while the company has no desire to have people required to go into an office per se, we do see a lot of importance for having in-person interactions, particularly having people joining our company, getting to work with, whether it's a senior engineer or a project manager, going on to a facility. So the team has committed to me, so all of our leadership has committed that if you choose to come with us and do whether it's internship or graduate, you will go on site a facility and you will meet our CEO. I've already committed him to lunch next summer. He already knows it might be multiple lunches, but you will have that interaction because we're a family-run company and it's important for us to have a connection with you. The other thing that you can expect is every other weekend will be a 3-day weekend. We work what's called a 9/80 schedule. So you work 9 hours Monday through Thursday, Friday you have 8 hours, and then the next Friday you have off. So you get to have a little bit of fun too. So long weekends, not Monday through Friday. If you want to work Monday through Friday, we have that schedule too. And then other than that, we're very focused on technology. So we are starting to implement new technology. We use Teams, Microsoft, but that is also a commitment for our CEO to make sure that we don't fall behind. Even though we're a mid-sized company, we do compete with all of the larger firms. So that, I'm going to turn it over just maybe to Elon to talk a little bit about internship as well as life at Eichleay now. But please, this is meant to be interactive. So if you have questions, just raise your hand because I can't see your mouths with the masks on. And then we'll have Jennifer talk a little bit about project management.
Sure. So, yeah, so I interned at Eichleay summer of 2019. Pretty much spent the summer there and worked on a pretty big project with Chevron El Segundo, so one of the big refineries down in Southern California. Very hands-on, worked with the process group. Got to design some relief valves, size some vessels and stuff like that. Really process-heavy stuff. So yeah, I couldn't have really asked for more. I've done other internships, places like in the plant, in a lab, and I really liked the design side of things. So that's kind of why I chose to stick with Eichleay. And yeah, designing the actual equipment rather than figuring out how to operate it and the best way to, operate the equipment. So yeah, that was a little bit about the internship. I don't know, I'm happy to answer any questions, but yeah, then after that, I decided to come on board full time right after I graduated, 2020. That was also kind of an odd time because, that's right in the middle of the pandemic. And so I started working from home. And so, yeah, it was as bad as I thought it would have been. It was like excellent. People were always ready. You have the teams always on your side. People are available. You call them with any questions. Because like I'm a new engineer. I don't know anything about what's going on. Like I know the basics from school, but the real world is a lot more complicated. So yeah, a very knowledgeable team able to help me really whenever I could. And now I'm kind of, getting more on my own and doing some projects on my own. So yeah, that's a little bit about me and my experience with Eichleay. I don't know if anyone has any questions for me or wants to know a little bit more about my experience or, yeah, I don't know. Cool. Jennifer?
You guys are very typical for our emerging professionals program. I have such a hard time getting questions.
Was it a big transition from, I guess, being a through engineering into what that design role, or was it pretty seamless?
I would say it's definitely the most applicable to my courses than my other internships. I have definitely used a lot more of my coursework here at Eichleay than at a plant, for example. The design principles are kind of like what you're taught in school. Whether it's like a heat exchanger or whatnot, like that's kind of exactly what you learn in school. So yeah, it was pretty easy, I would say. The fundamentals kind of are still there, but the little details is kind of where the experience comes in, and where you need the help from more experienced engineers.
How many people in here are looking for an internship? Raise your hand. Okay, and then the rest of you, okay. Very good. So we did post our entry-level graduate, but the internship will go up tomorrow. So we will have both positions, both types of positions available.
Is there a job ID associated with that, or just sort of entry-level graduate?
There is. I want to say, I could be wrong. It's like 10000176, and the other one's 177 maybe.
I think it's 1000171.
Oh, okay, then I'm back. I'm wrong. I look at too many job numbers, so thank you. Yeah, we were placing them, but I couldn't remember which one I was looking at. Oh no, 176, 177 is an instrumentation designer. Never mind, you're right. But yeah, the internship will go up. We'll have it up by tomorrow before the career fair starts. We'll be opening up for both types of roles, all engineering disciplines. Primarily, we do have a bit of heavy process work, so process mechanical, we'll be looking for people that are interested in maybe diversifying their mechanical experience. So we do a lot of HVAC work, but then also we find that it's helpful to do some rotation sometimes into piping and then in other elements of mechanical. Because mechanical can get very niched to where you find people go either fixed equipment or rotating. So getting you a little bit of experience early on helps you kind of decide if you want to stay more versatile or if you want to go in one area. And then electrical, we can always use electrical engineers. And civil structural, we do a heavy amount of work on the structural side. Yes.
So I'm working with oil and gas, specifically on my providers. Is Eichleay brought in as like a third-party contractor to conduct these projects, or on-site full-time?
Yeah. So and with some of them, we do what's called program management, and Jennifer can probably talk about it from the project management standpoint. But we basically manage a balance of portfolio work, and so all the projects come to us in that regard, and she can talk a little bit about that. And then there's others where it is very project, like we go out and we bid for it, or we're one of the preferred vendors, and they just use, we say people like to work with us, so we usually get to work.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay.
What kind of projects would electrical engineers work on?
I actually think I think it's a really great time for us in electrical because we are getting into renewable and we're going to be power engineers. We're doing a lot of we're bidding a lot of PV work, solar work. So I think it's a really good time right now for electrical. But definitely, you know, at least with the oil and gas sector, which is, you know, most of my experience, you know, everything that you find in a refinery or industrial plant, instrumentation, electrical, you know, they have their own mini substations. There's definitely great opportunity for electrical engineering.
And on the facility side, it could be some of these small projects with lighting. Like it's all across the board. So the projects are very different, and you can really work. You don't have to stay in one area. So if you really want to be in oil and gas, you can, but you're not required to be in that. There's people that work on both sides in different industries.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer. Thank you for coming and thank you for showing interest in Eichleay. I'm going to give you a little bit of background of what it's actually like to work at Eichleay, right? So I'll give you a little bit of history about myself first. I am a civil structural licensed engineer in California. So I started in engineering. So I was an engineer, I was a designer, kind of been through all of that. And I started with utility work and infrastructure, and then just over time got into the oil and gas sector. And then eventually I made the choice, you know, when you're engineering, you can either continue down engineering path or you come to a point where you can decide you want to go into project management. So I have worked for very large companies before. Some you probably have been to their presentation, you've heard of big names, right? I worked for a few of them. And great companies, right? But there's a reason why I've been with Eichleay for 9 years, okay? Very special, unique company, okay? Very old family-run company. Like Kristen said, George Eichleay, who's the president, he's like, what, the third or fourth generation? Fifth generation, okay. We don't spend too much time in the office now, but when we were, George's office is down the hall, okay? Run into him at the cafeteria, he's paying for lunch for him. Very nice guy, very approachable. I'm older than him, okay? He's very, very accessible, and that's really neat, because you don't see that at big companies, right? I mean, there's very many levels of management. So I think that was one of the things that I really liked about Eichleay. Let's see, what else? So there's different business sectors we work with. Obviously, I'm more focused on oil and gas. So we do mining, we do beverages like wine. We do a lot of wine. Napa's 30 minutes away from our Concord office, by the way. We do work in wineries, we do facilities, so biotech, right? And one thing I like about Eichleay is you can move around pretty easily. Say you're assigned to an oil and gas project, you're just wasn't your thing, right? You say, hey, I want to get on something over here in facilities, no problem. Like, we're really flexible like that. And also too, what we see is like, we know industries kind of move up and down, right? So maybe oil and gas work is really low, then you can kind of move over to another sector that you're interested in. Like Kristen said, we're focusing a lot on renewables right now, which is really great, right? I mean, everyone's moving towards renewables. So a company that has a really strong history in oil and gas, it's amazing for us to be, okay, now we're gonna like switch gears, kind of focus on something new for everyone, right? So those are some things that I really, really like about Eichleay. And also too, like I said, there's not a lot of layers of management, so there's a lot of opportunity. If you decide, hey, you know, I want to try project engineering out, or I want to try project management, you know, you don't need to go through several layers of, you know, approvals and process and all that. They're really flexible. That's what I think is great. Even to move between offices too, right? I actually do a lot of work in Southern California. So I'm in Northern California, Concord. Sometimes I go down to Southern California. So I think it's really great. And as far as for women in engineering, I will tell you right now, for my specific oil client, all of our project managers right now are all women, okay? So we're doing really well. My immediate boss is a woman and our engineering director is a woman. So I think George has made a real commitment to diversify. So let's see what else I want to say. There's so many things I want to say. Does anybody have any questions so far? I could just like ramble on. Yes.
So you mentioned that Eichleay is based out of California, Washington, and Montana. So I know a lot of oil and gas refineries are located in that area. Are there any projects available on the southern part of the country, the Texas, Louisiana area?
Okay, so we have been bidding on, especially the renewable projects in those areas. Like in Arizona, we're looking at mining projects right now. Typically, we stay on the West Coast, but we are looking to grow into, I believe, say Colorado, Arizona.
So, yeah, so we're staying on the West. I'm actually from Louisiana. And one of the reasons why we don't play in the Gulf Coast is there's so much competition. And we feel like we're not going to be the cheapest company on the block. We're focused on quality and relationships. And so there's so much in that market sector in the Gulf Coast that we haven't gone there. But to her point, like if there is a need for a client, it doesn't prohibit us from doing that. We're trying just to focus to where we can get to the client. So we want to have like the hub in like the Salt Lake City and spokes going out to where we can have that in-person relationship with our clients and have a presence. Because a lot of these larger, and I came from a large organization, a lot of the larger companies don't have that physical presence where they can have your top leadership. I mean, to get George Eichleay Jr., like he would come here if I asked him. I mean, that's how accessible this guy is. So that is important in front of your clients because when you're working with a client, they typically don't get that with the other companies, right? They're going to get somebody in that comes in and talks to them. But if Jennifer needed George to come and talk to one of our clients, he would. Like he's a big selling point for a lot of us at the company.
Really smart guy, not just, you know, the boss and son. Very smart, Stanford graduate, very easy to talk to, willing to listen to any issue. Doesn't matter if you're just got hired 6 months ago or if you're a 25-year IP employee. So that's really important. Just to give you a little, you asked about project, I will tell you, so we have very different, we offer very different programs, just depending on what the client wants. Some want seconded people, so we could put a team right there on site and they just answer and work directly for the client. Some scenarios, we do all our projects, you know, all the design, engineering work in-house, and then we just kind of work with the client, you know, we go back and forth, right? So it just depends on what the client wants. Some want them to be right there with them, you know, and sometimes they don't want to provide offices for everyone or whatever. So then we just stay in the office. But yeah, we have a lot of different types of ways that we service a client, right? Sometimes we get a call, they want an electrical engineer for a special project for 4 months or whatever. So we do a lot of that.
Thank you.
Yes?
In terms of internships for graduate students, are there opportunities within the product management or project management?
Sorry, I have and also math.
So in terms of opportunities, as an internships for graduate students, are there opportunities within project management?
For an intern? Yes, absolutely. So this is awesome. Last time we had the question was about internships and opportunities at project management. So last time we had an intern in the office. He was assigned to me for a few weeks. I took him with me to all the project management meetings. I took him with me to see the client. Not that he had to have a really active role, but I wanted him to experience all the different things that we do, not just purely engineering and design. And that's because he expressed interest in that. It wasn't forcing anything that he didn't want to do, right? So yeah, you get a lot of exposure to different things, especially as an intern, yeah. it's a great opportunity.
I will say on internships, so the head of engineering has requested that we try to identify people that are interested in being at least in the vicinity of the office locations that we have, so that we can have in-person interaction with you. We discussed whether or not just to be fully virtual or hybrid, and we decided no, we really want that in person. So when you think about that in the locations, I will say if you have any ties of family in California, like Elon did when he interned with us, that's helpful because think about short-term housing, that can be difficult as well. Whereas other areas, Washington, well maybe not Washington and Billings, may be a little bit easier to get short-term housing, but keep those things in mind when you're considering internships too.
Yeah, I will add that our Concord office is, like I said, 30 minutes from Napa and about 30 minutes to San Francisco. So a lot of fun happening there. Our Westminster office, if you're not familiar with it, it's in Orange County. Disneyland is down the street, so.
Airbnb, that's what I call it.
Do the different types of, do the different locations have an impact on like types of projects you'd be doing, like different industries you'd be serving?
Yes, that has been the case so far. I mean, they were opened with that purpose, like our Billings office kind of started with the oil and gas companies that are in there. But what we found, especially with COVID, right, we're utilizing people. So, you know, maybe our Concord office is short with structural engineers, and hey, we have a structural engineer in Billings, he's interested in working on this project in California. So we do cross projects sometimes, but yes, there is always like a big client usually that we have. But we've been doing better diversifying clients. So.
And we've tried to focus on being location agnostic. So for example, we have a Chevron Richmond program in the Bay Area, and the program manager is based in Billings, Montana. Okay.
Yeah.
So as long as you're willing to travel with the company, you know, to go see clients, you don't have to be in a certain location to service certain clients. But obviously the closer you are proximity, it makes it just easier, right? You're there, you're available. And then travel's been a little funky, but the flights, but yes, we're trying to get to where it's just location agnostic. We could be anywhere. I mean, I've been doing HR for this company out of Louisiana for over 5 years now. California HR, which is completely different. But, you know, it's possible. I was like the first virtual employee of the company. And since before COVID, I think we were up to like 10 to 15. Before COVID even happened. We had designers that, we had one, was working on Chevron Richmond, and he, unfortunately, lost his brother, and he wanted to go raise his nephews and nieces, and he wanted to move to Texas, and he didn't think he could stay with us, and I probably jumped the gun. I was like, well, of course you can, and then I went down to the office to ask George. I said, I mean, that's okay, right? Like, and he's like, yes, absolutely, because we're a family-run company. I mean, our CEO has, you know, a 9 and a 10-year-old, and he has no intention of selling it. He said one day if those boys want to run the company, they will have it. It is truly a family-run organization. So, you know, people, if they have things happen to them, like in this gentleman, and he's a piping designer. No one in this company ever heard of like letting a piping designer go virtual, remote. I mean, this wasn't even an engineer. Yep, we did, and he's still with us.
We actually have a couple now, Kristen.
Well, then we have more.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, in Texas, yeah.
He was the second one, and I literally told him yes, and then forgot to ask George, and I was like, oh, sorry. I just assumed because I was.
You know George will say yeah.
He said yes, so.
But yeah, when we're finding with COVID too, I mean, everyone's working virtually right now, and it seems to be working, you know. I think everyone just kind of, you know, we're making things work, right? So, and we've been successful too, yes.
So, I'm also a civil engineer, and so I would just like to know a little more about the construction side, or the civil or just construction management, what type of opportunities you guys have, and then what kind of skills are you guys looking for?
Great. I love that question, since I'm a civil structural engineer. Okay, so I will tell you that we do have construction management, by the way. I don't know if that was in the slide, but we do have, we're trying to grow our construction management group. But I will say, like, engineers in general, what we're trying to do is also focus on having the engineers get to the field. Like, it's very important. We don't want you to just be behind the computer the whole time and in your cubicle in your office. Okay, we want to really focus on that. So you have plenty of opportunity to go out in the field and see what you design, where there might be issues and where you could do better, or what works and what doesn't, right? That's so important. You have to see the result of what you've designed, right? So as far as projects, right, we have the typical, especially in oil and gas and industrial, right? So we do a lot of very typical, like foundations for heavy equipment. There is some greenfield areas, which I mean like newer areas that it's gonna need utility, it's gonna need, roads, retaining walls, stuff like that. So we do have plenty of civil and structural work, actually really heavy structural work, because we get these huge pieces of equipment in, right? That's just to name a few things. I wouldn't say so much civil, like grading and stuff like that. There's a little of that, but I would say mostly you'll see like the heavy equipment come in that you'll have to, work on. But with the renewable projects that we're bidding, we expect there to be plenty of civil, like true civil work. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a civil engineer that he would always joke with me. He was like the sewer guy. And I said, you just can't, like, if you're doing projects and you're kind of getting pigeonholed as like, oh, go to this person because, they're doing all the sewer projects. And it's not glamorous, right, sewer projects. So you just need to speak up. And so he did, and they started giving him other work. But, they're small to mid-sized projects. So I try to tell everybody, if you're doing something maybe it's like your favorite project in the whole world, it's going to end, and you're going to have different projects. So you're not stuck with it for eternity. But certainly if you do feel like you're getting into a spot where people keep handing you like a sewer project and you're just over it, just speak up. And because sometimes everybody's just busy and it has not work. But the company does have a lot of flexibility. And we do try to work with you. And I know our head of engineering, she's trying to do some development programs now. And even putting a little bit more formalization around the internship program for next summer.
Yeah, we do a lot of steel work as well, right? Pipe racks and stuff like that. We even, a couple years ago, I was on a project where we designed a stack, a furnace stack. So it was 300-foot stack. We had the opportunity to climb it. I didn't do that myself, passed on that, but it was an exciting job. Yes.
I'm a chemical engineer with concentration in pharmaceuticals, and I know you mentioned biopharm a little bit, so
yes.
What kind of opportunities do you have with that type of stuff?
Oh, wow, I wish Summer was here so she could tell you more about that. But we do work with a lot of the bigger pharmaceutical companies.
I noticed like Bayer.
Like Bayer, Gilead, right? Genentech.
A lot of them get bought and acquired. The names change quite a bit. But that started, I would say that side of our business started growing. That and food and beverage, and with the pandemic, were the two sectors that started taking off when oil and gas was kind of slowing down. And that's why we like to be diversified, as to whether, when you have those volatile changes in markets. But the projects that they're doing, they're typically heavy process, fermentation, just trying to remember all the terminology. I'm oil and gas, I'm an ex-big company oil and gas person. So I'm learning all the terminology with it, but anything that you can do that's like process related. And so they're working with the companies like to either expand the lines, or it could be new lines as well. So we've been talking about working with smaller companies that are just startups and kind of help them with the execution of making whatever it is that they're making. So we can do greenfield, we can do brownfield work, but in California, a lot of the work, the structure's already there. So it's revamped and things of that nature. But as we're expanding and as
Like I know in Texas, there's been some pharma work as well. I think we'll creep into that sector only because that's where the industry is going, so.
Yeah. And we do everything, I mean, engineering, all of from engineering to construction, so.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't.
Conceptual.
Construction management.
Yeah.
But yeah, from beginning to end. Right. When we do, our process engineers, we have some really great process engineering team.
We do, we have people like Elon.
Yeah, and really, yeah. Yeah, we can tell you about that. Also, too, we've had a couple people leave and try something else. Like, I know someone wanted to go into like, is it a CBD kind of industry, do some process stuff. And someone else wanted to do something else. And they ended up coming back. We're like, I like that idea. It just has a good vibe, a good culture.
And they brought their company as a client now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so you'll find if you come to the organization, you leave, one, I'm never leaving you alone. Because if you're a good employee, I'm going to keep on you. And this particular person, I think I like kept touching him, and I was like, hey, if you ever want to come back, because he went to the food sector, and he got some experience, he wanted to come back, and so we didn't even have a position open, and we basically created something that we knew he would enjoy, that he would excel in, and then he brought the company he left. They came over, they're coming over as a client, I think they're bidding it right now, so.
And also to that point as well, you know, if you're really good and good team player and you're good at what you do, George is going to take care of you. Okay, so you know, with COVID, there's downturn, and there's usually, you know, the industry is usually cyclical, right? I worked for the big companies, and I've seen them just like, we're going to cut 300 engineers, boom, like we're slow, right? In my experience with Eichleay, as long as you're a good employee, George will keep you. Like, he'll take care of you. And if you're a valuable employee, you don't have to worry, right? I mean,
We had a
we've
huge cut to our revenue with the pandemic, and I think it dropped like 40% of what was anticipated for the end of the year. We did not cut 40% of our workforce. We held on to every single person we could. Now, did we have reductions? Yes, but they were extremely small in nature, and that benefited us because when the market started turning back around, we still had all of our employees. We're not experiencing like our competitors having 17% turnover rates. No, we're like maybe under 5% right now. It's unheard of in our market. So there is a sense of loyalty to the company, and people do genuinely. I mean, I can talk about it. She could talk about it all day. We could all tell you how much we enjoy it, but it has to be the right fit for you too.
Any more questions? Yes.
I know you talked about like when they expand new like sectors. Is it mostly like the employees going out and talking with new companies, or how do you kind of bring in like, clients?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Good question.
So historically, we've never had business development, ever, in this company. It's nearly 150 years old. It's kind of crazy. Fifth generation, 150 years old, and no business development. When we went through the pandemic, our CEO decided to do a complete reorg, which was also kind of frightening because so much change, right, going on. But what he did was he created a business development team. It's a very small team that's kind of concentrated on building out the business for the company because everything was word of mouth that was coming in. And so we decided to kind of put a little emphasis in it, and now we're starting to see rewards. So all the changes that we made where nobody was making crazy changes like this, now we're starting to see those rewards come in. So we're getting more bids. We're getting, I think you're telling me in the car, you were just like hit with all sorts of proposals.
Oh, yeah. With renewables that are coming in.
Renewable proposals coming in. Like we decided to target that. We originally we were targeting mining and minerals. And so as a leadership team, we continue to meet on strategy. And we just met in July, and we said, you know what, like mining and minerals, it's still a focus, but this renewables is now taking off. So while the company can shift gears very easily, we're very agile. So unlike where we have to answer to a bunch of shareholders and we make a decision, okay, we're gonna do this. If we see that what we decided isn't working, we can easily shift gears and get back on track. And it's been really nice because we're starting to see the rewards of that now. And the clients, we haven't lost any of our clients. So the clients have stayed with us. They're coming to us for more business because we were able to keep our people. We're not seeing the attrition that the other companies are seeing. So as far as the expansion of the company, I mean, George is also conservative, so he's going to do it where it makes sense. But we're not going to get crazy and go acquire a company that we've never heard of or that would put us at risk. So it's conservative growth. And I think he told me if I get 5 people in any location, if we want to open up an office, we can. Like, he will back it. He will support, like, ideas, which is also a part of it. And a lot of stuff.
Just to give you another idea about the opportunity. So I'm not in business development. I'm a project manager, right? One of the business development people know that I have a strong background in solar, which I don't do at Eichleay, but I have it on my resume, right? And they came to me and said, hey, I'm meeting with this company, why don't you come along? And, you know, we can talk solar, blah, blah, blah. So then the company just like loved us. I helped them put a proposal together. I'm not a proposal manager, but I've done plenty of proposals. But it's just, you know, if you have a relationship with someone as well, like if you worked for a client and you developed a good relationship and they come to you and say, hey, you know, we have this other project coming, you think Eichleay would be interested? Yeah, that's perfect. So it's not so structured.
No, even the HR manager brought in a client. So I brought in one of my former clients that was Australian, that operations in the US, and they're one of our clients now. So it's hard. Like I try to tell people, nobody says no. Like if you ask, if you want to be involved, you can. But it is also very entrepreneurial. So if you're looking, I do try to tell people, like, it is not, if you're looking for the big company structure, and I'm going to start here, and I'm going to do all these things to get to the next level, and I'm going to follow this exact path, we may not be the best company for you, because you need to think about those things. But if you're open to, with small projects, there's lots of change all the time. So that's why we have to shift kind of quickly. We do have a lot of the programs and things in place that are like big companies, but you'll tell we are different from that respect. So even though we've been in business for a long time, not everything is structured. We're big into innovation. We like creativity. We like versatility. It's kind of like the sky's the limit. But to Jennifer's point, I mean, this is perfect time to join. Like, we're in growth mode. This is when you want to get on board with a company.
Yeah. We have a good, well, we're starting the mentorship program back up, right? So,
yes. I do feel like some of our programs probably suffered through the pandemic because we're so used to, like she said, you'd walk by George in the hallway or you'd see him like grabbing a sandwich, you pick up your lunch. We don't have that right now. We have been using like Teams. We've been doing video for a long time, but it's not the same. So we're trying to find opportunities to do that in person. We just did a picnic up in Washington with our employees where they could all socially distance outside. But we are missing that. And there was a group that had Eichleay Adventures. Maybe you remember this.
Eichleay Adventures, yeah.
I'm not very adventurous, but, and they would do like, I don't know, hiking and sports. We had softball teams. So we're trying to get that going again.
And also too, to add, we have a good balance. So, you know, we have some people that have been around a long time, very experienced engineer that you're going to learn a lot from, all the way down to maybe like mid-level person to like a new grad. I think we have a great balance. Any other questions? Yes.
So you mentioned a mentorship program. What exactly does that entail at Eichleay? Is there bringing it back?
Yeah, so depending on what your interest is, you could be paired up with a senior engineer and they can help you go through what your career goals are and just kind of guide you. And actually I had a mentee and I mean, she came to me with everything. Like, what do you think about this project? She was civil structural engineer and she even came to me with technical things. Like, what do you think about this? And it's just, they're just there to help you along. right? Especially if you're a new grad, right, and you're just getting into this career world. But it's mostly aimed to help you achieve your overall career goals. Yeah.
And it's routine interaction, and then if the person that you get matched up to is not either the right fit, or there's somebody else that you think would be a better mentor, again, there's flexible. There's nothing is set in stone with this company, don't buy. We're just trying to make sure it's the right options for you, and that we're helping you achieve what the goals are that you set. And so the company does give a goal every year. So this year was on one Eichleay. So we're trying to operate cohesively as one company while we diversify whether it's geographically or in the markets for this year. Any more questions? I you guys have questions, but
Do you sponsor work visas?
do we sponsor work visas? So we have not done like H-1B. No, so today we have not. But I will say when I joined 5 years ago, we didn't have any visas. Now we do have TNs, and we are looking at green cards, so permanent visas or permanent residency for those that have been with us. But I don't know that, because everything we do is billable to the client, we work in a billable environment. I don't know on the front end if we'll ever get to hiring under an H-1B, just because of it's a lottery system. But once people are employed with us, we will consider green cards. Any other questions? Thank you very much for all of you coming.
Thank you for
taking all the questions. I was going to pick on a few of you that didn't ask, but that's okay. Get you out of your comfort zone.
By the way, you guys have a beautiful campus. This is the first time I've been here. Really nice.
Were you able to walk through the engineering mall area? Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you have a chance to go there, go over near the console.
Yeah.
It's like the,
Oh
that's what I'm
yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Where are you from in Louisiana?
Near Baton Rouge.
Okay.
Are you
so
familiar?
Yeah, I worked in Lake Charles this past summer with Phillips 66.
Okay.
At one of at their Lake Charles refinery. So that's why I was wondering what sort of projects and all that would be present in that Texas, Louisiana area. So.
Yeah, so let me give you my card.
course.
If you're interested in working in that area, I have a deep network in that area. We're not great.
Do you mind if I leave a copy of this with you?
Hi, Brendan Sheeran, the senior chemical engineer.
Cool.
I was just kind of wanted to ask you a little more about your internship. Specifically, like, you mentioned you did plant budget for doing your Eichleay situation.
Yes.
And I was kind of wondering how those two compare, because I know you said you like the design aspect of one.
Yeah, so my,
And then they sold off all the pieces. And then I left Marley for several years, so like globally. And then decided I just wanted something I thought was going to be easy. I went and did my own thing. Consultants, and we have companies like Burma for my clients, like Pivot Lemon. And then Eichleay was a client. And their CEO just convinced me I wanted to go work there. And I thought it was going to be, I told him it was supposed to be an easy job for me, going from global. No, California, HR. They're crazy.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, they have questions that come
I tell
to
them, like, if you want, like, the personal, every there's some mid-sized companies like Cargo.
To me, it was like,
Afton, I know a lot of people are into those, if you're interested. But Afton's owned by
so I
Venture
really
Capital.
like
So they're gonna sell it.
the whole design.
And Merger's just gonna
So that's
be like, right there. They did, Cargo, they just went through some.
It was really
This
cool.
owner is just not very.
Because I had no idea how to get it. So
I'm also
so it was a really nice, like,
I'll be back.
Yes.
I
did last week.
I'll be there. I'll swing by. No problem at all. Have a good day. It was nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay, so nice to meet you. Sujal?
So that's kind of what two.
All right.
Thank you, you too.
And then when I did this,
Hi.
oh, yeah, I'll talk to you. I want to talk to him because
I know.
he's a little way different because I was like with the team, right? Well, I'm from the same area because he said he's from Concord. I was born in like Lafayette.
Oh,
so-
he's from SoCal.
Oh, really?
But yes, we love people from California because we have housing.
Well, currently Sacramento with my aunt family lives in Concord area along the creek. So, but yeah, just wanted to. I'm applying for full-time after college. I'm a mechanical engineer.
When are you graduating?
I'm graduating in May. Last summer, I worked at Eastman Chemical, so it seemed very applicable. When you talk about relief valves and devices, that's kind of exactly what I worked on. So one of my bigger projects was when we designed plants at Eastman Chemical, we have to model different temperature pressure valves along that we built on the flanges on the same pipe, and measure flow rates, pressures and temperatures, anything. And one of our biggest issues was that when we would build these plants, we manually designed each valve based on the specifications that were on the valve, but this was too time consuming, and when we errors, because people get the valves, they buy a valve from a company that makes valves, they wouldn't update the design in our 3D design of the plants, and it would create a clash. If you have a valve and right next to it like a steel beam, you can't take the valve out eventually for maintenance. So I create a parametric design where we would it's like one size, it's like a jack of all trades where you plug it in, and it had only 4 dimensions. The whole point was just model enough space during construction that it would take enough space in the design that you could take it out for maintenance later and not interfere with any other objects in the plant. And I connected it to our instrumentation and catalog, so when someone clicked and attached, say I want this valve to this tag number, it would automatically update it in our 3D design.
Oh, wow. So our mechanical, we have a couple of mechanical, just semi-mechanical. So the guy that's over kind of like this HVAC, he's based in Concord. So he has volunteered to take all interns and grads like out to site once they start with us. And then we have another like I guess more heavy industrial out of Montana, but he's from California. So it moves him and his, well, I guess they're partners. I don't think they're married, but yeah, we recruit everybody. So like I recruited his girlfriend.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Brenda.
Found out he was mechanical. I was like, oh, I'll recruit you too. So she leads our program.
Awesome. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. I actually did HVAC. How's it going?
Well, that's why I saw it. Let me give you my card.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just a little curious. I'm still kind of evaluating like if I want to do a process R&D and stuff. So like,
I was actually
what
companies
just like average day like is like a process.
Sure. So
Yeah. So what's nice.
there's a lot of so.
post that side? I don't need left.
I'll be right back with that.
Thank you very much for bringing it.
Front row.
Just gonna big box. It's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If we have the point of this, we can move a little bit closer.
Interesting.
Always a great time to test new electronics. I think this violates one of the rules that we went through for the orientation.
Yeah. Would be nice. Okay.
And there's batteries. That's always a good sign. Oh, it works.
It
Cool.
works. Awesome. Okay.
All right, I've got a couple minutes. He's a motivational speaker. Some jumping jacks. Back in the day, Chris, I don't know if you remember, you guys had ever seen Chris Farley for Saturday Night Live back in the day? So, yeah, he weighed like 400 pounds. He was the motivational speaker, living in the van down by the river.
Sign in with the QR code at the end of each table.
Those kids don't end up like me, living in the van down by the river. Okay. Well, great.
So hopefully everybody can hear with the masks on. So can you hear me in the back? Hopefully okay? Okay, great. Thank you. Well, awesome. Well, thank you all for coming. And it's really a great opportunity to talk to you about not only Avient, but about two of our key leadership development programs, our co-op program and our full-time engineering leadership development program. So we'll go through introductions here in a second, but just wanted to thank you all for coming. And once we get through the material, we'll have plenty of time at the end for questions, answers, or if there's some other questions we want to cover afterwards as well, we can certainly do that too. So with that, we'll go through just some quick intros. So I'm Mitch Kaminsky. So I've been with Avient for 23 years. So I'm our global director for manufacturing improvement. So I work for our corporate operations group and then work with all of our global plants. We've got over 100 across the world, and work with our sites and site leaders around best practices and projects. So in addition to that responsibility, I also have responsibility for our co-op program and then oversight for our engineering leadership program as well. So it's a great opportunity to be able to talk to prospective students here and explain a little bit about the program. So with that, I will turn it over to Chance and Jordan for intros.
Howdy, my name is Chance. I'm currently a student here at Purdue. I'm on working my second rotation with Avient. Now I'm part of our corporate environmental health, safety, and security group. First rotation was down in Bonneville, Tennessee, and I'll talk to you more about that here in a sec.
And I'm Jordan Cruz. I'm actually a Purdue spring 2021 grad. Just started with Avient in the Engineering Leadership Development Program, and also called ELTEC programs, and have been working for about 3 months now.
Yep. And with COVID, it's great to be back here in person on campus and being able to meet with folks as well. So actually, this is the first time in person Jordan, Chance, and I have met. So we've done a lot of video calls, probably too many video calls from training and project work, but it's great to be back here. So a little bit about us. So just the brief interactive portion here. Show of hands, has anybody heard of Avient? And there's no wrong answer, trust me. Most people probably will say no. So we've got a few, which is good. So if you look at the history of Avient, Avient actually was, the company was rebranded last year from the acquisition from Poly One Corporation, purchasing the Clariant master batch color business. So with that acquisition and subsequent integration, the intent was to really rebrand the company to show the direction and the strategy that we have going forward. So collectively now we're over a $4 billion company. We're headquartered in Cleveland, Ohio, but we've got 100 plus plants around the world. And if you look at that acquisition, it truly made us a really complementary global company. So each legacy business was strong in different geographies. So if you look at where we're at today, whether it's any of our business units, we're a really strong presence, which is awesome for growth as well as stability. So if you look at the photo on here, you can see some of our end applications. And if you look at a day in the life of an Avient product, each day you're going to encounter and likely touch a lot of our materials that are part of something you use in your everyday life. It could be waking up. If you've got a flexible grip on a toothbrush handle, a razor handle, chances are it's our material. If you look at consumer goods, from consumer packaging, we've got a huge colors business that goes into some of those end applications. Nobody's got a Pepsi here, but if you had a Pepsi, the cap liner is actually made by us, actually in Jordan's facility in the Chicago area. So we're in a lot of those applications, plus you look at a number of others that are really exciting for outdoor recreation, whether that's hunting, fishing, archery, looking at watercraft, other utility vehicles as well. We've got a big presence in the automotive space, and we'll talk a little bit more about our products and applications, and then also in healthcare and the medical field as well. So if you look at our products, we're really diversified across a number of markets, but there are a number of markets that are really growing and I think fit with a lot of the mega trends that we're seeing in our economy, especially when it comes to sustainability, which we'll talk about here in a second. So if you look at our business, we've got 3 main business units. So we've got our color and additives business, we've got our engineered materials business, and we've got our polymer distribution business. So for the programs that we're talking about today and, and the programs we're recruiting for tomorrow in person and later in the week virtually, actually is the first two. So for our color and additives business and engineer materials. And if you look at those businesses, you've got sub-businesses inside of those. So for color additives and inks, we have a business for solid colorants, liquid color, inks, coatings, and additives. So we've got, you know, really, if you've got a material that's a polymer and it's colored, chances are we're playing in those spaces. On the engineer materials side, you've got more kind of polymer modified applications, whether that's for fiber reinforced polymer, other additives, flame retardants, and then getting into our composites business. We've got several composites facilities that actually do pultrusion for end applications that are going into a wide variety from, you know, from archery, sporting goods, furniture applications, transportation, that really tie into sustainability for lightweighting. We also have a fibers business as well, which is a little bit different from some of our core, where we're coating fibers. A lot of that is going to the 5G space. So a lot of really exciting applications that I think is a great opportunity for us to grow. So before getting into our programs, I think it really comes back to the whole focus when we talk about leadership is about our people. And we started our journey with Great Places to Work a number of years ago. And a show of hands, anybody familiar or heard about the Great Places to Work Institute? Okay, a couple. So they are a company that works internationally with corporations to basically provide a third-party interface with all of employees to basically measure the level of engagement. So from a leadership standpoint, how well, you know, we engage with our employees and vice versa. And it's a structured survey system that allows us to not only see how we're doing, but we can kind of benchmark against the top 100 companies in the world to see how we're doing. And it's really been a great cultural journey for us because it's given us a lot of opportunities for continuous improvement. And when you look at, you know, the project work from Chance, from Jordan, you know, you'll hear the term continuous improvement, and we're always looking for feedback. You know, it's how we get better, and quite honestly, that's the best part with our leadership development programs is the ability to get feedback and make improvements and make things better. So if you look at us, for 2 years in a row, we actually had achieved certified status with Great Places to Work based on our engagement scores, which is awesome. But it's a journey, and we'll continue that going forward as our goal to become one of the top 100 companies here in the U.S. So I touched on sustainability. And if anybody has an opportunity to go out onto the Avient website, I would highly encourage you to look at our sustainability report that just came out here a couple months ago. I mean, it's a long read, but it's really a very comprehensive, impressive document, because I think it does a really good job of explaining how we as a company see sustainability. You know, it's easy to think about it as just, you know, waste, but it's really bigger and more than that. So it's a great opportunity to look at us as a company to see how we conduct ourselves, but also what our visions and our plans are for 2030 and 2050 and beyond, for what we're committing to for our shareholders, our stakeholders, and our associates. One of the highlights was actually us as part of a 50-company CEO-led nonprofit group that started an organization called the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. So that was started a few years ago, and we're actually one of the founding members of that. You've got several other large chemical companies that are part of that. But basically, it's an opportunity for us to be able to engage globally to look at waste elimination, waste reduction, and you know, being able to get a lot of the disposable plastic first out of the environment, but preventing it from getting in the environment as well. So sustainability is something that is really core to what we do, and when you look at our opportunities for growth and partnering with our customers, it's really a great opportunity for us to grow as well. So, talking a little bit at a higher level, and Chance and Jordan will get into the details here, but when you look at our leadership development programs, it's really about building bench strength. Primarily for manufacturing, but we've had folks that have worked in other areas as well. But if you look at both of these programs, starting with our co-op program, and I'll explain a little more detail on the next slide. And the leadership program, it's really meant to find the best talent, to develop and retain that talent, so as we have future leadership openings, we've got people that have the skills and hopefully accelerated skills to be able to fill those internally. So we're not having to fill those positions externally. Okay, so to talk a little bit more about our co-op program. So our co-op program is rotational, and it's typically 3 rotations. And those 3 rotations will be different geographies, so different plant locations or functions, as well as different businesses. So the goal is to give the co-op student as much exposure as possible to the company and different businesses, as well as giving the businesses exposure to the co-ops as well. And if you look at the program, it's really structured around project work and change management. And as co-ops going in, some of the most complex projects from a change management standpoint, can be pretty daunting to look at, but the intent for the program is to provide the training and the support for a co-op inside of a 3 or a 4 month rotation to be able to go in and successfully lead and work with the site and the operators to basically complete several large change management projects, get them to a successful completion point where both the co-op and the manufacturing plant really see value. And the project work that our co-ops will work on is not busy work. It's not labeling pipes. It's not sitting in office writing procedures. I mean, they're engineering projects. And the plants that participate in our co-op program understand, look, a co-op comes in, they're an engineer. And they're not a co-op, they're an engineer. And the intent is to give them challenging project work with support, but basically working through that change management project so that at the end of the rotation, they're able to point to how successful they've been. Inside of that program, we also provide training opportunities, mentoring, networking as well. And if you look at the output of the program, from each rotation and semester is actually a report out for the senior leadership for our company. And so you'll have directors, you've got our senior VP of operations, who's there. So if you look at our co-op program, there's not a lot of $4 billion companies where the SVP of operation knows every co-op by name. And so it's really personal, it's really focused around development and preparing our co-ops for full-time employment with us for our leadership development program. So our ELDP, or Leadership Development Program, is a 2-year program. It's rotational, so there's at least 2 rotations, and those could be physical locations, or it could be functional rotations within the same site. It just depends on the size of the site and complexity. But similar to our co-op program, it's really focused around expectations and deliverables to help somebody grow and accelerate their growth from a leadership standpoint while they're working through their rotations. And as a student transitions to a full-time role with us, goes through their first rotation as an ELDP, there's opportunity through networking and mentoring to really talk about interests and match that with business need going forward for the second and or third rotation. And the output of that really is to look at successful placement into a full-time role that matches the needs of the business, but also the interest of our ELDP as well. So the intent between the co-op program and ELDP is to give people broad exposure to our operations, different responsibilities, and quite honestly, help you to know what you want to do and as much what you don't want to do, and which can be just as valuable. So I think that's something that is, something that we're really proud of with the program is, trying to focus on that communication and really understanding the opportunities that are there to put people into roles that they're interested in, but also put them into responsibilities that can challenge them and stretch them to grow as well. And when we're done here, we've got a few other handouts in the back that have just a 1-page description for the co-op program and the ELDP. You've got some bios, some of the folks that are on there as well. But I think it really does a nice job of just kind of capturing the program, and hopefully with the rest of the curriculum here, you'll have a better feel for kind of the real world feel for the program. And one of the things that, with both Jordan and Chance being here, what we want to do is make sure that you have an opportunity not just to talk to me, but talk to them as well. get feedback, company culture, responsibilities, and they'll shoot straight, and really looking for folks that are interested, and it ends up being a really good mutual fit. So as we're going through our campus events tomorrow, and then virtually later in the week, really looking for folks that have a mutual interest with us and can match up well with our programs. So with that,
Thanks,
I will
Mitch.
turn it over.
All right, so first off, am I talking about enough? Are we all good? Cool. Yeah, all right. My first rotation was down in Baltimore, Tennessee. That's one of our color additive and ink sites. We're doing heavy colors and additives part of things. So as far as examples of products you might have seen we helped out with. If you ever used a solo cup, you're welcome. About a month into my first rotation, we had an incident down in Baltimore where out of our 5 forklifts, 4 of them collided with each other in 2 separate collisions on the same day, on the same shift, within about 3 hours. Now, Avient's passionate about safety, almost to a fault, so this was a pretty big deal. And as part of the co-op that was assigned to Baltimore at the time, I was invited to help out with our incident resolution process there. So what I did was I started interviewing operators, reviewing security footage, trying to figure out what exactly happened here. And what it looked like to me was that none of the operators acted in a way that was reckless or negligent or even just wrong. They acted in ways that they had been trained to in the system that we created. So the only reasonable conclusion to come to was that the system itself needs to be reworked. So I went to the plant administration, presented my findings, and said that based off of the skills that I learned here at Purdue, I could create some sort of empirical representation of where the traffic's at in our plant, why it's dangerous, and how best to address that danger. They said, great, go for it. For the next month or so, that's what I did. Now I'm an IE, so I use R because that's what we're trained in. But anyone in this room who's passed 131, 132, which is hopefully all of you, could have done this out of MATLAB or Excel. All this is the heat map of the plant. Brightest red is most traffic, darkest blue is least traffic. Now making this map wasn't a matter of me sitting in an office all day sharing a screen for 7, 8 hours a day. This was me on the floor, talking to operators, conducting interviews. Why are you moving that there? How often do you do this, stuff like that? And working with them, we were able to do more than simply determine what's currently going on. The tool that I created allows us to actually look to the future and say, well, how could we make this better? So talking to everyone in the plant, effectively, supervisors, floor associates, maintenance crew, plant management, we came up with 4 different possible scenarios for ways we could rework our plant floor to make it a safer and better place to work. And we discovered that by creating an additional line, doubling the size of a thoroughfare, and changing the way we save materials internally, we could cut traffic by, at the low end, 22%. Now, I've worked for other companies before. I have friends that are doing internships, I have friends doing co-ops. For most of them, this is where this project would have ended. Great, we did the analysis, we're a first rotation co-op, that's all we're going to give to responsibility-wise. We redesigned the plant floor. So, the purple area, that's all new. We decided that was the best place for us to store our titanium dioxide, we put it there. The blue, the green, the red, that was there before, but the way it was organized was drastically different. I want to kind of push this out there. This wasn't just me. At no point was I the only one working on this project. I was part of several different teams, managers, supervisors, floor associates, because it's not just you as a co-op. They'll give you a lot of responsibility, they'll give you a lot of leeway to say the way things should be done, but you're expected to work as part of the team with the factory floor at one point in time. The thing Avient is looking for here is problem solvers. They want people that can go out into a situation, determine what's wrong, determine the best way to fix it. If you can prove to them that you can fix it, that you have the skills, you have the know-how, they'll let you do it. They'll give you the freedom to solve the problem the way that you most likely want to, and leave you the support and resources you need to actually get it done. And if you do it right, and you do it well, then people will notice. Because of this project, I was able to work with our EHS group. I put together the 3rd quarter safety week, which went out to the entire company. Now I work with EHS full-time for this rotation, so I do that sort of thing every single day. That being said, not all your projects have to be super high impact, super high stress, working long hours and talking about people. Some of them are just about personal relationships you have with people in your facilities. These people will become your friends if you work with them for long enough. As an example, I was shooting the breeze with an operator one day, and she mentioned, man, these trash bags are kind of hard to work around. So as you can see, after they cut open one of our bags for mixing materials, dumped in the mixer, they didn't have any sort of trash disposal infrastructure, so they had to put it in a bag. And these bags weigh anywhere around 115 to 130 pounds, so not only are they hard to work around and carrying up the workspace, they're actually hard to move as well. The solution was to cut a hole in the floor, which I mean, it was just we created a trash chute, we stored the liners down underneath, and that's something that didn't have to happen. That's an improvement that no one had to make. No one tasked me with that. But I had the opportunity and the freedom to do so. I talked to an operator, I saw a problem, I solved the problem. Some of these are more impactful. So as an example, down near Bonnewar, in order for a truck driver to get out of the truck and into our distribution center, they had to walk along kind of that grassy slope you can see there. Usually that's not a problem. But when it rains, you get the pond, you see there on the left, and it becomes muddy. Further, we found out that one of our most commonly used truck drivers has a disability that makes it hard to walk. Now, both my legs work fine. This is still difficult to walk on when it's any sort of wet. So I was able to go to the plant manager and say, hey, here's an issue. Can we just make this man's life easier? And I got nothing but full buy-in for that. Now, design for this was interesting because, of course, you're working right next to a bunch of semi-trucks. So you have to either make the walkway sturdy enough to support tens of thousands of pounds of load, or you have to find a way to separate the load from the walkway. But again, this is an opportunity that I was given based off the aptitudes I had shown and the confidence Avient had in me as a co-op. If you fell asleep through my entire presentation and you're just now waking up, I want you to take away the idea that Avient wants you to solve problems that you're passionate about. They're going to give you the tools to solve those problems. And if you can pull it off, they'll let you do it again and again. And that's what I got for you.
Yeah, just to add a quick comment. So for Chance's first project for the forklift traffic, if you look at our facilities, we'll move a lot of materials around, raw materials, finished goods with forklift. And if you look at forklifts, the weight of forklift, you look at the load that's on there, I mean, it's highly dangerous if they're not operated safely. And so rather than just taking the project that he had referenced, which was an incident that happened, he really made it his own by looking at it in a completely different way that, in the history of the company, we hadn't looked at traffic flow that way. So, which was really cool, and it was an opportunity to really showcase this with our manufacturing directors across all of our businesses to look for opportunities, including our safety week here in our third quarter, to be able to leverage some of those ideas that were shown here. So it's, as Chance said, if you've got a problem, Chance is you're going into your rotation as a co-op, you'll have a problem, and you may be given a problem statement from the site. It may not be the right problem statement, it may not be the right scope, it may not even be the right problem, but as our co-ops are out there asking questions, if they've heard the answer they get is, well, it's always done this way, it's a great opportunity for a project. And so if you look at the most successful projects we've had, it's actually with our co-ops questioning our sites. Well, okay, I understand this is the problem, but let me dig deeper. Let me get data, let me talk to people. And, in a lot of cases, we'll end up having a completely different problem statement that ends up with a far better solution that's a lot more effective as well. So I think it's a great example showing that, somebody could have just stopped with a very small analysis, but didn't, and we end up with a far more impactful solution.
Jordan, you're up next.
So hello again. As I mentioned, I'm in the ELDP program. I've been working for about 3 months at Avient. My first rotation has been in the Henry, Illinois location, which Mitch mentioned was part of the SEM business. And there's three plants in Avient that are part of the SEM business. We're one of the larger plants. So we have about 125 employees on site and make about 50 to 60 million pounds per year. And then we have 6 extrusion lines, production, and then 3 burning lines on site. So my first rotation has been the quality engineer. My day-to-day looks like overseeing the QC lab. So the QC lab, as the quality department, our goal is to produce good material and prevent any bad material, non-conforming material from leaving the building. So we want to make sure our customers are happy with what we're producing, and that anything coming into the building is also good material. This looks like checking in with the lab day to day, making sure that anything that they're testing, all the equipment is running correctly. Any issues with the product that we're producing, I'm there to answer questions. I'm the first point of contact in that. That goes into solving problems and improving processes. So part of my job is that if we do have something non-conforming, I initiate a root cause investigation. So why is this material not conforming? What did we do? Was it in the QC lab? Did we mistest something? Did we misuse an equipment? Was it on the manufacturing floor? Was there processing at a different temperature or flow rate that caused the product to come out differently than what it was supposed to come out. And so that's a lot of my job, initiating these meetings, these discussions with process engineer, with manufacturing, the floor supervisor, with the quality department to determine a solution to this. An example that happened just a couple weeks ago actually was we were running a job and what our product that we made, there was contamination in it. So something that wasn't supposed to be there from the previous run. And from initiating these discussions and talking with process engineering, found out that a job before it had run with wax in it. So wax gets all over the extruder line and wasn't cleaned out properly. And from this discussion, we found out that there's no procedure in place to clean extra when there's wax run before it. So we established a corrective action, putting in, okay, we need to, every time there's a wax job run, we need to clean these areas more specifically in order to make sure that there's no contamination, improving processing, and reducing time that we put down cleaning, re-cleaning. And then lastly, some day-to-day stuff is part of the ELDP program, so Mitch touched on it a little bit, but I get time monthly calls with other executives and ELDPs in the company to discuss really what the executives have learned in their roles and any advice that they want to pass down to us as they've been in their leadership positions for a long time. This I found extremely beneficial, just looking to the future, like how I can improve as a leader, and hearing discussions from executives in the company that have a lot more experience than me and really insightful things to hand down. An example of this is, I remember we had a call probably 2 months ago now with an executive who had been working in over in Asia, a plant over there versus a plant in the United States, and just comparing the cultural differences and how that's really, he's catered his leadership style to each plant differently. I thought not only that was applicable to my role, but also just like learning that people are motivated by different things and different personalities require your leadership to be catered to them in different ways. So that was a very eye-opening, insightful thought. Some additional projects or responsibilities that I'm in charge of as my role as a quality engineer. The first one is managing our calibration system for the SEM division. So as the quality engineer, I'm really proud of our calibration system that just shows that if our machines are calibrated correctly, it ensures that what we're testing is correct and we can trust our results. So I pull a report every month for all 3 plants in the division just to check and see what equipment needs to be calibrated and send a note out to all the different plants telling them how to, hey, we need to get this calibrated. I also communicate with vendors to come in and actually perform those calibrations when needed. The second one is performing statistical analysis on our products. So I remember learning Unitab in school in my stats class, and it wasn't my favorite thing, but it actually proved to be super beneficial and super helpful, and I'm really grateful that I had that introduction during class because I use it almost every day now at work. And one big application of this software is doing the stats analysis on our products. So we set specs for all of our products on all the physical properties that they have coming out, and we want to make sure that our products that we make are within those specs. When we're scaling up the product, sometimes the specs may show a shift. So looking at that bell curve and the standard deviation, our results may not be where we initially set them. And the stats review helps us see, okay, there is a shift here. The past 3 runs have been, our specific gravity has increased, something like that. And those stats reviews initiate discussions with the R&D or process engineering to figure out why we're seeing this shift. Is it something in the formulation? Maybe a raw material had changed in spec coming in. Maybe we've been running the process differently the past couple of times that we've run it, and that's why. So these are super beneficial and important to have because if we do see a shift and we're not reacting to it, then we'll start having a bunch of non-conformances and not being able to reduce as much good product as we want. This is also done on the lab equipment before calibrations are done. If we, for some reason, have a thought that, okay, a piece of equipment may not be functioning the way it's supposed to be, we'll conduct an experiment and then perform statistical analysis on it to make sure that the equipment is running the way it's supposed to be. And then the last thing, I've been working on implementation of a new material that's actually transferring from a different plant to our plant. And a lot of my work has just been checking to make sure that this new material is working with our equipment that we have in the plant, because it's very different from what we normally produce. So some of the procedures that the other plant had aren't going to work for our personal lab, so it's just been coming up with new ideas, new ways that we can accurately test this new material, and then when we do run it, that the lab can produce the results smoothly and effectively. So that was all for me. If you have any more questions about ELDP program or quality engineering, I'll be here.
You know, I'll just add one item after Jordan. So with the continuous improvement focus with her role, I think it's, you know, it's a great way to highlight also the, you know, the culture in the company from a Lean Six Sigma standpoint. The tools that Jordan's using are tools that our black belts would use as well. So we've got, you know, exposure there, but you've also got support, I know, with having, you know, an master black belt who sits there, and then quality manager who's actually going into the black belt program as well, coming up next year. So, you know, I think it's a great way to be able to take tools that, you know, in your case, I know you saw it in school, but actually applying those and really seeing the value from that. But then looking at the processes and products. I mean, these are products and processes. In some cases, they may be 5 years old, 10 years old. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's always an opportunity for improvement. And, you know, that I think is the exciting part, is when you have engineers that are able to look at the process, talk to people, understand problems that, quite honestly, other folks in the facility don't understand, and solving those problems and then applying those across other products or other sites or equipment is really exciting. And the value we've gotten from our co-ops, the value we've gotten from our ELDPs, you know, is quite honestly what, you know, keeps bringing us back here. And we've actually budgeted for an increase next year because of the success of the program, with, you know, looking at the number of students that we have coming in for both. So it's really an exciting time, and hopefully it gave you a chance to at least have a little bit of a flavor of who we are and what we do. But we've got, I think about 20 minutes left here. If there's any questions that we can help answer. Yes.
You said you've been with the company for 23 years, so like what enticed you to like join initially, and then why have you been there for 23 years? You know, like what's the best thing about it?
Yeah, actually, so I started out actually as a dual role as a safety engineer / process engineer, and moved into process full time, and then have been in plants, you know, most of that time. If you ask me what has kept me with the company, it's the fact that you've got an ability to make a change. And if I had to go to work every day and just steer the ship, I'd be bored out of my mind and I'd go find something else to do. But it's being able to look back and seeing the impact that you're able to make working with a team, and knowing that, you know, for example, with Jordan, you know, she'll move on to her next rotation in our Avon Lake, Ohio facility. But, you know, I know she'll be able to look back and say, okay, these were the things that I was able to make better while I was there. And we're really focused on sustaining those improvements, so that, you know, you're really looking at, you know, having a sustained impact on a location or a functional area. So that's probably the biggest reason. And, you know, the fact that we've been successful, I think, transforming the company in the last 20 years. So 23 years ago, we were really very much commodity based. If you look at the products and the applications that we serve, we were primarily PVC resin. It was in, you know, building and construction. When the economy was great, you made money. When the economy wasn't great, you didn't make a lot of money, but you didn't specialize. And when you look at the last 20 years, with divesting certain businesses, acquiring others, we've really gone from being a high volume, you know, low margin business to being very much focused on margins, but by getting those margins by servicing our customers. So whether that's on the product design part of it, you know, developing the right materials that help solve their problems, but then from a manufacturing standpoint, you know, how do we make sure that we're able to make it perfectly every time, They don't have to worry about our product quality or service. And then, how do we continue to make that better and the experience better for our associates?
I have questions about the products. So my name is Deng Wei and I'm a junior in chemical engineering. And I would like to learn more, like, would you mind explain for me more about like the engineered polymer formulations? Like that's the one of the products that Avient do. And like if I try to join your company as an entry level, like what resources or the work that I have the chance to like reach out to work with you guys?
So I guess 2 parts. So then I guess the product part of it, I'll let Jordan answer for the TPE or thermoplastic elastomer portion for our engineered material segment.
Sorry.
So if he was just asking to describe, the materials, some of the products that we manufacture. So if you could do the TPE side, I can cover the rest.
Yeah, so we make, in my plant, we make a lot of the grips on things is what we call them. So your toothbrush grips, that soft squishy side, those what we'll make, and also like razors or even Bluetooth speakers, some of the buttons on there, some of the bottle caps, the rims. That's what a lot of our products go into.
So are we like manufacturing the products, or we just developing the formula for the product, and the manufacturing will be for you?
Hold on, Chia. Oh, you brought a prop. Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's in my bag somewhere. Yeah, so we don't make the final products.
The big one?
You can find it.
So he'll break that out. So if you look at our business, we're actually working with the end ODMs who will then either they'll process or their processors will process it. But you've got materials that we'll send out. It could be in pellet form, it could be in liquid form. Our composites business is a little bit different. You may have profiles or other forms that are more finished, but basically working with an end OEM around their specifications, what they're looking for, and typically providing an intermediate material for them to be able to then either convert themselves or work with their third-party converter to convert that into some final form.
So we'll make a lot of, in my plant, everything we make is in pellet form, so that the companies that we sell it to, they actually perform injection molding. So they'll take those pellets and melt them all down into plastic, melted plastic, and make those toothbrush grips for a lot of happenings.
Yeah, so that's on the TPE side. If you look at some other applications, I mean, for a couple of the large OEM consumer electronics phone cases, we'll do the impact absorbing material on those. So it's really anywhere you're going to have a flexible polymer need. Could be in the transportation space. It could be medical device, medical tubing. And then on the engineered material side of it, you're taking engineered polymers. So a lot of materials that Jordan's going to work with are either going to be styrenic block copolymers, TPU chemistry. The chemistry for SEM side is going to be really more of the engineered material. So you've got some more exotic, high, I would say more complex polymers to process, where we're adding other additives in there. It could be glass, it could be carbon fiber, it could be other additives in there for physical property enhancement, flame reduction. So it's a little bit different in that regard, but if you look at the overall processes, they're similar. And then I think the last part of your question was just around, I think, resourcing and what have you. So if we've got in support for somebody coming into our co-op program from structured orientation, which come January, we're expecting to finally be off of the virtual orientation to be back in person. But connecting our co-ops together, connecting them with some other leaders of the company, and then having development for those co-ops as they go through their rotation for networking, mentoring meetings, informal project reviews, the end report out for those projects as well. So, and then you've got training that'll happen for the first rotation, second rotation, third rotation. So our third rotation actually this time, because we're back in person, I was able to actually go through a week of Kaizen leader training. So she's able to actually run one of her projects in Denver is actually running a Kaizen for a changeover on one of our process lines.
Thank
I think in the back, I think you had your hand up first.
For
Sure. No, and that's a great question. It's going to depend on the business unit that you're hired into. So for a full-time as an ELDP, you'll be hired into a business unit, so you'll report to a business unit. So in Jordan's case, the sites that they have today under that business, and I'll put a caveat with that, are McHenry, Illinois, Avon Lake, Ohio, and then North Haven, Connecticut. The caveat is they're part of the greater SEM business where there's been talk about rotating between other sites that may open up locations in the Philly area, North Carolina, Birmingham, Alabama, then you've got a couple plants out in Colorado. So long story short, coming into the program, if you're offered a position or you're interviewing, it's a great question for the business unit for the final round interviews. Would be, what are the locations you're looking at? And chances are they'll say it depends, because it does. But they can give you an idea of where their plants are located and where they typically are placing ELDPs. So going into the first rotation, we're going to be asking, or at least going through the interview process, being open to geographic preferences, geographic relocation. So we'll understand that, and then that's part of the consideration of making sure that that's going to be a fit for the program. If we have somebody that says, okay, I only want to be in Indiana, then for an ELDP program, probably not going to fit. But if somebody's open, but it's some other limited geography, we try and work within that, but that should come out during the interview process. And then once you're hired on full-time, it would be talking through, because right now with Jordan, so every month she's either talking to her manufacturing director or myself, and it could be project updates, could be advice, could be talking about the next rotation, and part of the next rotation could be geographical interest, or at the end of the 2 years, geographical preferences. So where we can, we'll work with our ELDPs to be able to accommodate that. I mean, I can't say it happens all the time that we're able to do it, but we try to, if there's a business need, we certainly try to match that up as well. But the best part, I would say, going into it is really having those conversations up front so that, what you're looking for is clear and what we're looking for is clear, so there's really no surprises. Oh, hold on, I think you had one question at first.
I had a couple of questions. I was just curious. James, you said you were an IE?
Yep.
What were you for your major? What was that? Chemical. Okay. And then my other question was, what skills or abilities make for a good leadership development candidate or co-op candidate? What is Avient kind of stress in terms of looking for those?
Sure. I mean, I can add it if you all have anything you want to add to that. I would say, if you look at us, we're not saying it has to be one engineering discipline. We've had, industrial, chemical, mechanical, material science. So we're really looking for a strong engineering curriculum and somebody who does well academically with that. So basically going to the interviews, you're not, somebody's fully capable, then it's really matching up their skills and especially competencies that would match up with their leadership competencies. So that, if somebody says, okay, I really love just sitting in front of a desk and working on a computer, probably not going to be a great fit. But if somebody really gets excited about, being able to get out on the floor, work with operators, work hands-on with equipment, look at the data systems that we have, improving the data systems we have. So somebody that has kind of a passion in doing that. So I think probably a more concise way to answer that is really going to be, for the person coming in, what's their passion for engagement with people they're going to be around, and being, I would say, resilient enough, as you go through the co-op program, you go through the peaks and valleys of a project, but somebody that's resilient enough to say, okay, you know what, not everything's going to be a success, and that's okay. We learn from it, we get better, but somebody that's going to work really well with a team and still provide that strong independent leadership and leverage that so that over a several-year period you're stretched, you grow, and you're able to hopefully accelerate into other responsibilities than you've gotten otherwise. So I don't know, either Chance or Jordan, if you'd add anything to that.
So I can't speak for the ELDPs, but as far as co-ops go, something we all share in common is that we understand how to make kind of educated risks, or how to take educated risks, and when those don't pan out, just kind of accept the failure, figure out why it failed, move on quickly. Just be willing to take advantage of the resources around you, the people around you, understand that you might not have all the answers, and maybe nobody does, and then just go and find them.
Yeah, and then I guess the thing I'd add for the ELDPs, I've heard many people say it's just whatever role you're put in, because you will be moved around a lot, it's a mind that this role is not your favorite thing in the world. Just really being determined to do the best job that you can with this that you're
But I think to that point, though, I mean, it's really designed to give a well-rounded exposure. So if you're in a plant with different plants, you see different plant cultures, you see different responsibilities as well. Some of the best assignments are actually in really small plants too, where somebody has to wear a lot of hats, and they don't have a lot of resources, in terms of people, so that if something needs to get done, there's no bureaucracy. It's you and the plant manager saying, this is a great opportunity, this is the project plan, all right, go for it. So, I think it's a great opportunity to be able to get exposure to those different plant cultures, as well as different functional responsibilities as well. But, so I don't know if that answered the question you were looking for?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
First, I'd like to thank y'all for the great presentation. And my name is Sam. I'm currently a freshman studying first year engineering. And I noticed throughout your presentation, y'all had a big focus on adding value, solving problems, and continuous improvement. As well, I noticed that in one of the first few slides, y'all had projects in the automobile industry, and also y'all focused on sustainability. And within that industry, the EV car industry is obviously booming and a big factor in today's world. I was wondering if y'all had any projects focusing on that sector, or any co-ops focused specifically on EV car industries.
Yeah, I would say if you look at, especially inside of our engineering materials business, I mean, our colorant business will be able to support, if it's going to be a colored material, whether it's composite, whether it's not, our color business can do that. In terms of working with our end customers, whether that's an electronic vehicle manufacturer around lightweighting for components, lightweighting for structural support. We've got applications that we worked on there, and then we've got future strat plans when you look at even EV infrastructure. What does that mean in terms of infrastructure? And if you look at that infrastructure, we've got a number of polymer solutions that actually match up really well with that as well. Okay, did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Other questions? This side of the room's been quiet.
All right.
I had a quick question about, did you say it was 2 rotations during the 2-year program?
It's a minimum of 2.
Okay. Because I was wondering if there's if you get experience to all of the mechanical engineering types, if you get experience to all of those, and maybe just 2, and you can maybe get into those if you like it.
Yeah, I would say, so if you look at the ELDP program, you've got it across multiple businesses. So the commitment for the program overall is at least a minimum of 2 rotations. We've got some that actually do 3. And I would say going into the program, the first rotation will typically be assigned as far as business need. But once you're there, if you have an interest in getting exposure to another area, whether that's on a rotation or whether that's even project-based, having those conversations, especially with the manufacturing director in those meetings, is really important, because as planning decisions are made for the future, you have opportunities then to position your interest with business need, and if the business knows about it far enough in advance, it gives you a better chance to be able to match those up as well.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question on that side of the room.
I think that's pretty much time.
All right. Well, if there's no other questions, like I said, we've got a couple handouts that are back there for one-pagers for a program. We will be set up in the super hot sun tomorrow. So if you've got some shorts with your suit, go for it. But it will be hot. So, but we're out there with the rest of the company. So if you have any questions, feel free to talk to us afterwards, or come visit us tomorrow. And we'll also be online as well on, I think it's on Thursday for virtual, just because Purdue has actually been one of our strongest schools for our co-op and ELDP program as far as preparing folks for industry. So this is a school that we definitely want to spend our time at. So any questions, either afterwards, tomorrow, just let us know. Thanks all.
your personal email up there for questions.
Huh?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
What's up? Hi. I had a quick question. I noticed y'all talking about
So Kristen actually reached out to me last night, and he said that I could be a good fit. But also, like,
I know that on a site-by-site
on
basis, you're getting
career
teacher
fair, so
opportunities.
like,
For co-ops, really
set up an appointment
get out of what you program,
for IO,
consulting software.
and I saw like
I'll tell you something the same. So after coming out of that, and turn out software, you're going into the top course again, and that's really looking
yeah, that's what I was like trying to make sure.
Look online.
Is there like a do that?
Asia.com/careers. Site by site, they will have good opportunities. I know at least 2 regular GPs started off as an intern, and then became real GP afterwards. And also, you asked the question about downloading the tree. Right now, if you're going to test level 3, we figure out the consoles,
I guess it's your first rotation.
Like that.
Well, I guess it's not a really good question for you, but because I spent all summer working in the factory, and it took me a bit to like get accustomed to everything and the factory floor and all that. So I'm just concerned about like rotating too quickly and not being able to fully grasp it. Do you feel like that would happen? Oh, okay, so you have a lot of time.
Yeah, so it's a lot more time.
They're like experimental, and so we develop a product for there's a lot of manufacturing.
Right. So I do know that we will hire what exactly your goals and operations are to go from site to site?
So even though I'm here
I do know
Of course, and helps rotate every how often? Okay, that's right. All right, thank you so much.
I do experimental research here, and also supposed to be a contract.
Of course.
I actually had a question about the
I don't think that would be an issue if that's something you're interested in.
so
Because I know that
The positions are actually
try to
posted
interest
was
if you agree with something or do well,
and I'm not sure if there's a link in it for
really try to actually. Okay. Yeah, I heard quite a lot about.
really.
So Nick is in charge of
And
I was wondering that for
Yes, no, it's a great question. So for that individual,
Good answer.
also,
I think we're good for a little bit. Like, I don't know. There'll be more
I just had a quick
people.
question about the
If there are, you can
like
take
senior mechanical engineering, looking to find kind of a rotation sort of program where you kind of get a good experience.
That's great.
Like all the different divisions of the company before I decide on.
So you just sit in on just as in this room as those companies go, or?
Sorry?
So you just sit in like all the companies in this room? Or do you bounce around?
This is actually the only one I'm hosting.
Okay.
It's 40 of us, so they divide us up. We have a lot to do for tomorrow. So, yeah. Some of us will be hosting, some of us will be working outside, setting stuff up.
Do you know if they provide any tables for outside?
Just started to for
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do they?
Yeah. Do you not have a table?
No.
You don't have a table?
We have a stand, we have like a backdrop.
Oh, you didn't? Are you sure?
Well, we didn't bring one with us, like a couple. There might be one here, and we just didn't
If
have
you
it.
paid for a spot, you should have a
Okay.
table.
Thank you.
I will say
The real question would be like is whether you have a tech or not.
Gotcha, okay.
And you might
Walmart's right there.
No, You can actually ask for one. It's
Oh.
just like a $200 charge
Okay.
for that if you get too hot. If you don't have one, I don't know the specifics. They might know if you don't know. But we should probably go. Okay.
So we got about some. Are you?
Here's a clicker in case they want it.
And I just hit transition?
No. Well, yes, but
Okay, they might not have submitted theirs then. Okay. It's okay. We can transfer it.
Okay.
I think I have all my questions answered.
Hi, Trans. Quick question. Not really about the company, but I'm starting to face an academic career. Do you remember the show from last year? You posted about records.
Sure.
Yes? Okay. That's it.
Yes, it's on the list of the other recruiter.
Okay, no problem. We can try to transfer that over. And I can talk about it.
Okay. Oh, okay. I guess John talked to you. Yeah. Great. Okay. Yeah. John will be where did you work?
I work
Started in just a few minutes, but the other recruiter actually is bringing our slides, and he's not here yet. So he said that he'd be here like right at 5:30. I hope that's true.
So my name is Ashley Durkles. I have worked at Crane for the last 9 years. I am a Purdue grad, electrical engineering, and yeah, I actually worked in private industry for about 5 years until I went to Crane, and I just think it's the most exciting job, the most fulfilling job, and I don't know, I just love working at Crane. It's a great place to work. So we're going to give John just a few more minutes to come, and I know several of you may have met John James in years past, so he's got a
This is a really stupid question, but how do you open that CD or the DVD? The DVD? Yeah, because they're going to have it on the DVD. Oh, excellent. Or I think. Excuse me, miss. Did you say it's on a flash drive or a DVD?
It's a CD, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're not allowed to use flash drives.
I gotcha.
The size is embarrassing. It's a CD player. I should be able to.
Right. They do have like a Blu-ray player, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's sure.
I usually just press it to open, but
Okay. I'm sorry, but
Let me take a look.
Do you want to just Google it? And I've got to deal, we've got a no-show, it seems like, so I've got to call some people.
You can right-click on this PC and have it eject.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Like in the settings, have it eject.
one of these?
So go into this PC and then look for the actual disk drive.
Oh, okay.
Let's say there's nothing in it, and then say, yeah.
TLT disk?
Perhaps? No. Or is that not even a slot?
I think it's just a,
Is it just?
Is it just like cooling or something?
Just a placeholder?
Huh. Wow. That's pretty disappointing. You can, are you allowed to email the presentation?
No, but I'm really surprised that.
I feel like actually, let me check. I believe he might have submitted it. So it's
we
not.
looked through the company slides.
That, but like it was like he submitted it like 3 a.m. last night or something.
Okay.
So I gotta grab it.
I uploaded it to the thing, so I hope it's there. Otherwise, I'm gonna.
oh, it's on there already?
Yeah, it should be.
Were you here already?
No, but they had it in their survey thing. They had a thing that was the presentation.
He said he might have it on a different drive. When did you submit it? Roughly?
This morning.
Okay, okay. So we might not have updated it quite yet, because it looks like we finalized these
Yeah,
about.
yeah, otherwise I'll have to. I totally forgot to bring my laptop.
Not a thumb drive. I know.
Well, I got my CD with my backpack. I forgot to bring that, so I'm hoping to have it.
Just while we're waiting, my name is Patrick. I'm with PASC here, helping you guys run the seminars. So a couple of the quick highlights that I had, there is around a 15-minute time limit, so around 6:20. We'd prefer if you guys could start wrapping up. If you do have conversations that you want to keep going with students, we have a networking lounge in room 278. If you go out into the hallway, there will be a sign in the hallway directing you there. Dinner is also served from 5:30 to 7:30. In the room across from that networking lounge. Again, there's a sign that'll get you there. Apart from that, we'll get student attendance taken here with the QR codes, but that's everything I have for you. Thank you so much.
ABC. I got them warmed up for you, John.
And for all the students, if you could sign in using the QR code, that's just part of Protect Purdue, as well as I believe you can submit your resumes and information to the company. Were you able to grab them? I have the slides. Okay, cool. Yep. Thanks. There you go.
Good, yeah, hope it's on there.
Just don't touch it.
I don't know what I was thinking about. Yeah, if I touch it, then I won't be able to connect to it. And it's right there. I should have just brought my.
It's another live drive.
There it is. Oh.
Thank you so much, Ben.
Actually, I'll take care of that.
All right, sounds good.
Is this internet connected, by the way?
It should be, yep.
Okay, great.
What do you want?
Well, this probably doesn't have. Does this have sound in here?
It should.
Should, okay, all right. I was gonna just show one of the videos. If it works. If we got sound, I don't know.
Let's see if I can.
Yeah, just might not be hooked up to the speaker.
Volume's fine.
If it doesn't, it's okay. That was kind of a last minute thing.
Looks like there's only one output I can get out of this. Let's try. Oh no, that's an input device. It doesn't seem to work.
That's okay.
I apologize.
That's all right. That's all right. All right. Well, kind of hoping the video would work. Okay. Welcome everyone. Thanks for attending the info session for Naval Surface Warfare Center training. My name is John Baines. I'm our lead recruiter. I've been working at Avient 32 years. Spent my first 18 years as an electrical engineer right out of college. I graduated from Oklahoma, not Purdue, but I kind of adopted Purdue, right? When I got out and started watching Big Ten sports, it was like, they'll broadcast Oklahoma games. So, well, Purdue got the engineering school, so I'll cheer for Purdue. Anyway, so been there 18 years electrical engineer, kind of bounced around from different jobs. The last 4 years, been doing the recruiting thing full time. Really enjoy that. And originally from El Paso, Texas, not from Indiana. And so let Ashley introduce herself.
Yeah, and I spoke to some of the people that were here earlier. My name is Ashley Dirkles. I've worked at Crane for 9 years. Started out as electrical engineer, supporting some test equipment, and worked in quality for a little bit, and now I'm a manager at Crane and also the co-lead of the recruiting team, so I get to come to events like this with John. Really enjoy everything about my job, and my introduction earlier, I talked a little bit about I worked in private industry before I came to Crane for about 5 years, and I'm just extremely happy with my decision to move over into the public sector, and the mission that we've got is great, and the meaning that we find in work every day is awesome. So. And a lot of other awesome benefits too, so I'm sure John will hit on some of that as well. I am a Purdue grad, double E from 06. Boiler up.
So real quick, I just wanted to get a kind of gauge for what kind of majors we got in here. So I'm going to kind of just name off some that I know we definitely hire numbers, but there's also a lot of other majors that I'll talk about later. So we got any electrical engineers? Okay, good. How about mechanical engineers? That should be a big group. Yeah, all right. There's always, it's like 3, 4 to 1 MEs to WEs, so that makes sense. How about any computer engineers? Okay, a couple of those. Computer scientists? Physicists? The School of Engineering, but I thought maybe there were some others. Okay. Well, that's kind of mathematicians, anybody like that? Any other types? Okay, mathematicians are good. All right. Good. So we, a lot of what we do is, as I'll explain, a lot of electrical engineering work, but certainly a lot of other majors we hire as well. The card I passed out to everyone. If you didn't get one, raise your hand and get another one out there. But that's our recruiting card. It's got our email. You can send resumes to that. Also, cell number on there. That's mine. Down the back, the QR code will take you to our NAFC Crane Tours site as well. So please go check those out. And we're going to go through the presentation here. So just kind of, that's a really big star there. It takes up a lot of Indiana. Relative location. Basically, we're from here, the base is about a 2.5-hour drive south. If you know where Bloomington, Indiana, or I use that, which a lot of you probably do, it's about a 30-minute drive southwest of Bloomington. In fact, I live in the Bloomington area. I actually live in the Bloomington area. That's where the largest percentage of Crane employees live in the Bloomington area that work at Crane. So, but we are one of 10 warfare centers in the Navy. So there's 10 total warfare centers. 2 of them are underwater. The rest are surface warfare centers. And so you can see a lot of them there on the East Coast, some on the West Coast, and one on the Gulf Coast. So you know, Crane, Southern Indiana is not necessarily where you would like location-wise. Certainly opportunities across the country, and we can talk more either tomorrow at the IR or something in terms of how to look for opportunities there. But I'm going to mostly just focus on Crane itself. All right, next slide. All right, so really all I want to point out is we're over 3,800 employees now, but the important number of that is 1,800 of them are engineers and scientists. So it's a very sizable technical workforce, literally working not just on Navy programs and systems that we work directly for the Navy on a Navy base, but we also span the whole DoD. We're also doing work for some Army systems, Air Force, Missile Defense Agency, Special Operating Forces, Marine Corps, every agency in the DoD pretty much. Now, with those 1,800 engineers and scientists, how we break up and divide all that work is we have these 3 mission areas, and so I'll go into more depth with those. Actually will, but real quick, strategic missions, expeditionary warfare, and electronic warfare. That kind of represents our scope of our technical work that we do for the warfighters and across those program levels DoD I mentioned. See, this is just a slide with a lot of words to really sum up our mission. If I'm going to abbreviate it, we're there to support the warfighter. We want them to have the technology they need so they can complete their mission, come home safely, and ultimately help defend the country. So that's kind of a mission that's always resonated with me. So my story, since I was this tall, I wanted to be an officer in the Army, and that's all I wanted to do. Serve my country in the Army, preferably go field artillery. So going to Rose-Hulman Army Scholarship as an electrical engineer was just kind of a means to that end, and that's thought, through college. I didn't think I'd ever actually be an electrical engineer. Well, then my senior year, I hurt my shoulder. The Army says I can't be in the Army anymore, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do now? Someone said, well, hey, call that military base just down the road from us. I'm like, well, what military base? It's well, it's a Navy base down there. I'm like, there's a Navy base in Southern Indiana? What's it doing there? So I call them up. They interview me, make me an offer, and so it became with me a chance to still serve my country, albeit now as a civilian working for the Navy. And the other funny part of that story is I never actually intended to be an electrical engineer, right? So all of a sudden I'm trying to figure out exactly what being an electrical engineer is about. So that's kind of fun too, the first year or two. But that's our mission, and like I said, it's resonated with me. and I'm really glad. And I've been there 32 years, and that's one of the things I've always appreciated is, and some of the stuff I've worked on, it's like, it's out there, stuff, systems that are out there that the warfighter are using to help protect the country. So, pretty cool gig. It's hard to get that in private industry necessarily, even a defense contractor, because ultimately, public versus private sector, they're out there to, increase their profit, increase their stock price. We're public sector. We're directly for the Navy. We're not there to earn a profit. We're there to make sure that the warfighters have what they need to protect the country. Okay, so there's a little more depth on the areas, the 3 mission areas I mentioned. So the strategic missions, this is kind of a nuclear deterrence, nuclear defense area. This is actually where I spent my 18 years as electrical engineer in our radiation sciences branch. So really fortunate, really lucky to end up in that area because it basically revolved around radiation effects on electronics, everything from diodes and transistors all the way up through memory, microprocessors. So I got to work on a lot of different types of parts through my career, and really just have a lot of fun going to different facilities and seeing, basically trying to kill these electronic devices in different radiation environments. So that was kind of a lot of fun. We actually have a linear accelerator crane, some other radiation sources, but we also have to go around the country to use some of those sources. So yeah, the electronics are basically, you just can't take commercial parts, put them on a satellite or space probe or nuclear missile and expect them to be able to operate for very long because of the radiation environment. So you have to process those parts specially and test them more rigorously to make sure they're going to survive those environments. That's what I did. This area does a lot of really cool stuff. Got a failure analysis, material analysis area, very well equipped, kind of state of the art. Got a large area of mechanical engineers doing redesign. So the National high-class submarine can carry up to 16 Trident sub-launch ballistic missiles. That was first fielded in the 80s, and that's when all the missile hand equipment, support equipment, transportation equipment, everything was originally built. So the Navy wants that system to go out into the 2040s. So right now, Crane is doing a lot of the redesign efforts for the support equipment, the handling equipment, to make sure they're going to have equipment to support that platform out into the 2040s. Other cool areas is anti-tamper. So the DoD realizes that at some point, and I think even now, that they're going to have to go overseas to get their most complex electronics fabricated, because they're just the U.S. domestic fabrication facilities just can't do that. Those fine scale geometries, the overseas places. Yeah. So that presents some problems to the Department of Defense. The first one is you want to make sure that the bad guys aren't going to be able to look and see what your design is, figure out what you're doing. And then second, even worse, you want to make sure they're not putting something into your design so they can get into your systems down the road. And so we're kind of in the forefront with working with academia and industry to develop ways to stop both things from happening. And then also we got a lot of counterfeit parts. We actually are at the forefront for the Department of Defense detecting counterfeit parts and also trying to ensure the integrity of the supply chain. So what's happening is a lot of entities are buying up old electronics, electronic boards, computers, shipping them overseas, stripping all the parts off, cleaning them up, relabel them, package them, and putting them back in the supply chain, trying to sell them as new parts. So the Department of Defense doesn't want old parts that have been mishandled ending up in their systems, so we're doing a lot to try to detect those parts before they get into the system and ensure the whole supply chain. So kind of a cat and mouse game. Like if we come up with ways to detect the way they label them, they come up with ways to try to get around that. So we're constantly having to evaluate them. So yeah, for the chemical engineers, we have a polymer science area as well. That's one area we don't hire much in, but we do hire in that area on occasion. A little bit of missile defense agency work goes on in this area as well. All right, next slide. So expeditionary warfare, this is more tactical nature as opposed to strategic mission, which is, kind of that nuclear deterrence strategic system. You want to deter the enemy. You don't ever really want to have to use it. But expedition warfare, tactical nature, so there's the warfighters out in the field around the world right now. So it's a lot of Marine Corps and Special Operating Forces work. And so they, so we support all kinds of things like small arms, everything from sidearms, pistols that the Special Operating Forces use, all the way up to 20mm cannons. So it's the Navy, just that's how they classify small arms, everything up 20mm. Over 20mm is then considered a gun. So then we also do a lot of work on evaluating munitions and explosives for the warfighters, developing things like hand grenades, stuff like that. Got a really big electro-optics area that works on night vision equipment, and a lot of surveillance, reconnaissance, intelligence gathering assets, so things like motion detectors, sensors like that. There's one system called GBOS, ground-based observational system. So when there's warfighters out in a remote area, they can have either by jeep or helicopter flying this thing. It's basically a 40-foot telescopic antenna with different types of sensors on top, night vision gear, radars, that type of stuff. And in particular at night, they can make sure the bad guys aren't trying to sneak up on it. So that's the kind of stuff we do there. So this area too, they did a silent ATV project years ago. The Special Operating Forces in Afghanistan, they wanted an ATV. The only two requirements they had was not run on gas and be as quiet as possible. So the engineering team at Crane went out, bought a couple of Polaris ATVs, and stripped them down, militarized them, but then more importantly, took out the internal combustion engine, put in an electric motor, built up the battery system, the battery management system. They sent it off to the warfighter, and the warfighter liked them so much, we started doing low rate production for them, like 1 to 3 months. And so that's the kind of stuff we do for the warfighters, get stuff really quickly that they have an urgent need for. And actually, when she's going to talk about the electronic warfare area, another similar type of program that we support, very similar to that. We have a power and energy area, so work on batteries, so battery, lithium ion, silver, zinc, lead acid, thermal batteries, one-shot column. We actually have Natasha here. She's electrical engineering intern for, is it 3 summers you did now? Yeah, 3 summers for us. She's actually in the power and energy area. So Natasha, why don't you tell me a little bit more about that?
I'm in the division that works on battery testing, so I get to work a lot one-on-one with other engineers and technicians too, and I get to learn a lot about everything that goes on to get testing done, like test plans, test reports, and then I'm actually getting to help set up the tests with the technicians, so it's been a really cool experience. And I got to learn a lot about really the basics of how everything works, so that way I'll be really prepared when I take on a full-time position. So it's been a really great experience.
Now those, the batteries you're working on, was that for like customer like NASA or SOCOM or Marine Corps or anything like that?
To be honest, I've never had any super fancy customers.
Okay.
Definitely like Lockheed Martin, some of the big like,
Yeah.
DoD.
You got to go on a trip though.
What'd you say?
You said you got to go on a trip?
Oh yeah, I did get to go on travel once. We got to go see submarines. I'm actually not in the branch that does submarine battery testing, but some of the other interns were, so we got to come along and see the actual like battery well where the batteries are kept in.
You actually got on a submarine?
Different submarines, yeah, the Ohio class ones. I don't know if you guys know anything about submarines, but those are the really big ones.
Did you go to Kings Bay?
Nuclear submarine.
You go to Georgia for that?
Let's see, that was around Seattle.
Oh, Seattle, okay, so
Yeah,
Bangor.
we
So
actually got
the Navy has
to
2
go
facilities for the strategic assets, the Ohio class submarines, one in Georgia and one in Washington State. So good. I've been to the one in Georgia, never the one in Washington State. But that one's pretty nice too, though. All right, thank you, Natasha. Yeah. So those kind of things we do in expeditionary warfare. So. She's going to talk about electronic warfare.
I will talk about electronic warfare. So actually, I started at Crane within strategic missions, but moved over to EW a couple of years ago, and so I've become really passionate about it. But yeah, full life cycle. The stuff that's listed here is kind of boring, actually. But whenever I think about electronic warfare, the way that Crane focuses, so we're considered one of the premier. I mean, we're the center of excellence when it comes to electronic warfare within the Navy. And so we've got divisions that kind of center around all of the different platforms. So we've got the expeditionary, or I guess we'll start here, surface electronic warfare. So that's anything on ships, basically. So I work here in expeditionary electronic warfare, where we also support kind of the ground-based troops and Marines and special operations as well. So our big product there is what we call the crew systems, so counter IED, basically.
Yes, that was actually years ago. The infrared explosive devices, about 14 years ago or so in Afghanistan and Iraq. The bad guys were using, basically RF signals to trigger these improvised explosive devices and killing warfighters. And how they were triggering them basically was with cell phones. Of course, back then it was probably flip phones, but still cell phones, RF, right? So Crane was instrumental in developing the underlying technology to jam those signals. So that's what J-Crew is. It's a system where, front of a convoy, back of a convoy, puts out a signal. So they could try all they want using RF to trigger their IED that blocks all those signals, and so it saved countless lives. And in fact, when Crane developed that technology, got with the contractor, started fielding the systems, the number of IEDs going off in Iraq and Afghanistan dropped to almost to zero. So it was a big success there too.
Yeah, when I talk about the mission being very powerful, I think here in the story of J-Crew is, you kind of see they had a graph of how many deaths there were due to IEDs, and then you see kind of when Crane came online with their technology, and it peaked a little bit after that, but then as soon as they started getting systems deployed, I mean, it went back down to nearly zero. So that's a real powerful reason to get up and come to work every day, knowing that you're having a direct impact on saving warfighters' lives. Okay, so then the next, airborne electronic attack. So we're also on planes, Navy and Air Force. IR, countermeasure design, flares and lasers, and phase arrays and solid state technologies. So we've got a whole division as well that's just focused on radar technologies, and just really awesome. So yeah, I talked about earlier, we're the largest concentration of EW expertise, and some of the other stuff that we do there, but that's a mission that just continues to evolve and is really exciting.
Yeah, our radar area, they actually have several Atlantic chambers. One of them, it's one of two in the country. The contractor in Massachusetts has the other one. It's big enough where you can take a full up Aegis radar array, which is a big panel arrays on the side of the cruisers and destroyers you see. Well, we got an anechoic chamber big enough you could wheel in a full up array and test it in a place there. So it's actually pretty cool. Anechoic chamber, I don't know if you've ever seen pictures of like the pointy blue tile looking things, foam tiles that are all over, that's to absorb the keep the signals from bouncing around. So that's what anechoic chamber is. You can test radar systems, tubes, things like that. I actually got to see it. I've been at Crane long enough. I got a friend of mine that started working with me from Earl Holman. He was in that area. He brought me over, showed me this big room. They hadn't even started putting the anechoic chamber, the tiles on it yet, but at the time I liked to play racquetball. I'm like, wow, you really got a darn good game of racquetball going in this room. So it's really huge. It's pretty impressive to see. You have a big, huge floating concrete floor in there. So,
yeah, talking about some of the cool stuff we see at Crane, it seems like anytime I go on a tour around base, it's like, I didn't know that we had that here. That's really awesome.
yeah, it's actually funny you said that, because I've been there 32 years, right? And almost every year, I won't say every year, but almost every year I'm finding out that we're doing something that I didn't think we did before. Like just a couple of years ago, I I used to tell electrical engineers, computer engineers, computer scientists, like, hey, we do, but I think technology-wise, we're doing some work based, except we don't do, app development for a phone. And then I found out, a couple years ago, actually, there's a group doing Android app development for the Marine Corps. Go back one real quick. I want to also point out. So,
sorry.
Is there any aero engineers in here? Okay, some of those. Okay, so we got one. So I would chuckle because the PAO, Public Affairs Office, with this EF-18 there. So the only thing we really work on the EF-18 is that's the electronic warfare pod that does the jamming, to jam the other guy's radar, and then the flares and flare launchers that go on there to decoy and for sinking missiles. We work on that, but we don't really work anything else on that aircraft. Whenever arrows see that, they will go, oh wow, Crane works on jets. Well, not really. We work on stuff that goes on the jets. Okay. And Natasha says, I just want to point out too, she's been there 3 summers as an intern for us. So one of the cool things about being able to start as an intern, in particular after we've got her freshman year, is a lot of the benefits that the government provides, some of them are time-based. So I don't know if she started contributing to her TSP, which is like a 401k right away, but if she did, that's going to make a huge difference as she gets to be someone my age and how much is going to be in that 401k type account. And then how much vacation time you get. So Crane government, very generous in terms of its vacation time. Sick leave, we actually have 2 separate vacation times. Sick leave, private industries primarily doing, time bank that could be 13 days, and it's whatever you want to use it for. You get both separate, and then sick leave can keep building up. So I've got like 6 months sick leave built up, so it's kind of, I feel like it's almost like my disability insurance. I figure if I'm so sick, I can't, it's been any more than 6 months or something really wrong at that point. So, so the vacation time, that's the other thing. So when she starts working full time, very quickly after she starts working full time, she's going to go to the next level of vacation time. So you start off getting 13 days of vacation time. She'll go to that 19 days pretty quickly. So those are nice things for those of you looking for internships. Not just with Crane, but in the government. It's really advantageous to start sooner versus later in the government. So this slide, I can really talk about much stuff. Our educational partnership agreements. So another advantage of working in the Department of Defense and government, we want our employees and our scientists, engineers to have avenues to seek and get advanced degrees while you're working for us. And so we have educational partnership agreements with Purdue. We have one set with Purdue and Cranfield for masters, technical masters. We got IUPUI, Georgia Tech, and postgraduate school. Agreements that there's also tuition reimbursements, where if you just went out and independently was going to get your own online masters, you can get that. I always tell people it's much better to get into the one we have a partnership already set up and get in one of those cohorts. Because once you're in one of those cohorts, you don't have to worry about funding. It's all taken care of. But if you do the tuition reimbursement, if the area of work doesn't have money to spend on, you get your degree that course that semester, and you won't be able to take a class that semester. So always better to get into the educational partnership agreements if you're looking for advanced degrees.
I was just going to bring up on this side too that we've got lots of inventors at Crane, so they hold patents, and then I've even seen some of those being, well, they talk about here patent license agreement and technology transfer, so they use that in the private industry. So again, we're not making money off of the technology, but we can license it to other companies and make that technology, applicable to the private sector as well. So I've seen some really cool things come out of those partnerships.
I have no way of verifying this because I never had a patent myself. Back when I was an engineer, they didn't really encourage you to file for a patent. But I'm almost sure I developed some stuff that could have been patentable, just never really thought about it at the time. At any rate, I'm told, and don't quote me on this, but I think if you get a patent in the government and you want to then, form your own side business based off that patent, then you could use your patent basically royalty free, I think. Don't quote me on that. Someone told me that, but it was more like a friend heard from a friend. So, but But I believe it because that would make sense because I know, much like companies, if you work for a company and you patent something, they own the patent. Same in the government, but I think in companies it's harder to get them to let you use a patent for your own stuff. And I think in the government it's a little bit better. Okay, so I kind of talked about university partnerships. There's a few things on here it's worth mentioning. Our PhD fellowship, we have, they started this 16, 17 years ago, where if you're a good scientist or engineer, and you have an idea for a thesis that kind of aligns with one of Crane's objectives, if you get selected, it's very competitive. They take 1 to 3 candidates a year. But if you get selected, you remain a full-time employee, but then you just go off to whatever college or university it is that, for the 3 to 5 years it's going to take you to get your PhD. So then you return, after you get your PhD, you come back to Crane and keep working. Very, very lucrative program, and you don't have to worry about anything. Crane takes care of any tuition, books, all that stuff. All you got to do is just make sure you get your PhD. The SMART Scholarship for those that are particularly freshmen, sophomores, but even to a certain extent juniors. That's a program that the Department of the Navy has with the Department of Defense. And the application period is open now, I think, till the end of October. But if you apply for that and get a SMART Scholarship, then you would come do your internships at a place like Crane. But then they cover all your tuition, and then you get, depending on which degree level, bachelor's, master's, PhD, you get a certain stipend per month. So I think the bachelor's is like $2,200 or $2,400 a month that you get every month as part of the program. So it's a pretty cool deal. The Navy Research Enterprise Internship Program's similar to SMART, except this is just a 10-week thing during the summer. You come and do a 10-week internship, you get a stipend for that 10 weeks, and you do a kind of research type project, do a brief out at the end. And it's not, you're not really a Crane employee, you're just maybe doing the research there at Crane, but it's where you get your foot in the door, so that's another program. The other things are kind of a little bit out of scope for this, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so I always put this slide in, got PA to check off on it, but basically 80% of what we hire for scientists, engineers every year, whether it's entry level, full-time, or intern, is basically electrical engineers, computer science, mechanical engineers. Now, if you're not one of those, that doesn't mean we're not interested. We're still very interested. It just means we don't hire as many. So, we've been hiring more physicists lately. We generally hire 4 or 5 full-time. I mentioned chemical engineers. I'm hiring chemical engineers occasionally. Mathematicians have been growing. Data scientists have been growing. Industrial engineers have really been growing. I forgot to ask any industrial engineers in here.
IT.
What's that?
IT.
IT, okay. So we are hiring IT. Industrial engineers are certainly growing. So it's still 20% of a lot of hiring. We're still doing a lot of hiring. Maybe not as much as we had a couple years ago, but still quite a bit compared to most companies. So again, that Crane Export Recruiting, that's on the business card I gave you. And we are Navy-based, so U.S. citizenship is required for all positions. Because you're working directly for the government, you got to get security clearance. And that's kind of the first requirement is U.S. citizenship. So that's kind of it for the presentation for the most part. So at this point, I'd just like to, got about 10 minutes here, so just open up any questions. And also, it doesn't have to be necessarily about Crane. I mean, but me and Ashley have been electrical engineers for quite a while. We can even talk about what it's like to be an engineer out there in the public sector. And Natasha, if you have questions on intern, what it's like being an intern there, she could certainly provide some insight, I'm sure, as well. And also, I've done over 2,500 interviews since I've been doing the recruiting thing. So I certainly have strong opinions about that and resumes. So if anybody has a question about that, I could share my strong opinions on that. Everyone's always got different opinions on those, but I can tell you my opinion. So, yes, sir. So
the first applying for the NREIT program,
should we have a specific, it's one of the 3 mission areas designed?
So when you talk to the NRP, I believe it's like SMART in that it will ask you for preferences of where you want to do your intel. So in terms of where you want to do within Crane, I don't think it asks that. Now, there is an interview part of the process that you could try to, interview, say, well, hey, do I want to be Crane or do I want to be in this area at Crane? But ultimately, I think the way it works, so because they couldn't really guarantee it because, like, if you're having an end intern, it's more like you go and ask areas who want an end intern. They could all be in one area, they could be scattered throughout the area. Yeah. So that also reminds me, I mentioned, the 3 missionaries, we're hiring across all 3 of those areas. MEs across all 3 of those areas, WEs, all those different majors I mentioned. They're getting hired across those areas. Now, like chemical engineer, optical engineers, those types, they're more specific to certain areas, but all the rest, we hire across all those areas. Yes, sir.
Are there other positions at some of the other naval research centers that NAVSEA runs around the United States?
Yes, so those other warfare centers I mentioned, that's another possibility. And I will say in terms of what they generally hire, major-wise, generally similar. There's slight variations, like NSWC Indian had to hire more chemical engineers than us typically because they're doing more explosives. But for the most part, everyone's always looking for WEs, MEs, computer engineers, computer scientists. Now, how they hire is always, there's going to be variations. So if you are interested, the first place to really start would be the QR code on the back of the card will take you to our NAVSEA Crane Career site. But once you're on the NAVSEA site, you can go to their home thing, drop down, they'll have warfare centers, and then they'll have the other 10 warfare centers. You can go to their careers areas to see how to either contact them or otherwise apply.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
I apologize, I'll take my mask down so you can hear me a little better. I did say IET, so Industrial Engineering Technologies. I'm looking for a focus on lean and what kind of lean dynamic do you have there?
So years ago, lean continuous improvement, Lean Six Sigma continuous improvement was a really big push. Now, I'll say it's not a big push, but it is still done, and we still utilize kind of the tools that lean provides to do process improvements, things like that. So now on the IET side, WETs, METs, that's not as big as part of our hiring as the IEs and the WEs and MEs. But they did actually change before this year. Everything non-scientist engineer had to go through USA jobs. But that's going to change starting this year. We're going to be able to go hire non-scientist engineers very similar to how we hire scientists engineers. So we don't have to go through USA jobs. So there may be more push to hire MET, IET, WET. But right now, I just don't know if that's going to actually happen or not. But certainly the best way though would be get your resume and pass it on, take a look. And when we're talking about some of the other stuff, I saw you nod a couple times. Are you a vet by chance?
Just happened to be, yeah.
Okay, what
Naval engineer, 7 years.
Okay.
I started in the nuclear field and then went to conventional.
Okay, yeah. That helps too. I mean, we always like that to have background with the system we work on.
Yeah, service warfare specialist as well.
Yes.
So.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions?
How closely do you work alongside the other working centers? I know you talked about using so are you working with
Have you been working with some of the other warfare centers? Because maybe that'd be a better question.
Working with the other warfare
Yeah.
centers? Yeah, I mean, so that's something that they're really striving to do more of. So we always kind of refer to it as, I guess, healthy competition. With, we all, think that our warfare center is the best, which that's a good thing. So that what they do, kind of the NAVSEA wide, is they give us what they call our technical focus areas, and so they're trying to keep us kind of in swim lanes so that we're not overlapping a whole lot. But there are always areas, so like UASs, for example, is an area that, you know, a lot of different warfare centers have. Like, they might be looking at payloads, they might be, like, we might be looking at the electronic warfare aspect of it, sensors, you know, all of it kind of comes together. So that is something that they've really been striving towards, especially in some of the research money that we have, to make sure that they're cooperative agreements where we're kind of all putting money into the pot to affect more change.
Yeah, no, I spent a brief period of time in our explosives area, and they work with SWC Indian Head quite a bit, because Indian Head does a lot of explosives.
Yeah.
So I do know that, you know, they were working with them quite a bit, you know, going out on trips to there. So there is collaboration going where it makes sense. I mean, I collaborate with other warfare centers, but that's totally from a recruiting standpoint.
Yeah.
But, you know, so it's so there's certainly collaboration. I'll say through my career, most of my collaborations really were with the customer or with the contractors for the customer. Lockheed Martin, worked with Lockheed Martin quite a bit. Draper Labs in Boston, worked with them quite a bit. And so that's a lot of where my collaborations were.
Yeah. Yeah, I was taking a look. I know whenever I was in underwater sensors, we worked as well with Newark, Newport quite a bit. There is, you know, kind of, like I said, we try to stay in our own, so we're not stepping on each other's toes, but there are areas for where we collaborate, or kind of this is the handoff to the other warfare center.
Yeah, funny story. So I was in underwater sensors for a time too. So it's funny. I spent 18 years in one area and then like 8 years in 5 different areas. So when I was in underwater sensors, we were working this one project. We had a really big problem with the hydrophone, and then finally, you know, the customer and the experts on it, because I was like an outsider trying to help them, and they're all like, "It's got to be tested. Crank's got to be screwing the test up. Send the hydrophones to New England. That'll solve all our problems." And I was like, I could tell them, like, no, nothing in the data suggests there's any problem with test. It's not a problem. We're wasting our time. But they sent the hydrophones off to Newport. They tested them. They got the same results. And then that was when finally everyone was like, okay, well, we can't figure this out. So John, what do you and your team got? And then we started doing stuff to try to solve the problem. But so that was, I guess, another collaboration, but that was just more to verify the same results.
Did you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask how much you work with private companies, but you seem to touch on that in the answer to the last question.
With
private
sorry,
company.
I can't hear.
Yeah, you probably, I don't know, the J Crew, you probably work with the contractors quite a bit.
Yeah, Northrop Grumman is our main. And then we also have what we call our contract partners. So we're government employees and we're hiring for government positions, but there are also local kind of contractors, and a lot of the contract employees work within our spaces as well.
Yeah, the contractors have hundreds of scientists, engineers working for them, and they hire. So, yeah, if you come by the IR tomorrow, I can give you a website that's got the site with all our contractors with links to their job boards. Because they're hiring almost as much as we are typically, because they got to have the engineers and scientists support what we do as well. So.
And they really are partners with us, so we don't shy away from saying like, hey, if you know, don't get on at Crane, or if you want to be in private industry but still supporting the warfighter, that's a good way to do it as well, as looking into some of the contract
Yeah, so over the years
partners.
I've worked with too, like Raytheon, primarily defense contractors, but that you're going to work with is working in Crane. But Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Draper Labs, been to a lot of the national labs, Sandia National Labs, Lawrence Livermore. Those are always a fun trip going, especially from Sandia National Labs. But so there's a lot really about anything to think of, and there's all kinds of stuff. Yes, sir.
What does the, scope of work look like for an engineer there? Like, is it a lot more research or design, testing, troubleshooting, and kind of everything?
Yeah, good question. So I always sum it up this way. It's like, so especially when I first started at Crane, a lot of what we did 32 years ago was test evaluation. And that's kind of really 80% of my career as an electrical engineer was as a test engineer. 20% was R&D. I didn't like the R&D part. I like the test engineering part because for me it fit my personality. You got to be more a jack of all trades. You got to know a little about a lot of different things. You don't have to go real deep. You're in the lab more. You're generally under pressure more. I work better under pressure, so I always like that. Being under the gun, and so I enjoyed that. But over the years, Crane's transformed. I would say about 50% of what we do is testing now, and about 35–40% is R&D and design work now. So, and I know our leadership wants it. They're trying to push it so it's more split evenly.
And you have the opportunity to, I guess, kind of float between those areas and kind of find your niche, or like you
So,
kind of get put in
yeah, I'm going to say yes in this sense, because I mentioned the R&D. A lot of our R&D revolves around, basically it's like a microgram proposal. So you get some team of engineers, and they come up with a good idea, they'll write up basically like a little microgram proposal to get funded part of their time the next year to do this R&D. And so if it gets accepted, then the next year you work 25 or 33% of your time on this R&D project, and the rest of your time is on your normal job. And if your normal day job is being a test engineer, then yeah, you're going to be doing that test engineering too. Now, me, I was, like I said, 80% was test engineering, 20% was R&D. The R&D revolved around doing papers for conferences and things like that. So that was, the way you get your name out there and get recognition and kind of get some good light shined on Crane. And so I wrote papers over the years, and I really hated that because it was tedious. And
You make it sound terrible.
Well, for me it was.
My whole organization is already.
For me it was tedious, and I had to really think about things, and then writing. It was like it's funny story. So I went to I want to be an electrical engineer. Hey, I want to have to write. And no, you got to write all the time. And I actually became very good at it, especially when I was editor for paper submissions. And I get some of these papers, and I'm like, oh my God, this is terrible. And I'd be like, I'd circle like a whole paragraph and say, I don't even know what you're trying to say here. So, but yeah, so it's always fun. Everyone's different. It fits me better to do test engineering, the R&D not so much, but everyone's different. You may enjoy other aspects.
Yeah, counterpoint, you get to work on all the cutting edge technology whenever you're on the. So yeah. I would just say overall though, make sure that if you've got a strong opinion, like I want to be hands-on or I want to be in that research realm, that you let your interviewer know, because like we've got one whole division that's only science and technology R&D based. So in one of the slides it kind of talked about the full life cycle support, and that's what we're like. Left of the life cycle is kind of the R&D science and technology side, and then it goes all the way through like production, tests, decommissioning, all of that kind of stuff, logistics type. So there's definitely the full array of things that we do.
We advertise ourselves as full life cycle support. That's everywhere from project inception, program inception, all the way to decommissioning.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think Patrick's getting ready to shut us down here. So.
Yeah, we're just past 6:20. If you guys have further questions,
we'll both be at the IR tomorrow if anyone's not bothered. Although I don't know how. I guess it's going to work a little differently this year. If you didn't sign up, I don't know. We'll see how it works tomorrow.
If anybody didn't sign up or wasn't able to, and you've got resumes along, feel free to pass those along and come and talk to us tonight.
Or send them in. Yeah, that's either way. Thank you for your time. Thanks for attending. This is, I think, probably one of the larger groups I've had doing the info sessions here, so I appreciate it.
I didn't count, but hopefully they know us the number.
Thank you folks so much for coming by.
You're welcome.
And like I mentioned, dinner, if you follow the signs in the hallway, it'll get you there.
All right. Thanks, Patrick.
Hi, do I still have the business cards? I'll take one.
John, do you still have the business cards?
Thank you.
I'll tell you what it's actually, but, so. I was wondering if you guys have, I'm still right to a little bit. I started research with,
And any recruiter has a lot of the military, like military, how we hire. So anytime you run, sorry, I'm not on the HR side, so I don't know.
Sure, yeah, so it's a Euro student. I was wondering, I know you mentioned that some missile systems. Is that off table for like Euro students, or is that more for some of the other warfare centers?
So we do hire some aero students right now. The primary area where we're hiring aero is for our hypersonics programs. So that's kind of brand new, and so I actually haven't seen them hire anything for this year, so I don't know how many, but that's definitely an area where we're growing a lot because of the hypersonics program.
All right. So I just wanted to make sure there's like something a little bit.
Yeah,
so if I could, I can get my interview slot.
Yeah, it's not in those top 4 or whatever that John had listed, but it is something.
I saw them kind of a little bit buried in there, and just like make sure.
But yes, we do hire. We even have a special job series for aero engineers, and then we've in the past as well hired aeros. If you're an aero but more interested, like purely mechanical, like I know that we've done that before too. But a lot of aeros that like aero for a reason because that's what you have to do. So yeah, I would say hypersonics is usually the best bet. Sometimes they do some stuff with airborne electronic warfare. I would say we don't hire very often in that area.
Okay. So is it more like hypersonics as in like aerodynamics or
What's that?
hypersonics as in like just hypersonics overall, or as in like
which background check, like which
airflow
security
or like
clearance
propulsion systems? Or do you not really know?
Yeah, already, yeah. They kind of set up that program after I left that area. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I mean, they're working on, actually a lot of it is classified, so I wouldn't know it anyways.
Yeah, it's kind of the one of the things that goes with along with stuff like that. Anyways.
Hypersonic missiles, yeah. I don't know, it sounds very cool, but I just
It
never
does.
looked at
It
that
sounds
area.
really cool to me. But anyways, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, yep.
I just spoke with John, but
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to hand one.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Thank you so
thank
much.
Thank you.
Yeah. If I can get kicked out.
Sorry, I'm good. I'm John. I'm actually a master's student in electrical engineering.
Okay.
And I just had a couple of questions about what kind of fellowships, and I heard the SMART scholarship. Is that available for master's students as well?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, we select a whole lot more on the master's and PhD side for the SMART. Yeah, I guess he kind of focused on, probably the most people in here are bachelor's degree. But good news for you is we are extremely excited. They're trying to grow the numbers of master's students that we've got in training.
Yeah, I
So
saw something like 600 on the slideshow.
Oh,
somewhere in
that's how many we have now, but they're hoping to get to like, I think 25% of, which is a very aggressive goal. But, so some of it will be hiring folks with master's degrees, and some of it will be offering more education for the students once they're there. So what's your kind of focus?
So my focus is communications and signal processing.
Awesome.
So I was really interested in the electronic warfare section.
Yeah, can you come work for my division right now?
Absolutely.
We definitely need that help.
Yeah.
We actually have an engineer, and his last week is this week. And I was like, man, he's going to leave a big hole. And it's in those kind of areas. Of course, he does a lot of like embedded development stuff as well. But so that's great. Are you coming to talk to us tomorrow?
I am not coming tomorrow. I think there was a virtual section in like 2 days.
Okay.
And so I'm scheduled for there. I'm not sure who the recruiter I'm speaking to.
I don't know either, because I would have signed up for it, but unfortunately we have a big meeting going on, so I don't know. John's usually only at in-person events this time of year. But do you have a resume?
I do, yes.
'Cause I'd love to take it back and...
Mostly batteries.
And that was my other question. So I know some federal positions prefer kind of like a narrative resume format. I was wondering. that the case
Yeah,
here?
no, for what we do, like hiring right out of college, we expect to see the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, once you get internal, we do that. Like my resume now is like 6 pages, which
Yeah.
is ridiculous. Because I just recently hired for a position and there were 14 candidates and over 200 pages of resumes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So it becomes kind of burdensome, but yeah, but we don't really worry about that for entry level. Normally we do the, standard 1-pager every once in a while too.
Yeah, I actually just finished my federal resume last night, and I spent hours on that thing. It's at 7 pages right now.
Yeah.
So I understand that pain.
No, this looks, you're Theta Tau. I'm Phi Sigma Rho.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Awesome, yeah.
I should have recruited out of Phi Rho a little bit more, I see, but I think that there's definitely some opportunity. So we just need to get you an interview and find a good place. But yeah.
Some relief where you said that you were.
Awesome. Well, I don't want to get y'all kicked out of here. Or get
One more question. So it says March 2023. So are you looking for like an internship this summer, or are you
For the
just
summer.
okay?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. And then I don't know about the SMART program either. I would definitely look into that. I don't know as much about it because they're not official, I guess, trained employees until you graduate. But,
Jason HOPF.
but yeah, we definitely do choose some candidates from that program.
We have another person now.
Awesome. Well, it's good to meet you.
It's great to meet you. I
Yeah.
hope to hear from you soon.
Yeah.
Be able
Good
to
luck.
last second of what we do.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to just give you the resume and just
Yeah.
ask a couple questions.
Sure.
So I spent the last year working for Lockheed Martin as assistant engineer for Newegg. That's why I was asking about the cross center.
Yeah.
I was curious, how much do you work with contractors versus directly with the Navy versus your own?
It really depends on the program. So like where I work right now, we work, like I said, with Northrop Grumman primarily, and then we've got contracted partners that work alongside of us. But I would say, like, we support one particular program office. Well, I say that, and then also Marine Corps and also Special Operations and stuff like that. So it really just depends on the project that you're on. So some people are really like hands-on with the actual warfighters, and that's usually more so in like the Marines and Special Operations. Navy usually, goes through all of the normal channels, but and it depends on what type of work you're doing as well.
Yeah, this was right up my alley because I just come from the Lockheed side, so I was curious with the customer side.
Yeah.
The customer side.
No, and that's definitely, and you did social robotics.
Yes.
I helped out quite a bit with I saw a couple of our high school, our local high school, I helped out with the local, and then I also did like the Lego League stuff as well.
Okay, yeah,
so.
I know that as well.
Yeah. Cool.
That's really cool.
All right.
And then one more question you may or may not know. As an engineer, do you guys work on the waterfall system or agile?
That's a good question too. In my particular branch, we do agile and Scrum.
Okay.
But I know it's not that way everywhere.
Okay.
Training. So I think that that's kind of a new, we're trying to get into that a little bit more. Yeah. That's a really good question so you say electrical and computer engineering. Are you mostly on the computer side?
Mostly on the computer side, yeah.
Okay. We're probably going to get the boot here.
Yeah.
Is there maybe there's no one else?
I'm not sure. I don't. From the schedule, it looked like there was.
On the schedule, there's nothing.
Oh, there's nothing.
You
Okay.
guys,
Okay. All right.
Well, I was just going to say that
It looked full when I looked.
A lot of the programming and the stuff that we do is where he was talking about like the C3ISR, surveillance reconnaissance. Is kind of in our expeditionary. Unfortunately, we both have backgrounds in strategic missions and electronic warfare, so I don't know that much about how they do, but I know like a lot of the most program that we do is within that area. But
I'm looking forward to it.
so that's a really good question, and hopefully you'll get an interview and you can ask the interviewer that, maybe they'll know.
Okay, awesome. So you think more of the programmatic, the computer and software side is more agile and then hardware becomes more waterfall?
I'd say probably overall we're still kind of waterfall, but I think it depends on the project again.
Okay.
There's just such a wide range. Like everywhere I go, I'm like,
What are we doing here?
it's just, yeah, it's crazy the diversity at Crane
Okay.
itself. So like that's one of the things I really like about it too, because I feel like it's, oh, if I get bored over here, then you know,
I'll go
yeah, I can try something else over here, and yeah. So actually, I've worked a little bit in all three of our focus areas, and it's just a different feel, a different pace. It just feels like a different culture, like depending on what building you're in.
Okay.
So
it's a big
yeah.
system.
So again, if there's something that you're really like, you know, I really wanted to be in like an agile environment. I might mention that because that will probably get a hiring manager to like catch the ride and be like, hey, that's what we do. This would be a good fit.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for the time. Thanks for putting this up.
No problem.
Hi, how are you? I'm Chris.
Nice
Nice
to
to
meet
meet you. Yeah, I was actually just kind of wondering what your time has kind of looked like since you've been at Crane. Like, what did you do in the private sector as well?
Yeah, so I was way different. I worked in a manufacturing plant that made snack foods.
Okay.
And did kind of quality assurance there, and then so I started out at Crane, and I felt like I was starting all over again. So I worked on like test equipment, and I did like the engineering thing just for a short time, and then kind of got back into quality at Crane, which is not a normal path, I guess, for engineers. And then I had been a manager in private industry as well. So then pretty much as soon as I got the opportunity, I rode on a roll and was able to become a manager again. So I've been doing that, for 6 years now. So the vast majority of my time at Crane has been in management.
What did you actually do whenever, like, you were doing the snack foods? Like, were you a process engineer?
I did packaging engineering, but then, like I said, I went into
So it wasn't very
quality assurance.
electrical based?
No, not at all, not at all.
That's what I was curious about.
Yeah, well, I at Purdue was a management minor, and I'm like, if I would have been honest with myself, I probably should have been an industrial engineer, but I'm like, I don't know, it didn't seem hard enough to me, or I don't know what I was thinking, but I always liked the people side of it, but I'm like, I'm glad I stuck with electrical engineering because it's like, where I am now is like the perfect intersection. Like, I don't have to do all the crazy technical stuff because my mind just doesn't work. I mean, obviously, because
it worked well enough to get you
I got the degree. I got the degree. I did quite well in college too, but I've always wanted to be on the people side of it. So it's awesome now. Like, I still get to be involved with the technology, but I get to give our engineers the tools for, so that they're able. He keeps looking over at me. I think he wants me to be part of this conversation.
Oh.
Any other questions? Are you going to come by tomorrow?
Yeah, actually, I have an interview scheduled for, I think, 8:30.
He had signed up with Jason, but Jason's not going to be here.
Okay.
I'm assuming Elijah's going to be here, I hope.
Okay. We'll get you, we'll get you talking to someone.
If not, we'll just have to do two students.
Yeah, I wish I could stay an extra day.
But actually, why don't we go to the...
Yeah, and actually, I told you I was going to get something to eat. I came here and they weren't serving food yet, and then I went downstairs to the thing, and I guess they closed at 5. So I missed my window.
Oh, you need help, let me set that in there.
So I may, so don't need to be rude, but I may eat because I am starved.
No, I'm going to eat a little bit. I don't want to eat a lot because I'm going to go to Mountain Jack.
Oh, you're going to Mountain Jack.
Yeah.
Are you guys actually moving to the networking room? Or are you guys like...
No, we're going to the employer break room to have a meeting.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Peter.
I
graduated double E here in 2006.
Cool. And for scale, the folder on there, if you run scale.
Yes, yeah, I'm the principal investigator or director of scale.
Awesome.
So I don't know how much you've heard about scale, but I thought you found about it.
Very little. I know that it exists.
That's okay. You can explain it in more detail.
Let me grab the rest of my stuff.
Any help or anything about that?
There was a master's. I mean, I will hire him like now. He's only looking for an internship for this summer. So.
You need to log off or anything.
Well, you can get an intern. We go ahead and. Yeah. All right, just put it up.
Well, it might be better if I want to get him in my division because we don't have to learn anything together.
Well, it's good. Well, let's also you guys can know you're on that.
Do I?
You guys both can do well.
Yeah.
students will be able to sign on the QR code. That's just the kind of thing that we need to track for the SAO's sake. Yeah. And so, computer there, I believe this is the live stream tech. Looks like we're currently live streaming now, so we want to press. And there's audio, and I think when
Okay. Well, 7:30 now, so we'll go ahead and get started. My name is Jason Sawa. I am a process metallurgist at our Pittsburgh division, our engineered bar products division. I got Sam Stone here with me,
a process engineer at the Columbia City Mill, so it's in structural and rail. I was mechanical engineering, class of 17 from here.
Yep, I was class of 17 as well in material science. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go over basically what Steel Dynamics is, explain to you a little bit about Steel Dynamics. We're going to get into a bit about the internships as well. I want to keep this an open conversation, so if you guys have any questions, if there's anything that you guys want to ask us, feel free to raise your hand, but there will also be some time that we'll save at the end as well. So, Steel Dynamics was founded in 1993 by 3 men that were in the steel world already. They figured they could kind of shake it up a little bit and do better themselves. And those 3 men are still active today on our board of directors. One of them is actually our president and CEO, Mark Millett. We first produced steel in 1996 and we became a public company in 1996 as well, where you can find us under the code STLD.
So a little bit about Steel Dynamics, or SDI for short. We have about 9,000 teammates in the entire company. It's actually probably closer to 10,000 now, spread across 3 different divisions. So there's the steel side, which is where both of us work. There's the metals recycling, so it'll be your scrap yards that will feed the ferrous scrap into the steel side and the non-ferrous into the more Lafarga, and just it's its own business as well. Then there's a downstream manufacturing. So New Millennium will do joists, girders, anything like walk into a Kroger and look up at the ceiling. That's what they'll make, is that kind of thing. Vulcan, which will do threaded rod, they'll do cold drawing, pretty much anything that has to do with rod is what they'll do.
A lot of words on this slide. I don't expect you to read them all, but one way that I just want to summarize it for you, at Steel Dynamics, we value our employees. What I mean by that is, it's right here in red. The right people in the right place will always remain our greatest asset, which means that we are never going to take profit or production over the safety or the well-being of our employees.
So there's also a lot of words on this slide, but I'll summarize it. So this strategic focus, we also call it the 6 pillars of this company. As you notice, safety is very top. So until we reach 0, we're not satisfied. So that is the #1 goal for everybody in this company, is safety. Then beyond that, there's enhancing customer relationships and commitments, trying to create that long-lasting relationship with the customers, try to sustain the superior operating culture, which kind of what he was alluding to earlier. That's the people, right? The people are what make the company. Trying to have strategic growth, intentional margin expansion, and consistency throughout the cycle. So steel is a very cyclical market. There's very high ups like there's right now, and there's also very big downs like there was in 2008. Right? It's very, very cyclical. So trying to take advantage of that cycle and grow strategically within that. Trying to drive innovation, which is very related to the above one. And then financial strength and flexibility. So we're a very low-cost steel manufacturer. Nothing compared to the big, when you think of big steel mills from the 1920s, 30s, 40s, whatever it may be, that's not what this is today. Right? That's not how we operate. We're not we're still big and loud and dirty, but nothing compared to, what it was.
So what all this culminates into is a culture that is unmatched in, I'd say, any industry. And as Sam said, right at the top of it, always #1, safety. And then with that, hand in hand is our people. And then we also want to use our people to grow and enhance and better our communities around us as well. The last thing on here is a little bit different, but our culture also drives innovation. We are always willing to accept new ideas, to listen to new ideas, to
have people ask questions. We're always willing to hear what people want to say. So that will give us a step up in the market against everyone else that's trying to compete against us.
So again, just to hammer it home again, safety is the #1 value of this company, and that requires buy-in from management commitment, to individual engagement, as well as making safety conversational, right? It doesn't come across well to anybody at the company if you're just hammering into their head, be safe, be safe, be safe, be safe. You want to have a conversation about it. You want to have them point out things they feel are unsafe. You want to, have that conversation back and forth to be able to actually stimulate any kind of growth, which is what the company always tries to do.
Speaking of growth, what I'll do to summarize this slide is I'll point out 3 things. Right here, shipments in 1996 on the upper left-hand side, 794,000 tons. 794,000 tons. Might seem like a lot, but when you're comparing that to the rest of the market, to the rest of the world, it's not very much at all. So each one of these little bullet points here are either value add steps or acquisitions that we made. And then if you want to move it all the way over here to 2019, our shipments were in excess of 10.5 million tons, 10.8 million tons. Metals recycling, that's what we had acquired over the years, as well as our steel fabrication. But that doesn't mean that we're done yet. What we still want to do, what we still are always driving to do, is to expand, is to grow, and to innovate. So we'll talk about this in a few, but we are currently developing a new project with unheard of technology in the steel world down in Sinton, Texas, which is just north of Corpus Christi. So that's not going to be our last project either. That's going to be one of the many steps that we take along the way as we try to grow and develop in the U.S. and world steel market.
So now we're going to go a little more in depth into the actual steel operations of the company.
Just this slide here, we have 6 electric arc furnaces. Yes, there's more than 6 dots on here, but we consider Vulcan and some of our other downstream value-add processes to be included with our steel operations. Our 6 locations are, with the EAFs, are Structural and Rail, Butler Flat, Engineered Bar, Columbus Flat, Steel West Virginia, and Roanoke Bar.
So here's kind of a breakdown of how the steel side of the company is split. There's the flat roll side, and then there's the long products. So we're both in the long products side. The flat roll is kind of the company's bread and butter, right? That's specifically the value added, right? So not just the hot mill, the hot roll coming off the hot mill and any of these mills here. It's the zinc dipping, the hot dip galv, the paint lines, the pickle lines, all of that. That is really what sets this company apart from everybody else.
So, as I mentioned earlier, Sinton is going to be a sheet steel process. It's going to be 2,500 acres. We're spending roughly $1.9 to $2.1 billion on this project, creating 600 new jobs for the area. And we will be able to increase our production of steel by 3 million tons annually. Most of where that steel is going to be going is into the southwestern U.S. and into Mexico, mostly into appliances, automotive, and construction. And now our Columbus Flat Roll division, that's down in Alabama, or
Mississippi.
Mostly does hot rolled sheet steel, or only does hot rolled sheet steel, pickles and oils, galvanized, galvalume, painted, and you can see here there's a wide variety of different applications those products go into as well.
So the Butler Flat Roll division, that was the very first mill STI built. So it's in Butler, Indiana. It's kind of around the Auburn area, northeast Indiana. So that's kind of the pride and joy right now of this entire company. Sinton will soon overshadow it in just capacity, sheer magnitude of absolutely everything it can do. Just for a little bit of scale, the one caster in Sinton can do more than what both casters in Butler can, just pure tonnage wise. It's absolutely insane what they're doing down there. But it's not to say the Butler division's a slouch. They're still pumping out 3 million tons every single year, at minimum. Some years, this year's probably they'll go past that. Then the Tex galvanizing lines in Virginia, or Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh. They do not have the hot mill, so they're just taking the hot band coils from the Butler, predominantly the Butler mill. Then they're doing the cold mill, they're doing the hot dip galv, the post-processing stuff to it.
So now we go into the long products group, which is, like Sam said, what we're both part of. The one on the left here, the engineered bar products division, that's actually where I work. That's down in Pittsburgh, Indiana, which is about, I don't know, 12 to 15 miles west on 74 from 465. What we do there, what our bread and butter is SBQ, or specialized bar quality rounds, but we also do some squares and flats as well. We do some threaded bar and some rebar, and most of our market goes into crankshafts, gears, axle shafts, anything that really you want to spin with high wear and highly critical life, or highly critical application, sorry. That's what we do there. And then the Roanoke bar division, they do mostly angles and channels, but they also do flat bars, rounds, some rebar, squares, billets. They do a lot of stuff there. And they mostly are going into our joist manufacturer down the road, as well as trailer chassis for semi-trucks and any sort of hauling trailer that you can see on the road.
All right, so structural and rail divisions where I work. So we'll do pretty much anything for the construction markets. So your channels, your I-beams, angles, pretty much anything that goes into construction. So we're expanding to rebar recently. We technically have probably 2.5 mills on site. The rebar is kind of a sub part of a different division, a different mill on site. But the most exciting part of that is probably the rail. It has a patented head hardening technology there, so it's quality that you're not going to find anywhere else other than what comes off of this mill. Another cool thing we do is we will roll it into 320-foot pieces. Then we will weld those together to make 1/4 mile long strips. So those will all go off on a rail car at the same time. It is not fun to be stuck like that when it's crossing, let me tell you that. It takes a long time. But if you're ridden on rail, so I don't know how many of you have, but the chunk to chunk to chunk you'll hear, it'll be about a minute between each one now with that 1/4 mile long strips. Steel of West Virginia, they do anything weird we can think of, they're set up to make it. So they're not going to do, they can do standard shape stuff, but anything that most other places can't, they can figure out a way to do it. And what's not pictured here is actually Marshall University is about right here. It's literally right across the street from it, over in West Virginia.
So we're going to move away from our steel platform into our metals recycling operations now.
So it's kind of shown here. We've got them spread out all over predominantly the eastern United States. This map is a little old. We're now set in Texas, expanding more into there. We have a couple locations down in Texas and the southwestern United States. So this map will keep growing bigger.
So what's so great about the metals recycling platform is that it has a symbiotic relationship with our steel platform. Because we don't use any sort of iron ore or any sort of pig iron, all of our production comes from scrap steel. And because that we have this metals recycling platform called OmniSource, we're able to get a scrap cost advantage. We get logistics advantage because we're the main customer, because we're also the owner. We have a steady supply of good scrap, as well as a good supply chain advantage, which goes along with the logistic advantages as well.
So this is a little more onto the financial improvement strategy of the metals recycling side. So trying to mainly optimize resources, like he was saying. We are the steel platform is the main customer for the metal recycling platform, so it kind of keeps it all in-house and smooths things out quite a bit. So again, streamlining the operations. It's very similar organizational structure across the company, so you know what you're going to get pretty much no matter where you go. They're very strategic locations, so the scrap's not having to go over the road 1,000 miles to get wherever it has to go. I mean, I work in the Columbia City one, and there's probably 5 or 6 plants within 20 miles of us. So it's very, very strategic with where they're located at. Then again, same as the rest of the company, always trying to innovate, new technologies, pretty much anything we can do to run better, faster.
I do want to clarify something I might have messed up earlier. I do say that we are the main customer, but we're not the only customer. That scrap division also delivers to other steel companies around the U.S. as well, and some in Mexico and Canada, if we can have, because we do have locations in those areas as well. We're going to go down to our downstream manufacturing now. This is our third asset that we have at Steel Dynamics.
So again, we got locations all over the country, including one in Mexico. So these are spread out all over. Like that previous slide was showing, that's mainly what they do. That's the joist work. They also do some decking, so they'll take the sheet metal from mainly the Butler mill, and they'll make any kind of deck, any kind of siding, decking, garage doors, that kind of thing out of it.
So our main 2 products are joist and deck. Joist, like Sam said earlier, if you go into Kroger, you go into Walmart, you go into Lowe's, and you look up and you see all those bars above you that are holding the roof up, that's what we do there. We have 19 joist lines, and they're always used for specific jobs. There's not any 2 jobs that are exactly the same. So we are very flexible when it comes to that. They're engineered, and they the joists mostly go to architects, erectors, fabricators, general contractors, like anything that you would see with construction or building of property. And then we have 6 deck lines. Usually that goes hand in hand with the joists. We sell also the accessories with those, and there's multiple uses: bridge gaps, concrete pours, drainage collection points, and then our customers are building owners, contractors, fabricators, and erectors typically.
So this was that Vulcan down in, I believe it's in Alabama, I was talking about earlier. They do mainly the threaded rod and the cold drawn. So they'll do about 90,000 tons of pretty much everything combined, about 90,000 tons. So actually the Columbia City mill recently started supplying them. So we're supplying them with smooth round coils so they can do either the threading or the cold drawing. Again, it keeps it all, simple, and we can text the guy in charge over there, and he can tell us what he needs, and we can get it down to him. It's much simpler than trying to jump through hoops.
So the SDI Lafarga is a relatively new part of our company, and what it does is it extracts the copper from the scrap steel that we have and melts it down and forms it into wire rod, semi-finished wire rod that can go then be processed at other customers. We bought it in 2012, or we partnered up with Lafarga, who is based out of Barcelona, Spain, and we're still working on it today. The capacity, what was that, 180 million pounds, what's that, 90 tons? So not huge, but it's a win-win situation because in any sort of steel, you do not really want copper in it. It's kind of your enemy when you're trying to make quality steel. So we take that undesirable product from our scrap and we make it into something positive, something that's making money for the company. So that's one great example of the way that we're always trying to innovate, always trying to move forward, always trying to get better.
So and then this, I think, touches more on the specific internship program. It's just a little slide here about it. So kind of the internship experience, and I can speak to this, I went through it as well. It's very hands-on, it's very fast-paced. It's, at least, you're going to be working directly underneath an engineer who will kind of be the one to dictate projects to you. You'll be working hand in hand with him. You're not going to be the coffee person. You're not going to be the business card sorter. That's just not something you're going to see. Right? You're going to have actual real responsibilities and real projects that you're going to be able to actually go out into the shop floor and take measurements, dive headfirst into something and try to figure out what's not working, what is working, and any project or problem that would be assigned to you, you'd be able to dive in and try to figure out.
Now, is there anyone in here that is not in the engineering or technology schools? Okay, well, I was going to say that if you have any friends in business or finance, we do offer those types of marketing internships as well. We're going to go through right now and kind of show you how to apply for these internships. So Sam and I ourselves are not going to be awarding any internships this weekend. Everything that we do here today is basically to push you to apply online. Now, that's not to say that our input is not going to be gathered and used against these applications that are put in online, but that is your main source if you want an internship at Steel Dynamics you want to go through online, okay?
Yeah, so I guess after that presentation, is there any questions, comments, anything? Yeah.
Do y'all have any full-time positions for grads?
Yes. Yeah, we're always specifically, again, we can speak to the steel platform, metallurgy, mechanical, electrical, anything like that. There's always a spot for someone somewhere.
Internships do also have potential to go into full-time positions. If you want to, Sam, if you want to go ahead and pull up the website. So if you go to steeldynamics.com and you go over to the top right to careers, there's two options there. So if you're looking for a full-time position directly out of school, you want to click on careers. But a lot of what we're doing here today is directed towards our interns. So you just need to click on the intern box there, scroll down to the bottom, and then here's a list of all of our internships that we have available right now. Now, I want to say that those are not all of our internships. Different divisions will be uploading different internships at different times, depending upon the need that we have for next summer. So if there's something that you're interested in, but you don't see it on here yet, maybe be patient. If you still are looking for an internship, come the spring, come back on, look, see if there's something on here that might be enticing to you, okay?
Yeah. And I will say, since Wednesday of last week, there's been 3 more added. So they're always adding some. If there's one of these titles you like, you can go for that. If you don't care about location, if you care about location, you can go the other way. It's completely up to you.
Yep.
So
I think that's the video.
Yeah. We do have a little short video here about interns. I don't know, is the sound going to play? No. I don't see it. I swear it was working earlier.
It's alright. Might be it's possibly a volume on this. No, this is up too. I'm not sure. It was working earlier.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Hmm.
We can play this. This video has sound, but it doesn't really
Yeah.
need it.
That's all right. Well, that's also available on our website on the internship page. If you want to see more, want to learn more, feel free to go onto the website, click that. Those are real interns. Those are people that worked for Steel Dynamics that really did use and get valuable experiences out of the company.
So this video doesn't quite need sound for all of it. It'll just kind of show the progress on the Sinton Mill down in Texas. So construction's been ongoing for about 1.5 years now.
So this is what's called a greenfield facility, which means that before all of this was here, it was a swamp.
In this case, it was a desert. There was
right.
wild boars. There was rattlesnakes. Right. I think I caught a crocodile at one point. Or this was the wilderness.
But yeah, none of this was here prior to SDI deciding to build at this property.
I think I saw at the peak there was 2,500 contractors on site working. So this is an absolutely massive undertaking. Usually with any kind of project like this, you'll do kind of piecemeal as time goes on. So you'll do the melt cast side in the hot mill right away, and then you'll add the cold mill on later, or vice versa, and source coils from elsewhere. For here, they're doing everything at the exact same time, which is
crazy, but it's working. So there's running through the hot mill.
So we originally had this idea back in 2019. We've had it for longer than that, but we announced that we were going to be doing this project back in 2019 with the desire to have our first coil from this facility by about now in 2021. With the pandemic, I'd say most companies would allow us close to a year or probably 15 months. I think our first coil is going to be coming out of this facility in January of next year. So that just shows some of the drive that we have here at Steel Dynamics to really, keep our word and innovate.
So there's going through the behemoth of a paint line, all that stuff. Back through the hot mill again.
How much bigger is this in the Columbia City plant?
So tonnage-wise, about twice as big. Footprint-wise, a lot bigger than that.
2,500 acres.
So what they're doing here, I don't know if they show a top view of this, but it's actually more of a campus style. So there's going to be several other companies that we do not own on site that are going to be taking these hot band coils and doing some kind of post-processing to them. That they're, I think it's a 5-mile train ride away to where they're at, but it's still technically on site. Speak to how big this facility is.
And as I mentioned earlier, this is all state of the line. This is all state of the line equipment. It's honestly stuff that's never even been attempted or we've never been able to do in the steel world before, and we're going to be able to accomplish it here at this mill.
Yeah, casting. The numbers probably don't mean much to you, but usually for a caster for a EAF mill, it's about 72 inches wide. The big integrated mills, the ones up in the Gary and Chicago area, they can go up to 84, and sometimes even a little bit wider than that. This one can do the actual 84-inch off the caster, which that's predominantly to serve the automotive market because the wider you cast it, the wider you can roll it. So the trucks, the cars, they require wider sheet products that typically EAF mills just can't supply, but this one will be able to. There we got one of these just over. What's that?
Yeah, we got time.
Yeah, this one's just over internships in general, kind of projects you'd be looking at.
Is this our internship group in 2019 or 2020?
The 2020 would have been all virtual, so I don't think it was this one.
That's right. So yeah, this was our 2019 internship group.
I will say the 2020 ones, they were mostly in person. I think there was a handful of corporate ones were still virtual, but if you were in the mill or anywhere like that, it was in person. So accounting and finance, they got to go on the jet, which I've not even done. So I'm a little jealous of that.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not an accounting person, so not all of these programs mean much to me. But if they mean something to you, there they are.
Same thing for IT. Everything that you're going to see here is real projects that we have trusted our internships to accomplish.
So, yes, to pick out an example, like the internal job board, like that is a site everybody at the company has access to. They can log in there, see what jobs are available if they want to put a bid on something else to try to move up in the company. So that was something that the interns had a hand in actually developing, that everybody, all 9,000 employees, can access.
Health and safety and environmental, that's a big part of our company here. I don't know if any of you are involved with that, but if you have anyone that is, we take that facet of the company and we put that very high because safety is number one, right? Lockout, tagout, JSAs, confined space, all very important things in a manufacturing environment, and we allow our internships to help us develop those.
Again, into HR, this is at UltiPro web portal. That's the HR site that's got your benefits, your payroll. It has the job board on there. So again, that's something everybody uses that interns had a hand in developing. Doing the new hire orientation. So typically for most production employees are going to come in through the shipping department, right? So everybody's kind of coming through the same role. So interns had a hand in developing that orientation that every new hire is going to go through.
Including the hourly personnel. Right now, the job market's very difficult. Same back in 2020. We allowed them to work on that as well. Sales and marketing. I don't know too much about the tariffs, but those are also obviously very important in our industry. Assist with the customer portal site. You get to go on a golf outing if anyone plays golf. Customer visits, internal sales competition that they have amongst themselves. That's pretty nice.
I did go on that golf outing. It is fun.
I've heard.
So getting more into the actual nitty-gritty engineer projects. So for electrical, I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at there, but they're actually helping with equipment install and any kind of design that goes prior to that equipment install. They're having a hand in all that, doing the automated IBA reports. So that's going to be equipment monitoring. So it'll be torques, vibrations, temperatures, all of that you actually need to assess the health of any piece of equipment you'd have. That's all something they had a hand in.
I left the mechanical.
I'll speak to this one as well. So again, I was the mechanical engineering intern before I was hired on. So a lot of these projects were stuff that I had a hand in as well. They're doing plant-wide pipe drawings, so that'll be any kind of rack piping you'd have, any emergency shutoffs, any tie-in points, any of that. That's very valuable information to know. That's make a map of it so everybody knows where stuff's at. Doing any kind of maintenance PM schedules, that kind of goes back to that IBA that I was talking about earlier. Same thing with the data collection. There's any kind of access platforms. There's improvements to existing, and like I said, it's very far and wide. It's whatever the needs of the engineer you'd be working under at the time are. That's kind of the direction you'll go. And we kind of talked about earlier, it's going to be very fast paced. It's going to change a lot based on whatever is needed at the time.
Process engineers. Both of us are technically process engineers. I'm a metallurgist. He's a mechanical engineer. That just kind of makes sure that our process is in line, in control. The first one, repair and operate a 40-pound furnace for scrap sampling and data collection. That's a lot of testing, a lot of research and R&D. Develop test alternative methods for sampling scrap. Develop alternative calculator that's likely for chemistry calculations. Sulfur emission reduction, which is very important. We just announced that we are going to 0% emissions in, is it 2050?
I have 2050 in my head.
2050, we're trying to go to a net zero emission. And then steel cleanliness, that's the picture that you see there. That's probably a Climex machine. That will just take a look at the internal of the steel bars and determine, what the cleanliness from the caster looks like. There can be inclusions in the steel that can create points that will fracture when you put them into a critical application. So that's a very important process as well. I think the next one's the metallurgy. I probably won't touch on all of these. Aluminum steel mix analysis, steel cleanliness again, very important. The diffusion oxide study, also very important. You don't want your oxides to stay full and intermix with the steel. Grain size analysis, temperature trials, chemistry sampling. A lot of this stuff is a lot of lab work. It's a lot of difficult work, but it's definitely rewarding. It's a lot of stuff that you're going to want to be using, and it will help you down the road. Definitely stuff that if you're interested in working for Steel Dynamics, you will get value out of it.
So there's also different activities that all the interns as a group will do. So I'm a little jealous. These mostly started after my internship was done. So they're monthly networking lunches for all the interns that kind of more localized so you're not traveling, 100 miles to go eat lunch. That seems a little crazy. Doing community service projects. There's lunch and learns with company leaders. There's the intern extravaganza was always kind of the big event. So that is everybody company-wide that is held in Fort Wayne. They'll do tours of the structural rail division, Butler, New Millennium in Butler, and one of the OmniSource plants to kind of get a taste of, you know, every part of the company. Then at the end you go to a Tin Caps game. There's usually some big wigs there that'll, you know, they're just there to chit chat, and you know, they're people too. Like they just want to have a conversation and get to know you a little bit.
Real quick, our plan currently, as far as I know, is to have a 100% in-person, on-site internship program for 2021. So I believe a lot of those activities were canceled last year during COVID, but as far as I know, we should be 100% back in person come 2022.
Well, that's kind of redundant with what we've talked about before. But
So, you know, anything you want to see, again, you can kind of catch that, all of that in that video on the website that we weren't able to hear.
Yep.
Can you guys both give us kind of like a day in the life of what you're working on now?
Okay.
Go first?
Yeah. What's nice for me is it is never the same. I get to mix it up. I mean, there's definitely day-to-day activities I have to accomplish, whether that's working with salespeople, whether that's working with operators. But a lot of times for me, I get to kind of plan my own day. If I need to work on stuff that's going to affect the process, a longer-term project, I can work on that. Unless there's something that there's more critical need, a closer deadline that I need to work on. But like I said, they really value, Steel Dynamics really values their employees, so they trust you to accomplish whatever needs to be done. So if that means, from one day to the next day, I can spend 8 hours at my desk, and then the next day I can spend no time at my desk, be out in the mill talking to the operators, helping the process, watching the process, doing anything that they need help with.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, I wear many hats. So I will do, about half the time will be maintenance related activities. So any equipment health, not even PMs, it's whatever fire happened the night before. You'll read the shift reports, talk to the millwrights that run nights, try to figure out, what happened and try to address it going forward. Very few things are actually catastrophic, shut the line down. It's more of a, okay, when we get some downtime, we got to address that. So it's putting plans in motion to do that. Or another half the time, I'll do more production related activities. So I'll do I fill in for shift supervisor all the time. So it's actually, being over the crew with 30 different people and, actually making sure everyone's driving toward the same goal at the same time. So versus today, got there, caught up on the weekend, figure out what happened. I have my specific logs stuff I'll keep up on. I had maintenance meetings for the down day that'll be again next week. So it'll be a planned shutdown. So we'll, on purpose shut everything down to do whatever maintenance needs to happen. It's better to plan for stuff than to have something catastrophic happen and be forced to go down because you don't have the resources in place to do it. All right, then I drove here. But so every day is a little bit different, and that's kind of echoing what he said. That's really what I like about it is if I had to do the same thing day in and day out, I would go crazy. And I'm not a desk person either, so if I was stuck at a desk for 40 hours a week, I would also go crazy. So this kind of has that balance for me that really works well. Any other questions? Yeah.
I just want to confirm, does Steel Dynamics take international students as interns?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Because not a lot of companies do that.
Oh no. Yep. We are looking to hire the best candidates possible.
Yep. Anything else? Yeah.
So right now, the plastic steel is obviously at an all-time high. What do you foresee, I guess, in the near future as lots of people are, I guess, I don't want to say betting against, but like the automobile companies are going to start charging more and more. Are you guys adapting at all to that? Or, because I'm assuming your contractors right now are probably charging you way more, right? They're just gonna say, oh, you profited X amount.
Yeah, so yes, the price of steel is going up, which is positively impacting the producers, but we also buy a lot of equipment and machinery, so the increased prices are also impacting us. So I don't think anyone's going to pretend that this is a new normal. Right? No one's going to tell you that.
Right.
This, like we said earlier, it's a very cyclical market. There's going to be really big highs, there's going to be some lows. It kind of goes with the territory. And talking to the sales team, they foresee this for the rest of the year, but like I said, you roll with it, you adapt. And I guess one thing that SDI is very, very proud of is they've never laid off anybody for lack of orders. So when the economy gets tough, nobody gets laid off. Everybody keeps their job. Very few companies can say that.
Right. And your main customers are automotive, right?
Actually, no. The automotive are mainly in hand with the big integrated mills in the Gary area. So they kind of have a stranglehold on them, trying to penetrate that market. That's what the sentence aimed at. But a lot of the Butler specifically is going in towards appliances, for instance, garage doors, washer, dryer, refrigerator, the hot tubs, anything like that. That's typically what those markets are more aimed at.
I will say, just to kind of go back to your original question, one reason why that we are so flexible and adaptable is we are non-union, which does allow us to move quicker with the market as the market changes. So that is one reason why our three founders, wanted to go on their own venture, was because they saw that there was there's always a changing market, and they wanted to be able to attack that as best as they saw possible. And that's what they do. That's what we continue to do.
That was going to be the next question. I don't know if you guys had USW contracts or not.
No, we do not. The only union facility is the Steel of West Virginia. It's not USW. I don't remember which one it is.
So you guys are operating as a series of mini mills compared to the integrated mills?
Yes. Yep. Entirely mini mills. So it's a much leaner process. We don't have we don't need to have near the personnel on site that one of those mills would have.
I walked in a few minutes late.
Yep.
No, that's all right.
Yep. No, you're good. So the EAF mini mill process just inherently does not need as many people as the big mills do. So it's
mainly electric arc furnace?
Yep, entirely.
Yep.
Entirely.
100%.
Okay.
Yep.
So I know you mentioned sustainable growth. I see the Comey City plant, which is close to me, is expanding pretty rapidly. What kind of sustainable things are you doing? So the steel prices obviously is way on. So
Yeah, I mean, decarbonization is the big term right now. Everybody in the steel industry is doing decarb projects, right? So some of the stuff we're doing, investigate more into cogeneration. So all the waste heat given off, trying to recycle that into something else useful. That's one of the biggest hitters, I guess. Again, being the mini mill, we don't have near the emissions that one of the bigger blast furnaces does. Just again, we're melting down scrap. We're not creating new steel, right? It already exists. We're just repurposing it. So we don't have near the input, near the emissions that one of them do, but we're still going at cogeneration, probably the big one. That again, it's zero by 2050 is the company-wide goal.
thank you.
Yeah.
I know you guys are very hardware oriented, but do you guys have opportunities in software?
So one more time?
Yeah.
I know you guys are very hardware oriented, but can you tell me about the opportunities within with software?
I mean, that hardware's got to be driven by something, right? So there's always some sort of code, some sort of recording that we're doing to make sure that, whether it's a reheat furnace, whether it's the caster, or whether it's our finish end operations are running properly, there's always something that's going on behind the scenes that's running that hardware, right? We gotta make sure that we're keeping up with that. That's something that my mill is currently doing. We haven't really done a overhaul since about 2004, so we're kind of trying to take it piece by piece and redevelop what's already in place, right? Reinvent the wheel. So yes, there definitely would be opportunities.
So computer science, I'm guessing? Okay, so like for the software side of things, we have like what's called level 2 and level 3 engineers. It's not like you move up a level. That's not really how it's structured. It's kind of machinery level. So the level 2 is going to be more in the mill, but more of a product tracking type of deal. Because just for the way the sales works, they need to know everything about that final bar when you buy it, from when it was melted to now. So it's tracking all that information through every piece of equipment and knowing that of the millions of tons you put out, which exactly, this 140-foot bar came from this heat, this time, this crew, this day, everything. It's tracking all of that through there. Then there's more of the level 3 side, which is more the site-wide. So it's tracking stuff beyond that more the salespeople can see, tracking stuff out to the shipping yard. There's different levels to it, and that's all software-based. That's all kind of at that level.
Anyone else?
Well, hopefully if you booked a spot tomorrow, we'll see you tomorrow. Look forward to talking with you.
Yeah, appreciate you all coming in.
If you haven't already, make sure to skim through our.
I didn't want to ask my question in front of everybody because I didn't think it'd be as applicable, but I'm actually a junior in ME with a minor in MSc, so I appreciate both of your backgrounds. I'm in the gear program as well, and one of our sort of advisors, directors, mentioned that you were looking for gear students or potentially were interested in gear students for some opportunities potentially abroad, especially with Barcelona, Spain. I don't know if you know a ton about that, or if you would potentially be able to put me in touch with somebody who might know more about that could give me more information.
I'm familiar with the gear program. I'm trying to...
Yeah, I'm also with the gear program, so I have the same question.
No worries.
I am not super familiar, but I guess I could give you guys our HR. Her name's Morgan. She is in charge of basically all of our interns, so she would have probably better information for you, so I can give you guys her email.
Yeah, and I also have a resume if you don't mind. Yeah. I thought I had it.
Almost got it.
Oh, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't able to get a spot with you. You were all booked up by the time I looked, but there's my resume. Thank you for offering to put us in touch with your HR
I really appreciate that.
Pardon my sixth grader handwriting.
Oh, okay.
How about you?
Karlsruhe.
Where's that?
That's in the one in Germany.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Here, I'll write up the
Pardon my atrocious handwriting. That's supposed to say Morgan Ferguson. That's steeldynamics.com.
Morgan.Ferguson?
Yes.
At steeldynamics.com. Awesome.
Okay.
She will be the best bet to answer that question.
Ferguson.
I believe so. Yes. If she doesn't respond to you, my email's on the other side. So I can actually send you her actual contact.
Great. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yep.
No, go ahead.
I'm just waiting for him to finish.
Okay.
But yep, same thing, Morgan Ferguson. If she doesn't get back to you, feel free to reach out to me.
Awesome.
I will try to put you guys in contact.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to come up here and express my interest. So
Yeah.
I was really happy I came. This was very interesting. Wanted to ask a question. How open are you guys towards freshman applicants? I know.
I was an intern after freshman year, so
really?
It does happen. I'm not gonna lie and say it's easy. It's definitely more difficult because you don't have that experience behind you, but it's absolutely doable. Like I said, I did it.
Yeah. We, like I had mentioned earlier, we're always looking just for the best applicant, whether that's a grad student or whether that's a freshman. We just want someone that's gonna fit the culture and value or add value to Steel Dynamics.
Like I said, it needs to be reciprocal, right? We want to help you, and then we want you to actually enjoy your time. said, if one or both parties are unhappy, then it's not really a success.
I saw you guys had a location in Virginia. What city is that exactly?
It would be
Roanoke.
yeah.
And
Salem is New Millennium.
Okay. I'm not that far from Roanoke, actually.
Yeah.
I'm from Virginia.
Okay. Yeah, so that
you go to our website, go to our operations, and you can just go through all these here, and they'll tell you Roanoke and Steele, West Virginia are two.
Yeah, so Steele, West Virginia is about as close to Kentucky as you can get without being in Kentucky. It's like right there at that tri-state area.
Yeah, I'd be much closer to Roanoke.
Yeah. Huntington, West Virginia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, here's my resume. Could I actually get the contact information that you gave?
Absolutely.
I was smart. I would have brought her card.
Yeah, me too.
Sweetheart. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you're first year, which way are you thinking of going?
Computer engineering.
Computer?
Yeah. So I'm more skewed towards the software side, but again, I'm not like closed off to the hardware or like some of the stuff that you guys are doing as well.
I mean, that's what first year's for, is to figure it out.
Exactly.
The steel industry is no different. Everything's moving closer to that technology, and we're trying to do that as well. So,
So it's more
always an option.
All right. Everything's hands off and digitalization now. So
Yep.
that's what we're going for.
All right. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Hi. Hi, I wanted to talk to y'all tomorrow, but I couldn't get a sign-up slot.
Okay.
So I figured I'd talk to y'all now. I'm a graduating senior, graduating in May.
Okay.
And I was looking at all y'all's positions, but one question I had was that, like, if you start working at one area, how hard would it be to, like, shift locations later on?
I'd say not.
In this,
It depends
in
on-
this market, it's easy. Like there's always spots open, but that's not to say. I mean, we're going to reach a point where everything's going to slow down, and we're going to slow down the growth, so there's not going to be much movement. That's. I can't promise any future, but right now it's good.
I will say that our internal job board is posted to everyone. So if you are in one location and are interested in another location, just keep checking that job board, and if something pops up, that would be an option that you'd be able to do that.
It definitely happens.
It does.
It absolutely happens.
Also, did y'all say that, like, for internships, you were going to allow recent grads to apply?
Yeah, I think it's the best applicant, best person for the job.
Okay.
Right, and that's so the way we look at interns is that it's going to grow into that future, full-time employment. That's, you kind of get to cater that part of it towards, you figure out if you like it, we figure out if you're a good fit, right? I guess like telling him earlier, it needs to work both ways.
Okay. Okay. Well, here's my resume.
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you.
Can I get your y'all's business cards, too?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet y'all.
You too.
Have a good one.
You too.
Kind of similar thing. I couldn't get a slot for tomorrow, but I definitely wanted to come.
Yeah.
It was interesting when you were talking about just all the different areas. I knew you did some of kind of the rail stuff and then the metal rolling, but I didn't know it was so diverse. So that was really interesting. So you talked about there's a lot of hands-on, and then you talked about how you were kind of doing the reports and the drawings. So I'm really big on hands-on things and manufacturing. So could you kind of describe what that entails?
So, I mean, I think speaking toward one of the internship projects I had, it's, I'm trying to think back, it's been a few years, but it's any problem they'd come up with, like mill stands are 45 tons or so, they roll across on embedded rails, and there was nothing to stop them. So we have a big fork truck that has the mast taken off and a big balloon that weighs a couple tons on the front just to push them. So there's nothing to stop that. Once it goes, it's going to roll off the tracks, destroys the concrete, destroys the wheels. It was just all around bad situation. So it's, had some stops made and kind of embedded into the concrete to actually give them some rigidity to them. And they had to be small enough because the stands are all different shapes and sizes. So it had to all hit a common spot in every single one of them so it wouldn't destroy anything. So it's, I got to design that. I got to, have the contractors walk through the plane with them and actually be there when they install it at the same time.
Wow, that's amazing.
I will say, we don't make these internships for nothing, if that makes sense. We make these internships because there's a need for these internships. So we do hope and